What is up, guys? How's everybody doing this morning? I hope everyone's doing really good at the start of this Saturday morning. Oh man, I was up pretty late last night. I was so excited to start covering this thing today. I was looking up all the sort of rules and regulations and stuff that are going to be happening. We're going to be covering CitizenCon 2951 today, which is a yearly event that happens in Star Citizen where they release content. They show you guys like what's going to be coming and all this other stuff. It's going to be about 8 hours today. We're just going to run the whole time and see what happens, dude. Hopefully there's a good turnout. If not, I'm not really too worried. But yeah, I just want to get... the main purpose of this is that on our YouTube channel, I want to take this stream and sort of condense it down. We have sort of like an organization set up outside of Star Citizen that gets together and we choose what content to do and stuff like that. But yeah, dude, I'm super excited to get into it. We're about 3 minutes out from starting up. We'll switch over here in a minute, but let me get everything set up. Nice. All right, just gonna switch over to the setup. Put my face in there. That should pop me up here in just a second. There we go. Yeah, so we're just going to be watching and doing a little commentary. I hope you guys just come out and chill today. That would be absolutely sweet. Oh, there is going to be... Okay, so at 8:05, which is like 10 minutes from now, there's going to be 2 minutes where we turn off the sound. This is because the stream that they are having, we're going to be watching their stream. The stream that they're going to be having has some copyright claimed music in it, so I'm not going to get my video taken down. That would be very upsetting, to say the least. So yeah. Go ahead and just type these in. I forgot to open that up. So I could just click and go, but that's okay. Alright. Yes, like I said, we're going to be streaming for about 8 hours today, and I hope you guys have some fun, dude. There's a lot of like upcoming game content. There's panels talking about certain things. I won't be present for all of it, just to be honest. I won't be present for all of it. However, I will leave you guys to it, dude. If this is where you want to watch it, please feel free to just lurk. Absolutely. 1 second. I need to change this. Alright, without further ado, I'm going to switch over. Make sure things coming through. Yeah, okay. 30 seconds. Happy CitizenCon, everybody. Star Citizen's a game I absolutely love, and it would be... Oh? It started stuttering there for a second. I would be remiss without, sharing some of that excitement with you guys, so enjoy.
Hello everyone, so welcome to Digital CitizenCon 2951. So it's really, really good to be back in front of the camera and talking to all of you out there. I wish it was in person. As you know, we have been doing CitizenCons for a long time, and last year was the last year we didn't do it because of the pandemic. And we didn't want to go another year without having a CitizenCon, but we felt like this year it was a bit too close to get back to do it in person with all the issues with travel, and we're doing it virtually and digital this year. And I'm hoping next year we'll get to do it in person. So it's been very challenging for all of us. There's about 720 of us have all been working from home. But you know, a silver lining to that cloud, which is a lot more of you have had more time to play Star Citizen and give us feedback and get engaged. I mean, we, compared to where we were in the last time we had a physical CitizenCon in 2019, the number of daily players that we have in Star Citizen is on average 2 to 3 times more than we had back in 2019, which is fantastic. 2020 was a big year of expansion for us. 21 is also been incredibly great, and we're hoping with some of the features that we're working on, like server meshing, we're working on a bunch of optimizations, quality of life, and maturing, you know, some of the gameplay loops that you're starting to see happen. I mean, we've got some stuff coming up like Death of a Spaceman, where the first part of it, the medical gameplay, is going to be there, and also the beginning of physical inventory with the personal inventory. It's not fully finished yet. Those are 2 major game changers that are coming very shortly. In fact, they're coming with 3.15, and there's a lot of other things that are just beyond that. And we're going to continue that momentum, and you know, more and more people will be discovering Star Citizen, more and more you will be spending more hours playing it and having fun, giving us great feedback, and we're inevitably inching towards the finish line of having something that we can say, yep, this is the definitive experience for you guys. And so I'm really excited by that. But let's get back to today. And today is about Digital CitizenCon, and we've got some really great stuff to show you. The first of that is going to be led off by Todd Pappy with Ian Leland and David Haddock. And I don't want to spoil it. There's some really great stuff. It's going to use a combination of some features that are coming very soon and some features and content that is a little further down the road. But it's going to give you a taste of life to come in the Star Citizen universe. So without further ado, let me pass it to them.
I believe this is, yeah, so let's go ahead and we're going to pause here for just like 2 minutes on the sound, unfortunately. The game is so beautiful, dude. Like most of these shots, uh-oh. Are they gonna do it, dude? That's Hurston. Lorville, actually, the city on Hurston. Yeah, Tisa Spaceport. They might be adding new systems, is one of the speculations for this year. Orison on Crusader. ArcCorp on ArcCorp. Well, Area 18 on ArcCorp. Dude, if they give us jump points, I swear to God, dude. I swear to God. That looks like Pyro. Pyro is something they've been teasing for a long time. I think 2 years. Yep. lawless frontier. All right.
The art director for Star Citizen.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm the narrative director at Star Citizen.
So finally, we're saying goodbye to Stanton. It's quite precious to us.
Dude,
we've been talking
yes.
about it. We've been
Yes,
looking at
yes,
it.
yes.
We've been living there for quite a long time. Now it's time to, move the conversation on, start to look at something new. Now it's changed slightly, the jump point side, from what we saw a little while ago. One of the things that was quite important for Chris is he wanted that feeling of something that was quite wondrous, something that was quite amazing. It's not dark, it's not mysterious, it's not hostile, but it's more, like I said, wondrous.
So when we started looking at Pyro, and we had to start looking at how the jump points work when we're traveling from Stanton to Pyro or Pyro to Stanton, and thinking about border security, the infrastructure that's needed there. What's the lore? Just because on one side it's very lawless versus the other side is dealing with the UEE. So we needed to go through and really think about how this was working, and then also with the jump points, how smugglers would work with the secondary and tertiary routes that would lead into the main jump point and then funnel out.
Yeah, we kind of call it, internally, we kind of call it the Swiss cheese approach of the, there's sort of the main entrance that you would go through on Stanton, which would be the sort of guarded, have the infrastructure that you had mentioned, the security and stuff like that, but the possibility that there would be alternate ways to kind of get in to bypass that, so which would be beneficial knowledge for smugglers or criminals who are trying to get in under the radar. And also it was if there's a lot of infrastructure around it, it sort of created this impression that that infrastructure was responsible for the jump point. In reality, it's a naturally occurring thing. An interesting balance of make it seem like this is a checkpoint, but at the same time it's something that the ships are creating, not the structures.
So before we go too much further into the Pyro system, let's take a deep dive into the op process with Jake Dunlap, and he's going to be taking us through the authoring process for the Stanton and Pyro jump points.
Bringing jump points to the verse has been an interesting journey as we've been designing a new element in our game. We've put a lot of time into creating two solid examples of different types of jump points you'll eventually see all around the verse, one in Stanton and one in Pyro. We've been continuing to use Houdini as the tool to create these gas clouds. The setup we have for them is a parent gas cloud and a child gas cloud. The parent is mainly used as an establishing shot when you arrive in your ship from quantum travel, while the child is used as the main gameplay environment and is placed inside the parent. The child also has a reasonable scale, which keeps your average ship speed in mind. These things aren't nearly the size of real Nebula, if you're curious. But by no means are the jump points small. Here's an example of a Pyro jump point next to Microtech.
That is big.
To explain the process a bit more, we create the parent at a large scale, then cut out a small box in the center of it. Inside the small box, we'll gather the volume data from the parent, up-res that, and then add details. The details will be different depending on what type of gas cloud you want, and if you want to easily fly through it or not. We usually spend time investigating different designs for the gas clouds, but with the Stanton jump point, the work had already been started and used in the 2019 CitizenCon demo. We just had to go through, clean up the Houdini file and get it game ready with a couple of extra tweaks along the way. Some of the tweaks we made to the parent were making it feel like more of a structurally sound rotating disk. This was to make it feel like a safe and well-used jump point. The child gas cloud here was changed more dramatically. It used to have a bunch of dark clouds around it. We felt that it was feeling a little bit too closed in, so we spent time morphing the magnetic lines in the center to create a really interesting horizontal, flowing, relaxing composition to visually show you that Stanton itself is generally a safe place at first glance. The parent gas cloud for Pyro was created with the same process as the Stanton parent, but we changed the shape of the cloud into something more menacing and violent. We wanted the reveal of Pyro to be a clear warning of what you should be expecting throughout the entire system. So we made it very closed in, dense, and very active. We did make it a small
The stuff
challenge
they're
to
doing with
traverse
this
the
game,
child, something that won't
I
take
swear,
too
man.
long, but should be something to consider when traveling through. Something that helped really quickly create a fun traversal route was creating a white box play area in engine out of solid geometry and flying around it right away.
Dude, the thing is, this game is so advanced.
After we were happy with the route, we exported
Like,
the
I
geometry
know
to
why. I
use
know
in
it's
Houdini,
taking so long.
where we converted it to a volume
But I
and
swear to
combined
God,
it with the upresed area
it
of
is
the
worth
parent
it.
to export that out as the child cloud.
If you've never played, I highly recommend it. Try a free-to-fly event.
We wanted
though.
to make sure that these systems feel very different from each other. Some ways in which we did this was by the shape of the jump points. As I had mentioned before, Stanton feels very clean, put together, and generally safe with the disc-like form that it has, but Pyro feels like it's more violent, distressed, and this shows in its form. The comparison is shown well in both of the child clouds. In the Stanton child cloud, we have nice long strands of the magnetic waves that encapsulate the jump point that feel harmonious, beautiful, and free, whereas in the Pyro cloud, it shows almost the opposite. The walls feel like they're closing in on you, moving in unpredictable ways, completely unstable. Your ship could enter into a wall and disappear within a second. Lighting also plays a big role in how we feel about these spaces. You can see these are dramatically different areas in the mood and tone, and lighting is the key to that. So that's a brief look at jump points. They've evolved quite a bit since last time you saw them. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Thanks, Jake. So one of the things that players would first probably come across when they come into the Pyro system is the space station. You know, it was discovered a long time ago. It was sort of deemed uninhabitable because it was just too dangerous with that variable flare star going on. So they kind of utilized the system for resources, and then when they kind of tapped out, they just sort of left, and that's when all the sort of squatters came in. So there's sort of older infrastructure built to sustain kind of the mining activities and the gas harvesting and stuff like that, but you know, they just basically left, and then other populations started to slowly move into the system, criminals, squatters, survivors, and whatever, and start to kind of take over what was left behind.
Which gives us some unique gameplay comparatively to Stanton and the space stations there. So with Pyro, since they're in such disrepair, some of them are inhabited, some of them are completely abandoned, and then so players can go and explore, they can go and see what's happened there, whether it's been hit by an asteroid, or if it's there was some sort of conflict there before. But you'll be able to go and explore the different decks, and be able to go and meet new people, meet the frontier lifestyle, enjoy it.
Okay, so before we go to the inside of the stations, we're going to jump now to Eric, and he's going to go in a bit more detail, the concept development process taken when looking at the exteriors.
Hi, I'm Eric Gagnon, Principal Concept Artist on Star Citizen. The goal of that initial step of sketch development is to create something not invited. Dangerous, damaged by asteroids, and surrounded by floating debris. Hiding place for outlaw looks old, decrepit. Lawless, no security force here. Approach at your own risk. Industrial look, messy, but not abandoned. Some parts are wrecked, but under repair and raw looking. I like to use the black and white sketches to start. It allows us to go very quickly and focus on the shape only. We then try to play with a touch of color to define more of the commercial port platform. We try different schemes to remind us of the whole look with a rusty vibe and brown tones. Adding a touch of light and some context around the sketch allows to see the scale of things and properly view the silhouette. We expand on the idea to play with the mechanism and functionality. This is the color sketches of the asteroid Hunter harpoon and the different angles. In this sketch, we can clearly feel the arrival of the asteroids and the dismantling or destruction zone. We also need some top angles to properly showcase the size and scale of it. With all those elements in place, we can now build a nice plate of the entire concept for the asteroids harpoon with all the pieces together. The Shantytown module habitation is a nice idea to add a kind of small city on the outskirts of the space station. So here I sketched those shapes to create something very modular. From the grayscale, it's pretty easy to do a color pass. I played with a color palette that reflects the vibe of Shantytown. In this sketch, here we can easily see how cool the area is going to be. Another angle shot here is pretty nice too. Playing with warm and cold color contrast is interesting. All those different angles help define and expose the different elements of the concept to properly illustrate it. Now we have a nice board of this sketch phase. We apply the same process here for the commercial port platform. The black and white sketches are a good way to go. In this image, we see the silhouette shape sketches for the front of the port platform structure. A quick side view plan here is necessary to well build this design. We fill the form and the ratio and the size of what we want to achieve. And of course, we create a color sketch to see what it could be. We see the industrial look and some potential details to better define and deep dive into. For those, we have a deeper design exploration of this industrial area. Pipes, tanks, angular shapes, and a color touch. Combining 2D and 3D sketches really help properly communicate the design intent. It's a common technique now, but it's really efficient to highlight areas of the concept. Using 3D is also very useful for level designers to validate the size and shape of things when creating the environment in-game. Let's talk about the big repair machinery idea. This machine could be used to repair surfaces damaged by asteroids, inspired from the heavy machinery that we see in mining. Nice to see the overall add-on ideas brought together on a single board. It gives a great look and makes you want to see the next design step. The mood looks. We also create a mood board from our different shots. This shows how lighting is used to set the tone of the environment by giving different options and color palettes. Finally, we provide some options for paint of the exterior surfaces. We work from a list of brands and factions that we need to incorporate to the design. We started from the narrative things, worked to build the visual identity of the different brands, exploring different ways to represent them and the environment, stickers, flat surfaces, graffiti, or official paint job. This really brings the sketches alive and set in the universe of Star Citizen. The Outlaw Station are a staple of the Pyro system, and we hope this first exterior concept phase excites you as much as we had fun to create it. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Dude, it looks so
great.
nice.
That's the exterior. So right now we're going to go from the outside and we're going to jump to the interior. Before we really,
I'm really hoping
started
they give us a
exploring
release
anything,
date on
one of the core
Pyro.
concepts that was discussing as a group was the idea of power and the idea of heat. Now, we've got like this big interior layout of this, maybe this old mining station. How would they have adapted the space? You know, they would have, right, okay, we need power here. Okay, that will create heat. So we started thinking about, okay, where would the heat lamps be? And then where would light come from? So just the principal concept of power, creating heat, creating light. That was pretty much the core of the start of the visual development process.
So when we started talking about it from a design side, we needed to make sure that we were covering certain shops, just basic needs for the player. Everything's bare bones. It could be that it used to be a clothing store, now it's a food shop, and so they've converted it. The gangs moved in. You know, it's not what it used to be, and but you see that old skeleton there.
One of the things that definitely we've been talking about with Pyro that we didn't really get to see in Stanton is the idea of the sort of the gang presence. So, you know, that idea that they're the sort of local law in the area. So, you know, you might see gang members coming and shaking down some of these shopkeepers for protection money or rent, you know, type thing.
Or even shaking down the player.
Yeah, which would be very fun. not for me, but.
So when we started to explore some of the side areas, there were other factors that we had to cover. Habitation, clinics, you know, players need a place to sleep, to log out, as well as players need a way to get themselves healed. And then we started taking the same treatment or similar treatment that we were doing with the main market area and started to take it into the hubs and how they were possibly repurposed, or the clinics and how those were possibly repurposed. So, and just make sure that everything felt cohesive in its raw, natural form. In the way that we have the station structured, we haven't let players go into like living quarters of where the people that lived at the station would be, or even into the lower decks where the power, where the gravity generators are. And this is where we're going to start introducing these areas, and it opens up new opportunities for the players to go explore and do new things. But it's also areas that the gang might want to protect.
Yeah, it offers a lot of possibilities for mission content, you know, whether it's actually maybe working for the gang itself or other kind of little small things you could do inside there to really kind of, drive you deep into the bowels of this thing.
Okay, so that's a little look at the insides of the stations, but now we'll jump to Christian, and Christian's going to take us on a little bit of a deeper dive into the concept development process of the inside of the stations.
Hi, my name is Christian Doratz. I'm a senior concept artist on the environment team, and we're going to look at the concept development for the space station a little bit. So first off, we looked at the heat map. So there is a lot of what I said, the electricity is gone, the heating is gone, and the breathable air, the oxygen is gone. So there's pretty much all of those connected areas. They are lifeless in a way, right? So you wouldn't settle down somewhere in between those empty corridors. We were trying to sort our thoughts and get them on paper, right? So we were exploring different ideas that we on the concept team had in mind. So we were thinking about pathways that the player and the NPC could take. So what would happen? We were thinking about what would happen if all of a sudden one pathway is blocked off, or another one will open up, right? So we were thinking about verticality and how the players or the NPCs can traverse all of those interesting areas that are, in the end, pretty ominous, right? So think about, there are some people just screwing off side panels on the wall, or they are screwing off ceiling panels, and you would see all of the maintenance areas behind it. So we'd see a lot of struts, a lot of working areas. There's cables hanging. So those were the very first sketches where we could see what those eventually could evolve into. And we also started then slowly with some loose 3D sketches. So getting everything into 3D, and it's pretty much evolved over time, where we could talk to the environment guys, and we were asking for some of the current rest stops geo and some of the textures, and then getting them into 3D. And we were just changing up all of the props, all of the side panels, or all of the whole the environment. So we could, looking back at the references, then convey this feeling. We could introduce more dirt, we could introduce some damaged panels, side panels, and pretty much explore this side area, right? And the big advantage of this is that we can make the environment how we like. So one thing that we did is like kill all the lights because we don't need lighting. We want to create our own lighting, and this is what I said earlier. The current rest stops are super bright. They're family friendly, but now we want to make it ominous. We want to make it dark mood. We want to make it super dark with the players like always feeling kind of in danger, and especially with the gang members in mind, right? So this would allow us to create one of the very early, or one of the earlier 3D explorations, which then lead to one of the final concept art, or the final implementation of this. So when we were at the point where we were kind of okay, or where we thought like, okay, this is an environment that we want to see, then we took care about the last 20%. So the last 20% in this case means having a final render and painting over. So we were just painting over in Photoshop and doing some more refinements for the mood and the lighting. We were painting in some of the decaling and some of the graffitis, because it is ultimately easier to do all these things in 2D than in 3D and caring about the materials. So we were able to just refine the final concept in this regard. And this wasn't a straight process from A to B. It was an iterating process. So in between, if you're looking at some of the other concepts, for example, the barriers, we were at one point thinking about what would happen if we introduce barriers that the gang members then would set up on one point. So what does that mean for you as a player? What is the player doing, or what is the player doing at this point? So will he encounter these gang members? Will he try to find a way around? Is he going to use some of the ladders or the underground vents, for example? So we were changing the concepts here and there, more or less. And this leads to, in the end, having a nice variety of concepts, or different types of concepts that we then could cherry pick the best parts of it, or in other teams, the environment team, the design team could cherry pick the best ideas from those concepts. And this was pretty much a rundown of the concept development for the Pyro space station's interior.
Thanks, Christiana. Looked appropriately scummy.
So we've been talking a lot about the insides of the stations. We've been looking at a lot of the concept art. But now we can jump to Josh, and Josh is going to talk about one of my favorite parts of the process, and it's when we take some concepts and we start to do some ideation, some visual development in the engine.
Hi, my name's Josh Van Zorlen. I'm the principal environment artist here at Cloud Imperium Games. Today, we're going to be going through the Pyro space station's visual target and pre-production sort of things that we're going to be doing for these rundown / outlaw space stations. So what I have here right in front of me now is obviously the food court from our Stanton space stations. We've just dragged the wear up on all of them. So now we're getting all of this really nice grime on all of these surfaces, right?
Oh,
so if
good.
I turn off my working lights, which hopefully are gonna, produce that mood that we're after. So I'll turn on that right now. So a number of things have happened right in front of us, right? You can instantly see we've got lots of heavy fog coming in. Don't pay too much attention to the particles now. I'll go into them a little bit later. We've got some light panels up here shooting through the rafters, and we've got another one over here as well, right? So we're gonna do a quick little thing here. It's adding in some cables, right? And now this is really important, not only to achieve the art direction, but it gives us a really nice level of parallax within the scene, right? We have a couple of design constraints within this space as well. One of those being we have a gang and then a general civilian population, right? Now, one of the things that we wanted to do in terms of that design in this particular space was separate it out in like a kind of class type system, right? So we're going to start to explore some of the requirements of that. One of that being that, like I mentioned before, you can't get up here unless you're in favor with the gang. So we need to put in the instruments that are going to help portray that, and that is a checkpoint, right? So, and just a side note, all of this stuff is super work in progress and nothing is final, so don't read too much into it. So from here, we're missing a few bits and pieces, right? But one of the ways that we're gonna solve that is with graffiti. All right, so I'm gonna turn on those decals now, and you can start to see that the walls here are starting to disappear a little bit. It's a very subtle effect in this particular area, but you'll start to see how much more it comes through in others, right? So moving on from here, we need to start putting the stuff in the environment. So bear with me for a sec when I turn this on. All right, so we've got here is a lot of stalls, right? We really want to get that cramp vibe in, like that was kind of similar in the concept, and start seeing how far we can push the limitations of what we can do in the engine, but also what we can do with our technical systems as well, right? One of the things that was immediately apparent to us is that AI is really tricky to deal with when in tight and enclosed spaces, right? So we need to look at areas like this here and this here to make sure that it's wide enough that a few AI can pass each other or a player and not, you know, look completely gross, right? Now, I mentioned lighting before. So I'm gonna turn off the working lights that we've got so far, and you'll start to see what I mean. So we've got a whole bunch of stalls here at the moment. The entire scene is being lit by the stalls itself. Now this has already come a long way, and the stalls themselves have had a bit of a lighting pass, so this is already starting to look quite nice, but we're not getting, you know, that thickness that we were getting up on the top level, right? We're not getting that little bit of life to a certain extent. And we're also getting these areas here where they just fall completely into darkness, which is not fun. So obviously, like I said before, we'd be doing lighting as we go through this process, but just to see how much of an impact that pass can do on an environment like this, we'll just turn it on for you. So you start to instantly see we've now got a lot more thickness within the environment. And if I just double check just to make sure that our lights are generating correctly, cool. So we're getting a lot more voluminous lighting now. We're getting all of these heaters coming in now, the heat shimmering off them. We've got these little portable ones lighting up the place. We've got some ones that are hanging from the roof, ones that are over in the corners and stuff like this, right? So we're starting to get a lot more mood in this. This is starting to feel really nice now. Now, what I was mentioning in terms of the rain, right? So yes, we're talking about the rain now. Why is there rain inside, right? So this is generally a really cold station. And when people are in this area that's in the center, because there's so much stuff happening here, it's starting to get warmer, right? You've got the heaters here, you've got the gang that is kind of maintaining a lot of this stuff and producing a lot of the heat themselves. Everyone, this is prime real estate for where everyone wants to be, right? So what happens when you have this many people cooking food in this one small area, you know, breathing hot air, that sort of thing, it all starts to rise in this environment, and it starts to get that massive cavern, right, that we've got up here, all the way up to the roof there. As it goes up, it starts to cool down, right? And we start to get precipitation inside, where it starts to rain. And even in many instances, we start to get a little bit of ice coming through as well. So that means once it's all fallen down here, it's actually quite wet and damp. It's still cold and a little bit warm around heaters, but it's generally quite damp because of that weird kind of event. Now, the rain as it currently sits is just a placeholder asset that we're borrowing from Squadron, and that will have to obviously be remade to suit the amount of rain that we want to have within this environment, which won't be, you know, crazy, but it serves as a proof of concept for what we're trying to achieve, right? So that is pretty much Pyro Stations. I hope you really enjoyed seeing the breakdown that we've done here today, learning a little bit about the process of going in and doing a visual target, and you know, just a little bit more of that earlier process and problem solving that we go through. So yeah, I hope you really enjoyed the rest of CitizenCon here today, and I'll catch you later.
Cool, thanks Josh. That was looking really good. All right, so as we continue our process of exploring the Pyro system, now I think it'd be good to look a little bit at the planets and moons that populate the system. Now, one of the things we thought would be interesting to talk about is how do we design a system from the ground up? As with all of this, we always start from narrative, you know, before we put any pen to paper or we have any discussions about player experience. We always start from, you know, the world that, you know, Dave and others have kind of built.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and again, it's also the thing of, you know, the Pyro, I think, was first initially conceived very early on in the process, but once we finally are tackling it from a realistic, practical, how we're going to build this, what is each planet going to look like, you know, it's important, you know, to ask more questions about, to flesh it out more, because we kept it intentionally kind of vague because we want the art team to, you guys to do what you do and the designers to do what they do.
So when we started that exploration process, we knew we had like a ballpark that we needed to stay in. So we literally thought, okay, how do we design a system? And fundamentally, it kind of comes into maybe 3 key areas. So because we're a space game, the establishing shot of that planet is very, very important, because it describes everything from, continent breakup, fundamental palette. So right from the get-go, we started to sketch in ideas of what the key establishing shots were going to be like. And then from there, we jump into key art.
Good.
So key art is basically on the surface, what is the mood, what's the tone that we're expecting to see. And as you're saying, like the first one we wanted to tackle was Para 1, because David described this wonderful picture, and it was already clear in our minds about what it wanted to look like. So we hit that first, and we wanted something hostile, we wanted something hazardous. Also, as part of this process is we knew our current tech limitations, but we also knew what we wanted to do in terms of our future tech, future planet tech, weather, so we kind of went crazy with ideas as we was exploring. So we went through the various planets, did some key art, and again, put them up on the board, and just to validate, we are keeping within that palette, but we're getting that diversity. We're getting that diversity of color, hue, value structure, silhouettes, composition, because even within something like Stanton, there's variety. That was very important for me and the team, where you want to feel like you're on a space opera. You can travel around, but now we're going to a completely other system. So we continued that ideation process there. So we had the establishing shots, we had some key art, and then from there is we create like what we call like breakout packs. This is where, when we're talking through with design about, what are the interactables that the player maybe will come across, what are the minables, what are the harvestables, and then from there we start to build out literal breakouts or almost asset packs that will go to the team. Now from there, like we did a first pass exploration, and what we did is we put it all together on a single board for Chris to have almost like a commander's view of a new system. We showed it to yourself, Dave, we showed it to Chris, we showed it to Todd, and right, on one sheet, you've got the establishing shots, you've got the key art, you've got the breakout. And for me personally, that's how I like to work. I like to see that, like I said, a commander's view of an entire system. And then from there, you can kind of tweak, adjust, and mold things into what play experience we want to put forward. So that was a snapshot of the visual exploration process we use when designing a system from the ground up. Now we can take a break from us talking and go to an art video, a sizzle video created by the art team. And what this will show is, it will show a kaleidoscope of planets and moons from Pyro, and it will also showcase some of the latest and greatest art techniques and processes and tools that the art team have.
Those screenshots look so freaking good, dude. Like, they're doing such crazy work. I'm so happy for all of them. And make no mistakes, like, some of the character animations and stuff you're seeing are not in-game, but literally, these graphics are the game. Like, this is upcoming content, of course. This stuff is not in the game, so don't get it twisted. But the way it looks is absolutely how this game looks. This game is beautiful. I've died on one of those so many times, dude. You can't control it. It just takes off and smashes right into things. So that's fake. That's fake right there.
Awesome. I'm fully in love with Pyro, and hopefully from seeing that video, hopefully you guys are too. So as a continuation now, we can jump to Sebastian, and Sebastian will talk to you a little bit more about the cloud authoring process and some of our latest cloud tech. Then we can jump to Maximilian. Maximilian will talk a little bit about geology creation, how we create that type of biome. And then lastly, we can go to Özlem, and Özlem will go into a lot more detail about how we take some of the concept art that we've been showing of the botanicals and how we interpret that to in-game artwork.
Hi, my name is Sebastian and I'm a principal environment artist on the Planet content team. I'll be talking a bit about the data that's defining the visuals of the volumetric clouds and how we create it. Crusader was our first astronomical object that made use of the volumetric cloud tech that's being built by Carsten Wenzel and others. While working on Crusader, we learned a lot on what kind of data gives us which results, and what is better to be avoided. With the tech being new, we also needed all new workflows for it. We are currently building more tools for producing the data, so we expect to get better, more complex results in less time in the future. We are evaluating everything from a very manual process that involves painting every pixel to a fully procedural one with little to no artist input, and we will probably end up somewhere between the two. This essentially means that what you are about to see is very likely subject to change. Due to the way the shader works, we can either throw random data at it and hope for happy accidents, or we can be very specific with the data and what kind of cloud formations come out of it in certain areas of the planet. For most use cases, there are two types of textures that need to be created. The first of which is the global property map, which determines what type of cloud is being used at any point on the planet's surface. It is also used for controlling the color placement of non-water-based clouds, but I'll get to that later. The other map is for defining the types of clouds and is named accordingly. The cloud type map allows us to control the cloud density and the impact of the two separately tiling 3D noises, which add detail and definition to what would otherwise be fairly low resolution shapes. The way the two textures interact is maybe best compared to forming a vase out of clay on a pottery wheel, and that's kind of what we're going to do now. In this video, we are revolving half the silhouette of a vase around a circular pattern, which gives us a vase-like shape in 3D space. The big difference to a pottery wheel though is that we can not only feed it data in the shape of a circle, but ultimately whatever shape we want. With the density channel, we can control how thick the clouds appear. White pixels represent very dense clouds, black pixels produce no clouds at all, and then we also have everything in between. There's always a tiny bit of impact from the tiling noises, which you can see to have an effect on the lower density regions. The shaping noise and its control texture are the most impactful in terms of turning a nicely shaded volume into something we can clearly identify as clouds. How much it gets to affect the shape of the clouds depends on the brightness in the corresponding channel of the cloud type map. By combining density and shaping noise, we can model everything from dense clouds to soft, more ethereal shapes, and everything in between. The last of the cloud type map channels controls the erosion noise. It is lower resolution than the shaping noise, since its main purpose is to add an extra layer of small detail. We usually just add it everywhere, unless we specifically want soft clouds with less definition. Black values add details in the way the tiling noise is authored, while white values invert the noise, and medium gray values mean that the noise has no impact. Maybe you can already get a feeling for the complexity of the system and how every pixel in every channel can have a dramatic effect on the end result. Another thing we can change are the tiling 3D noises themselves. By default, a cauliflower-like noise is used for the shaping to model those fluffy sheep-like cumulus clouds. But by changing it to a different 3D noise, we can produce some more abstract cloud shapes that wouldn't normally occur on Earth. This is an area, in combination with different global data, we keep investigating to produce more alien cloud formations in the future. We've been advancing this approach with Pyro 5, another gas giant, Which brings me to the other use of the global property map. It has a second channel, which, in combination with a color gradient, is used to control the global color of the clouds for not so physically correct coloring of the gas giants. We sometimes have to restrain ourselves to not make brightly colored balls of cotton candy. There are a lot more settings that allow us to tweak everything from how the clouds are shaded and shadowed, over the global impact and frequency of the detail noises, to parameters that drastically change what results the textures I've shown you today produce. You'll have to bear with us as we'll figure out if there's a best combination of settings and how those might change once all the features that are still planned eventually get added. By now you've probably seen a fair amount of volumetric clouds as part of this year's CitizenCon, and are quite likely to see a bunch more. Because of that, and since I'm still an artist at heart, I leave you with this bad drawing of a cat instead of more epic cloudscapes. Thank you for your time.
Oh damn, cat clouds confirmed, dude.
My name is Max, and I'm a senior environment artist at CIG. I am part of the Planet team, where my focus is on planet and asset creation. I want to give you some insight into how we transform simple terrain shapes to a final biome, plus a little preview of what you can expect in the future. When creating a new biome, we start by assigning ground textures to the terrain geometry. For this research and development desert biome, we chose a selection of different types of sand and soil. For additional depth and detail, we have the option to use displacement mapping. The next step is adding our first layer of ground cover assets. In our game, ground cover is any low-cost asset up to knee height, which does not require collision and allows us to use a lot of these assets to create a nice level of density. Here we use a mix of gravel, patches of moss, and dry grass. After that, we add slightly bigger assets in the form of clusters of desert bushes to give context to the smaller assets and add variety. We finish the object scattering pass by adding individual larger rocks and arrangements of small rocks, which give the player a better understanding of how far away something is when walking, driving, or flying over a planet. For performance reasons, we use a range of settings like randomized rotation and scale values to get as much variety as possible out of the number of assets we created, to mimic a level of complexity that feels organic and comparable to what you find on Earth. Something that we have been missing on our current planets and moons are massive rock formations due to tech limitations. Some of these limitations have since been solved. For example, we are now able to render assets much further. Because of that, we recently kicked off a research and development phase during the production of the Pyro system to find workflows for the creation and distribution of cliffs. Full disclosure though, this is early in development and heavily work in progress, but we still wanted to give you a little glimpse of what to expect in the future. The challenge for us will be to figure out how we can make these assets look as good as possible from all angles. If a player walks up to them on foot, they must look just as good as when a player decides to land his ship on the highest point of a cliff. But we are excited to add an even more epic level of scale to our game. That's it for me. Thank you for watching and enjoy the rest of CitizenCon.
Hello, my name is Özlem and I'm part of the Organics team. Today I want to talk a bit about how we build the different biomes on Pyro 3. Pyro 3 is a planet with very distinct biomes. For example, we got the yellow moss biome that is a strong contrast to the dark volcanic regions. We have some icy areas, boulder fields, acidic fields, different coastlines, and a lot more. When working on a biome, the first thing we do is to have a look at the concept art. We do an asset breakdown for all the elements we need to recreate the scene. By doing so, we get more information about what kinds of rocks and vegetation assets we need, the proportions of the assets in relation to the character, the distribution and frequency of those assets on the planet, but also the amount of coverage per biome on the planet. We can also get information about the color palette, the terrain colors, and what to scatter on the coastlines. The last thing we can see from the concepts is the asset and ground materials. We also try to reduce the amount of the asset packs because of performance and time constraints. Instead of doing 50 unique rocks, we can achieve the same result by using just 3 with our procedural scattering system, since the assets will be scaled and rotated randomly. After figuring out all the necessary elements, we start with the whiteboxing phase. This means doing a very quick mock-up of the scene by using very simple assets. The white boxes should just represent the shape and color of the final object. We do that to see if the asset breakdown we did beforehand is working in the 3D space as well. At this stage of the process, we can still change the whole look of the scene if we don't like the outcome yet. We can say, let's make the rocks 5 times bigger, or blue instead of red, and so on. Or we realize we need to do some research on a specific asset to solve it visually, which was the case for the moss, for example. When doing R&D on the moss, we were trying different shapes and sizes, and we also had to figure out how to do the moss strands that are covering the whole mesh. To make the workflow for the moss strands a bit easier, we used Houdini to procedurally scatter them. Otherwise, it would have been too time-consuming to place every single moss strand by hand, since there are several thousands of them. After figuring out how to do the moss strand, we still didn't like the overall shape of the moss, as it was a bit too blobby and yellow. We wanted something that looked a bit more natural and integrates better into the terrain, so we created some rocks with a moss blend on top instead. We broke up the moss shape even further because it looked a little bit too molten, and we added different kinds of moss strands to get a little bit more variety. In the end, all these things got us to a result that we were satisfied with. The usual approach to setting up a biome is to start with the largest elements first and work your way to the smallest one. If we take the moss preset as an example, we would start by adding the largest elements first, then adding some smaller moss patches around it to create a nice fall off. We continued with adding some flatter grass to make it sit nicer on the terrain. But then we realized we needed something bigger to bring the elements closer together, so we decided to add some high grass as well. The final steps are adding some ground cover like small rocks or tiny moss. As you can see, while building a biome, we need to do several iterations to get the best visuals. Thank you for watching.
Thanks to Seb, Maxi, and Oslam for showing us their work. So when we started looking at outposts and started really from a ground up on how to make it so that there's more diverse gameplay in there, the player can approach it in multiple different routes, there can be combat encounters, there can be social encounters. So we needed to kind of rebuild and rethink the way that we were doing this. We started honing in on what was working, what wasn't working, and then did a lot of adjustments.
Yeah. We've had outposts in our game for some time. You know, when we started to hear from an art side for what their design requirements were going to be, fundamentally thinking about these as modules, thinking about them as thematic modules and, you know, very specific, then, you know, already like the mind was going of like, okay, we're going to need a kind of like a paradigm shift in terms of how we visually present these. You know, what could these settlements kind of feel like? And, you know, as with everything with outposts, it's you know, it's a gameplay or it's a location archetype. It's the smallest, probably one of the smallest location archetypes that we have. And then in time that will lead to like, you know, villages and towns and
yeah. Thinking about how we wanted to push this forward, I mean, Chris has always talked about putting outposts into players' hands, and so we needed to think about how would this expand? How would the players be able to make these homes feel, you know, homes or outposts or even businesses feel unique for the way that they want to play? And then there were even tools that we had to create in order to actually be able to embed these into the ground and make sure that it worked much better than what we did in Stanton, because with those we had to have them kind of on stilts and you know, just the points of contact were very limited for the ground.
Right. If I connect these modules together, how do we get something that doesn't feel like?
Well, I know that design, we came up, in particular Andreas and Dan came up with a long list of things, you know, okay, well, here's what we'll need in HABs, here's what we'll need, you know, for utilitarian, here's what we'll need for defenses, here's what we'll need for power and some oxygen, life support, and so forth. So there was a very long list, and then it's how can we take those and make them feel unified and visually unified together.
Yeah. fundamentally, the thing that probably got us the most excited is finally we're starting to think about these as like unified settlements, you know, base building. So as you can see on some of the concepts, we deliberately presented early exploration shots in this kind of like semi-isometric view to see, you know, how does it feel if I'm laying out my base? How would these modules kind of, tie together? And you know, it kind of got the team excited. And finally, we were thinking, all right, these settlements are going to be more than just, you know, like a single outpost, but more like a collection of modules. So just to continue on with the module building and the module creation, we can jump to Christian. And Christian can talk in a bit more detail about the visual development process we did for creating the exteriors of these new outposts.
Okay, so we've talked a little bit about the colonialism, and now I'm going to show you a little bit more about the modules. So the very first thing that we did was creating all the primitives and all the primitive shapes into 3D. So as you can see here, we have a lot of variety, right? There's the cubic coming in, there's the cylinder coming in, the spheres coming in. For example, if I take this building over here and I duplicate it and move it around, I could just simply grab some of the other ones and combine them together. And you will see later on that this is one of our archetypes, or one that we pretty much liked, right? So you can see here already there's a lot of variety of entrances, maybe some garages, maybe some smaller entrances for those NPCs or for the players, right? And if I zoom in, all of a sudden you can already see like how they react to the environment or the overall scale, right? So if I pan over here and you see these buildings on the back in the background, so you're always having a first-person standpoint or first-person view. So we were not only creating those entrances, but also smaller details, and very briefly looking into the modules. So what you can see here is the very first concepts for the solar panels, for example, or the top-mounted, the roof-mounted solar panels. In the background, you see some other nice details that we can then just pick and put on our buildings, right? And some of the very last that we did is then pretty much those. So those were one of the archetypes. And you see there are small buildings for housing or housing buildings. There are some building types that are more communal. We have some secondary and tertiary buildings like those radio towers. If you imagine you're a colonist on a planet, right? There are multiple settlements on a planet. How would they communicate with each other? So we have kind of a radio tower, or some of those cooling devices. So if you imagine maybe there's something underground, there's an even bigger facility underground because you're on a very hostile planet environment. So you want to store your very sensitive data underground, and we were looking at those hints of life. Maybe you are a kind of a farmer. So you see already this is the first archetype. This is more cylindrical. There are some storage spaces coming in here and there. So where would you store your oxygen or your water, gases, for example? All of this is just a consideration from our side.
Those little
going
farm
over to the
plots are
next
kind
one.
of cool.
This is more pyramidical. So we were looking at also again the same materials, or changing up the materials. So now it is again more concrete, and the color palette is changing. There are some of the storage coming in, and going then over to the next one, it is again looking at different materials. There is some storage buildings that are not in one big storage facility, but it's divided into smaller parts. So you have to walk around your settlement and see like, okay, I can put some stuff in here, but if I need something else, then I need to walk over there. And there is some playing around with some more entrances and windows. How do they react to the environment, right? So this was just one of the very many files that we created. So those are mostly buildings, but we have different files for assets and props, and how they would fit inside this main architectural style that we wanted to see more involved, right? So just a very early version of the refinery, for example. But all of this in the end was given us the opportunity to just cherry pick the best ideas that we felt appropriate for this specific colonialism style, right? And where other people were able then to just grab the best parts and then use it in the actual game engine. Yeah, this was pretty much the concept development for the colonialism modules. I hope you have a great time, and wish you all the best for the next panels that are coming up.
Awesome, thanks Cristiano. So that pretty much covers the work we've been doing on the exteriors. So now let's jump to the interiors. So we pretty much had to follow that same ideation process that we did for the exterior, but now for the interior. Now, slightly more simple, we knew there was a few key areas that we needed to design. First, it was the social space. You know, this is basically these kind of communal hubs. We knew we wanted like that open kitchen, seating areas, windows, an area where people could kind of hang out and, you know, relax. And then second to that was habitation. You know, we knew these are going to need to be abodes. We knew we needed bathrooms, hab units. But again, nothing in here would be, you know, pre-manufactured. So we wanted actual beds, not racks of beds. So everything about this process was about, you know, creating a design which you would look at and relate to and think, oh, I could see myself living there. I could see someone living there for quite a long period of time. So in habitation, you know, it's soft surfaces, soft shapes, but again, something which felt fairly integrated into the core architecture. In contrast to that, we knew we needed technical spaces. You know, these could be used in the future to be, I don't know, soil processing rooms or anything really within a technical bracket. So this one was quite a tricky one because, again, we needed to describe a feeling of age and, you know, a type of historical depth in this. So we tried a few you know, visual cues, like, you know, there's the physical tape deck, you know, the clicky buttons, you know, again, to give you that feeling of like, all right, this isn't necessarily like a modern technology level, you know. And then the last major visual archetype was engineering. So these are the type of spaces, it could be a power room or an engine room, or some areas if your armor got beat up, you could, you know, repair your armor in there. Basically, it's a language which will enable you to create a variety of like engineering type spaces. And then once we'd established a spread of visual archetypes, we knew that they were all working well together. We could take that as a format and then start to think more about actual themes that we wanted in these outposts.
Yeah, kind of looking at who would be the people that would be inhabiting it, what are the circumstances that would drive them to be there. And so we sort of came up with, like, I call it the triangle of kind of the edge points of sort of the independent, the outlaw, and the corporate. And, you know, where the inhabitants would fall somewhere in that spectrum of 3 points. And it's also important to note too, you know, that this stuff would be applicable for the stuff we've done in Stanton. Like if we wanted to add these backwards in Stanton as well, that it wasn't just exclusively Pyro based.
Basically, when we was doing the design process, we pretty much focused on independent, mainly because that was our baseline. It was very easy to kind of design these and visually design these spaces to, is it like an independent farmer or is it an independent miner? And then with that, we wanted to really create an experience where you walked into one of these outposts and it feels old. It feels relatable, but it doesn't feel recognizable, kind of similar to if you went to like a historic ruin or a historic pod that you'd never really been to before.
Or, yeah, somebody's old farm.
Exactly. So we did a lot of exploration process of like, what type of artifacts would you find there? You know, how did people used to decorate the house in this time period? You know, you'd still see patterns, surfaces, shapes in these independent outposts.
Yeah, even early versions of modern technology. So you could see that, you know, oh, this is like the mobileglass I have, but it's an older mobileglass, or just as an example.
But also when we were, even just to back up a little bit, when we're talking about the planets, we have a certain style, or we have certain amounts of points of interest that we want to go to, how we pull the player around the universe. And so Dave and I and Will and others sit down and talk and say, all right,
Will.
what do we need here? And all right, well, we need mining facilities. And then that helps to inform Ian and the other design teams and our teams of, all right, is that an independent theme? Is it a corporate theme? Is it an outlaw theme? So these are all kind of layers, but the first and foremost, it's, oh, this is farming, or this is mining, or this is, cargo.
Because looking at something like Pyro 2, which, again, starting from that sort of original Prey-C sentence of the planet, was the idea, was like that was a heavily mined out planet that had been kind of stripped of a lot of resources. So there would be remaining infrastructure that would have been corporate back in the day, but is now independent or now even an outlaw setting. So, and then there would be the ones that would just be a straight independent one and stuff like that. But yeah, exactly like you said, we start with that sort of the base and then apply the theming to it to kind of.
When we're thinking about the theming, we kind of wanted like a space catalog, like a furniture catalog. So I know this is quite big for Chris, is we kind of went down that process of, okay, let's design this one independent outpost in a few different ways. Like, how could people have decorated it in many different ways? And it's quite a fun process because you basically create space furniture catalogs, which again are going to be ways for the developers to be able to dress and world build, but eventually maybe it's a way for people to decorate their own spaces. When we're thinking about the outlaw versions of these outposts, again, the process is very similar. You think about the visual rule sets which would turn this into an outlaw outpost, namely, has it been taken over by hostile intent? Is the signs of combat, is the signs of destruction still present? The actual physical act of occupying one of these outposts, have they defended it, have they boarded it up?
Yeah, it could be any number of situations. Yeah, it could be outlaws are squatting here and they're operating it as a base, which makes it a potential combat space. Or is it, was it potentially an independent refinery that outlaws attacked and killed everybody there, and now
is it a drug facility, so on and so forth?
Exactly.
And then lastly, on with the corporate, it's something that we really want to advance out into in the future, but that feeling that this location is owned by a corporate umbrella, that would tie into the branding. Maybe it ties into the costumes that you'd expect the NPCs to be in there. So there's a huge amount of visual world building that we can do to, present these outposts in a few different ways.
And even potentially reputation as well. Like we talked before about that idea that if you do missions for a corporate outpost, that it, reflects in your general relationship with that corporation.
I mean, that ties into the clan tags. Like, maybe you've just come from one of the space stations that, was occupied by a certain gang type, and then they sent you to a settlement on one of the surfaces of Pyro, and clearly it's been, tagged by a different gang. So you basically want that read and that consistency throughout. Now, one of the outpost themes that I was quite excited about getting into was the idea of a trading outpost. We've been talking about, buying and selling for a while, but thinking about it in a frontier context, it's almost like the money's kind of worthless, but it's more about the ability to barter or trade. So fundamentally, I thought it'd be cool that if we kind of design a module which focuses around one of these trading posts. So within a planet, it's where, people would kind of, trek to and, barter or trade components and then go back. We was talking about the idea of if I had a farm in the middle of nowhere, like, would I want a load of credits, or would I want that one component that, kept my farm going, So we did, we took that idea and we ran with it, and we did some visual exploration into what would a trading post be like on one of these frontier outposts. So as you can see on the images, we wanted that feeling of the majority of the stuff around this outpost is pretty much junk. You know, spaces isn't at a premium, so they just keep it outside. You know, maybe it's rusting, maybe it's rotting, maybe it's getting overgrown. But I love that idea is that you're approaching one of these settlements, it's very easy to understand, all right, this is a trading post because, you know, there's just all of this stuff like hodgepodge around the outside.
Well, and it opens up another aspect to it, which is the characters who inhabit it, because the sort of general shop experience that you have with the storekeeper is very conventional. This is what we've done so far has been a lot of franchise stores, actual companies that own, that are selling wares, who have customer service and stuff like that. And the idea being that out here, the experience is going to be much more different. It's not going to be that polished.
Exactly.
It's going to be much more of a personal interaction with somebody. So it's been really fun talking with, the AI and behavior guys to try and work out exactly like how is that dynamic supposed to work and feel like for the player.
All right, cool. So that was a little bit about the interiors of these outposts. So let's throw it over to Eric now, and he can go into a lot more detail into the visual design process we did for the interiors.
Hello, I'm Eric Gagnon, Principal Concept Artist on Star Citizen. Today I will present the interior colonialism outpost concept and explain a bit how the pre-production process works. The goal is to create an interior design for the Homestead Colonialism Outpost. It was the first time we had to create a timeless design look. We have the objective to create something warm and with a cozy feeling interior. At the beginning, we started from this concept art made by Christian Dorwitz. We have a lot of information in there to inspire the interior design. In those interior, we have a specific zones. Social area, place to eat together, play game, leisure, the bedroom, place to relax, have a proper personal space, and of course, sleeping. The engineering room, the place for the building machine who maintains the possibility to survive there. The technical room, the appropriate space to analyze minerals, some elements of the planet. Entrance, used for storage material and stuff to go outside. At the beginning, we had an overview of the plant that's helped to organize the zone. To create all of those areas, we need to do a lot of exploration and design. Social area. For those sketches, we want a centerpiece on the ceiling. Could be a light, fan, or whatever that could be cool. We feel the curvy shape of that space. Here on this sketch, I play with a very contrast values and a greenish color palette. That one is the best. Long vertical windows from the side, let the light inside a lot. After validation of the most relevant sketch, we do a 3D blackout. As you see, this 3D blackout follows very closely to the last sketches. From the screenshot of the 3D blackout, I did a sketch over in a gray tone value. That helps to better organize the coloring phase to make sure all the elements fit and will live together. After this, I like to do a 2D elevation concept. It's a good way to make sure all elements fit together and the ratio proportions between each of them. The final key shot of the social area brings it alive. Nice lighting comes from the windows. Cozy mood gives a soul to this social area. Now my concept art co-workers extract the elements from this key shot and break down the props to define more accurately. First, the Homestead radial contour done by Danny Chan from the UK. That concept is the perfect blueprint to start the production. The color lighting people food is there on this one.
Oh, wow.
More close-up version on specific zones of the radial kitchen contour. Some explanation are had to properly convey the intent of each part. All the details are there to define a fully functional stove. For the bedroom area, the process is the same as the social area. The sketch phase is essential. As you see here is an example of grayscale sketch. From one of those shots, we get a validation from art directors and CR. And boom, this is the final one. To detail the engineering room, we again go back to the painting technique. This process again is key to send us in the right direction. The detail of the machinery, cabling, metal grates really help convey the ambience of the room, and also informs what players will have to do when they go to this place. For the technical room, we wanted to make sure the technology came through. Again, it's the same process where we start from manual painting to set the tone and then deep dive into color, elevation, and then the final key piece. To make the homestead a living space, the bathroom props are important to define the functionality of futuristic hygiene. Finally, let's exit by the entrance. This is the first sketch exploration I did for Star Citizen. The goal of the homestead entrance is to show what the player has access to and set the overall ambience of the place. A huge thanks to all for helping to make the final result in the game match the amazing work that is produced during pre-production. I sincerely hope you will enjoy living in those homesteads in Star Citizen. Thanks everybody.
Thanks, Eric. Awesome stuff.
Now that we've shown a lot of art and talked a lot of theory, we want to get into game and show off what we've been working on.
This guy
We're
looks
gonna
like
be
my buddy
showing
Alan.
you multiple playthroughs and how it
He's got that
changes
stern
based
face,
off of
you
what
know,
you
like-
do and how you have faction with the certain game. So here we are waking up in 400i that will be released in 3.15.
Oh,
This is a competitor to the Constellation.
the
Doesn't compromise
400i, bro.
storage.
And they just
Faster,
slid it in.
More agile than the Connie, and it can run with a smaller crew. So this is the captain's quarters, and then we'll go out and see a little bit more of the habitation deck, and then make our way to the cockpit. So this would be the social area that you can meet and eat and basically plan your next mission. And then from here we'll go to the cockpit. So here we're over Pyro 3. We've come here for a mission to acquire an artifact. And you'll be making your way down to a trading post. So wanted to just give you a quick overview, and then we can start talking about the planet.
Yeah, Pyro 3 is just a terrestrial planet. It has a very thin, breathable atmosphere, but it's still pretty inhospitable, very cold. As you can see, some of those lightning strikes in the clouds, but yeah, very, very pretty looking.
So this is the first time we're actually seeing clouds above a terrestrial planet. You know, we went through quite a few iterations of forms. What we ultimately ended upon was something that felt quite
Those bastards,
quite
dude.
dramatic. Still believable in terms of how the wind would have shaped them.
They just slid it in like
But
it would be
yeah,
a thing.
it's showcasing a lot of the more recent tech that came online. Also, what we're seeing here is like some kind of distant thunder strikes. And what this is, it's kind of like a prelude to, you know, future weather features that will be coming on board, you know, and how this will tie into, you know, storms and ship handling, you know, due to the turbulence. And it's great seeing the, you know, the rain hit the canopy glass here, you know, when you go through these cloud banks. Also, as part of the process of shaping, one of the things we really wanted to do is create these kind of like these pockets in between the clouds. So you're in these cavities, so as you're flying through, you get glimpse of the terrain beneath you. But you know, it feels really quite exhilarating, you know, to fly through. Also, as well, like it's showcasing a lot of the more recent tech coming on board as well. So, you know, it's a lot of optimizations been going on. So it's way more performant than previously it was. Also, like the level of artifacting that we're seeing here is substantially reduced, certainly on higher spec machines.
It also gives you a great sense of parallax when you fly through these cloud sandwiches.
a cloud sandwich.
Yes. That's what it feels like.
Hey,
you're
Alan,
the meat
how you doing,
or
dude?
the cheese of a cloud sandwich.
Did you see that they just slid the
Cheese and
400i
cloud
in
sandwich.
like it
So
wasn't
as
a
we
thing?
Get out of the cheese.
This guy's in a 400i.
Another really big feature that was important for me was, terrain shadowing and terrain occlusion from the cloud. So you're actually seeing,
that is a
these,
sleek looking
large
ship,
areas
dude.
of
Like dead
occlusion,
serious. That's a nice
cast
looking
onto
ship.
the terrain. And
Look at it, dude.
It just adds that depth. It just adds that believability to what we're seeing in the frame. And when you see like these dark overcast clouds and they're hovering above the mountains, it finally completes the frame. Especially when you see
God,
these
look at
distant
that.
rumbles of thunder in the distance.
So James Cameron, who's doing the run through, yes, that is his name. He will be taking us down to the outpost. The goal for us is to basically make 50 of these, whether they're inhabited or derelicts or even basically
No, it's
inhabited
larger.
by a
It's
farmer
about the size
or
of a
inhabited by
constellation.
gang. So the goal is to have these act as different factions, and so that you can develop different rep associated with them, and you can start seeing how big these outposts stretch to with the comms tower that's behind us, and then even some of the AA turrets that you'll actually see up close and personal.
The cockpit he's in has 3 seats. Like look at him landing next to this building. So it's about the size of a constellation, I'm going to guess. Because look at him compared to, like, let's say the building he's going to land. That's, yeah. The cockpit had 3 seats in it when he walked in. So yeah,
That was a really
see him
good
next to that
approach,
building.
from James there, good landing. That was a good solid 3 out of 10.
Watch.
3
You'll
out
see how
of
big
10.
the cockpit is.
Ian's a tough grader.
Yeah, I'd go 6 at least.
No one's ever got a 6.
Gotta watch me land, man.
So here we'll go down to the technical deck, show off the cargo area as well as the climate-controlled component areas, and then onto the gravity generator room and the stairway out.
Thanks for joining us, Alan. Yeah, look at that, dude.
So you'll be able to learn more about the ship in one of the later panels that we have with Ben, Paul, and John. I think the team did a great job on this. I think this is one of my favorite skins. Yeah.
It also is
they did
dirty. Like, the one they're
skin
showing
just,
off is dirty
just
right now.
Something that felt a lot more, suitable for pyro, but you can see how it feels suitably worn and weathered, to fit into these climates. And what we're seeing here is first boots on the ground, on pyro. I think it looks great, especially in contrast to what we're seeing here is like actual AI on the terrain, walking about.
Those are the new
going about
missile
their
turrets
business.
that are coming in 3.15.
And is that an AA turret there?
It is. And radio comms towers and all these other elements that we want to make sure that are interactive for the player and allows them to go and explore or use to their advantage. We want them to be able to interact with these different items.
Here you can see like various outpost modules, to the right there we've got the garage unit. You can see the infrastructure on the roof. But this large, beautiful, archway here kind of signifies, the main entrance, the primary entrance to the main social module. I think the airlocks look great, fits in with the art style beautifully.
The team did a great job on this.
And then we've seen the concept art previously in the day, and then here you can see it translated in game, and I think it absolutely looks fantastic. The radial forms, is quite special to this art style, and you can see how that complements these archways that lead into other areas of the outpost.
So with the AI, we want to make sure that it's living,
Yes,
it's breathing.
100%.
If you look back a little bit, there was a chef actually cooking. There's security guards here to make sure that they're actually protecting their investments, protecting their home from strangers. And then, but you have good rep with them, and so they allow you to kind of enter into certain areas that the other players wouldn't be able to enter into.
We also got a quick shot at the loadout that James is playing. So it's a female loadout, but it's also showing the backpack, which is new.
Female loadout.
Also, some of the new hair as well, which is rendering much nicer.
They had the boob
so here the player
module.
will make their way out to the trading post, go see the dealer, acquire the artifacts.
And for the trading post, we wanted to get all of the junk on the outside as well, so the player can see it as they're approaching. We wanted, as many tops as we could, and you can see it's using the new soft deck shader. So these are reacting to the planetary wind, the same force that the tall grass and the moss in the ground is reacting to as well.
The other thing with the trading post is, like Ian spoke about before, the inventory and what they'll be able to actually sell here will vary depending on where they're at in the solar system. Are they close to a jump point where they might be coming down and using this as a chop shop, or are they in a very rural area that's, they care more about the frontier lifestyle and being able to survive versus money?
We passed the kitchen as well on the way back there. That's the local diner for this outpost.
I'm gonna guess, by the way, Alan, that the 400i is probably gonna go.
Also, so in the inside as well,
for around
we wanted
4
this,
mil AUEC.
Kaleidoscope of colors and shapes. Like it's just literally the dealers displaying all the wares, everything they'll have outside in the open here.
Well, welcome. Take a look. I'm sure I have what you want, and if not, I'll have something just as good.
Oh, that's a pretty sleek system, actually. I like that.
Oh yeah, very good choice. Very good.
So after 5 million credits of disposable income, we get our first look at the Hadesian artifact, which is obviously going to be what is sort of a super rare thing that you'll hopefully be able to start finding in the galaxy. Which is sort of, if you're familiar with the lore of Hades, was an old civilization that destroyed itself. So somehow this trader has gotten their hands on this artifact.
So here we're showing one way of actually playing through this area. It really depends on your standings within the gang and how they want to deal with you. And then what's the dealer going to do? What's the dealer going to charge you? And from there, we have different ways of actually showing this, and we can look at option 2 now. So here we're going to run it back a little bit and show off a different way of entering into the trading post. This is a little bit more straightforward.
The thing is,
in demo 1, we
looks
took a
done,
side route
dude.
through the social area.
I'm really hoping that that's
So,
like
this
a
is
really
just
like
some
that's the
additional
thing,
warehouse
you know.
space that the trading post would have, and you can see it will lead directly onto this courtyard. And for the keen-eyed people, you'd see that the barbecue's still not being eaten yet.
The grill master would be fired.
Yeah. Still full of wieners.
They really just say full of wieners, dude. Come on.
So with this area again, we just want to make sure that it's filled out with items, filled out with different things that you can interact with and possibly buy. It's like Dave said in the beginning, we want the stores to feel different here, but it's still making it feel believable.
quick reference to some additional traversal areas there on the right when we came in.
Well, welcome. Take a look. I'm sure I have what you want, and if not, I'll have something just as good.
Yeah. The guys had a lot of fun dressing these areas. There's a lot of storytelling going into it.
So here we decide not to pay the price. And we don't mind losing reputation with the faction, and decide that we're going to take the artifacts through betrayal.
Just take it. Straight in the backpack.
So here we've got different routes for the players to enjoy and
oh, come on, dude, that's awesome.
To flank and also navigate around. So each area will have different secondary and tertiary routes of navigation. James was really just trying to scare him there versus actually kill him.
That was intentional. Good shot, James.
You could also, if you notice real quick, there was the civilians are actually cowering as opposed to fighting, which is kind of, you'll see another.
Or standing there T-posing like they normally do in game.
So again, here the player will have the choice, you know, do they actually want to interact with the civilians, or, you know, does their conscience get better of them?
God, this guy sucks at shooting.
I think James made the right choice there.
He was nice, yeah.
One of the things when we was playtesting this a lot is when you see the enemy AI kind of fanning out across the terrain like that, it's fantastic to see. It feels really great. Just seeing the base start to wake up to you and actually trying to exfiltrate. Also, I know it's under you know, combat stress, but that yellow grass just looks fantastic.
Yeah, it really does. The yellow does look sweet. Yeah, not everyone carries a rocket launcher, but at least I hit the target, is what I'm saying.
Here James just wants to get out real quick.
Even with a controlled burst blast of, I would say, probably a 3-foot spread that guy was putting out. So let's say even with a 3-foot spread, this guy's barely hitting his targets. I mean, you know, Alan, that all of us carry Dimco LMGs, and, I mean, I would say we're still at an 80% hit.
So as we slightly hinted to in the first walkthrough, this is where the AA turrets will come alive, and basically...
Oh, they're going.
If you're not fast enough, as James isn't, with your countermeasures...
That was 5. 5 shots just got fired at that guy. Another 5 salvos, yeah. Holy crap.
So
those are
what
deadly.
We saw there was the player went in, and based off their actions, the faction changed against them, and then basically became very aggressive. So in this last playthrough, what we'll show you is if the faction is already against you from the very beginning, and what are different ways that you can go about it.
Also,
so here we are in our last walkthrough.
I don't want to talk too much because I want this to be theatrical for you guys.
Show the players
so I apologize.
Take stealthy routes versus if you were with friends, you could go in guns blazing. But this allows the player to come in, access the outpost from a different side than what we've shown. It also allows them to clock all the AI and see how they want to approach the problem, and see what other secondary or tertiary routes would be open to them, either via the ladder or maybe a possible door.
One thing they didn't just discuss is, okay, the character just stole...
Good night. That was a great shot.
A 5 million...
also, one thing we did as well, as Todd said, you know, we changed the time of day. The wind is slightly stronger, so you'll see the gorgeous yellow grass blowing just a little bit more intense than before. Also, what we're seeing here is like something to imply at the frontier living. You know, maybe they're growing crops and vegetables out here, but it also gives a kind of like a soft cover approach to the perimeter of the base. Nice.
So the player just stole a 5 million AUEC artifact, okay?
Also, with it being a different time of day, this allows.
Does that
us
mean
to
that
show
other
the
people can't buy
AI,
it? Okay, or does it
having
have a
their
respawn
24-hour
time?
schedules so that they can be in different areas.
And
when you approach it,
when the
so
ship
you
got
approach
blown
it at
up,
night,
what happened to
when you
that
approach it during
artifact?
the morning,
Could you go out there and
they'll
get
be
it?
doing different
You
things,
know?
whatever is valid for their schedule.
That door's locked, so there's no going through that way. But what James does actually see here as he's scouting out the next AI is, just checking the roofline. But as I said previously, we wanted as many kind of like views in to the base as possible.
AI looks right at him.
The player can continue to keep context of what's inside.
But also, when you're inside, it allows the player to have context of where they're at within the actual outpost, and that was a great shot.
The AI fell beautifully on the already called out beautiful yellow grass and moss. Also, as James is looking back, what he's doing is actually making a mental map of possible routes, possible advanced traversal routes on top of the outpost. And we saw the dealer there in the bedroom, just end of the day.
So with each outpost, there'll be different routes that will be open to the player or closed to the player. So some of them might have ladders on the outside, some of them might not. Some of them might have basically ways to get in through the floorboards, other ones won't. But this is just one version of, many possibilities. So here, the player will take a secondary route of navigation all the way up to the roof, and then from here, this allows them to be able to check out any of the AI, also be able to look at any of the interactables. In the future, if you got a good reputation, maybe you need to go and fix different items on the roof, or if you are there for nefarious means, then maybe you want to take out the power, and which will then kill the AA turrets, or will turn off the lights in the outpost. So it allows the player to interact with different items and then basically create a nice little sandbox for them to play in. So here you can see one of those interactables as well as the AI.
And just behind these interactables, like we're seeing these kind of archways. Like right now, these are just kind of empty, and to just illustrate like a guard point. In the future, these could be maybe customizable, or they could contain like an AA turret, like we saw on demo 1, or it could contain like cargo storage. Basically, we tried to design something that was as flexible as possible.
They're showing off the inventory system.
So here we're showing off the looting system as well as the inventory system. So this will be shipping in 315.
And the other guy's body is just like twitching out.
Be able to be interacted with and take off the items associated with it. Also, with this change, you will no longer have global inventory, so you can't be pulling off weapons that you didn't take with you to this location. Everything will be regarding what you carry is what you have, and so it really makes the players think about how they want to approach the problem, and then also encourages them to look around and see if the designers have placed different things that they can interact with or use to help get past a certain route or a certain way that they maybe didn't bring with them.
And we'll also be including the, I believe in 315, the Knickknacks app for your Mobiglass. So now that you aren't carrying everything on your body and it's not sort of universal inventory, you'll be able to consult this app to see kind of where stuff is being stored and keep it better organized and stuff like that.
So here, this allows
Yeah,
the
no
player
problem, dude.
to
I'm right here. Just hit me up when you get
have
back.
a quick little puzzle, but just gives them a little bit more interaction, and then allows them to go on to what I would consider a tertiary route, versus climbing up the ladder and possibly having to deal with the AI or them being spotted by them.
Did that guy just fall off the roof?
Also, I think the team did a great job on the planet as well as the outpost. These are really fun to play and sneak around in, and you know, allows for many possible, you know, ways of attacking the same problem.
What we're seeing here is like James is actually getting up onto through one of these like rooftop storage modules, and it's given like the highest point in the base. So from here, you can actually, you know, make probably the most informed decisions on, you know, how to approach the next problem. You know, we're seeing this guard routine here, and then ultimately, you know, throwing an item to distract the guard.
Allows them to go and access new areas. It's a behavior that we're still working out, but at least we're seeing like the first iterations and be able to continue to optimize it as well as make sure that the behavior is working properly.
So we just saw there for the first time. It's like the first rooftop airlock hatch. So previously, route in and out, if the outside wasn't pressurized, like we wouldn't have this option. But now through that rooftop airlock, you can cycle and then, you know, infiltrate through the roof. And also what we're seeing here is, you know, potentially scouting out an advanced traversal up into the rafters. You know, getting on top of some infrastructure and getting like this overview as we go into the garage module.
So here, this is placeholder, but it gives you an idea of, you know, we want to have different interactables, different loot boxes laid out around the location. So if the players explore, they'll be rewarded. You know, we want to encourage them looking in every nook and cranny and enjoying, you know, what the outpost has for them.
And one of the things that's interesting is these garages won't be vehicle spawn points, so it's not like a big kind of like pad in the middle, but it's more like, you know, if you want to have your vehicle there, you got to drive it in and park it. So here you can see a variety of vehicles just laid out how the player would have just parked them. Just gives a much more believable and realistic design.
So again, we're just encouraging different navigation, different routes for the player to go and see.
How would you be able to slide down a
over to
ladder
the
like
left,
that? I feel like it would just be like
there
plink, plink,
was
plink, 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 plink,
possible
plink.
way of going into.
It wasn't straight on the sides.
The floorboards or going underneath the outpost. Again, those will be opened up or closed off based off of, you know, just how we want to build the outpost. Not every one will be built the same. Our philosophy for these are to make sure that each one of them feels unique, and this is just one way of us customizing it and making each one feel different. And so the player won't always be used to the same route. So here, again, we're using the inventory system. We allow the players to go in and if you take out a certain AI, they might have different tools or different notes or different items that you'll need in order to solve your mission.
Interestingly, when we was designing these spaces, we knew we wanted these internal airlocks, but we knew we needed some sort of like view, like porthole on them, just so before you commit through, before you cycle, you know, you can just double check to see if there's any bad guys on the other side.
So we got some ragdoll bugs. I guess it wouldn't be a CitizenCon without any sort of issues or bugs.
At least it wouldn't be a Star Citizen Con without any.
So here, like previously the players being, you know, on the roof, they've come down through the main section of the outpost. But here, what the players doing is they're going to the underfloor section. So these are vents, but they're more like subfloors. So they're meant to feel very dark, very minimal, but you're actually seeing the foundations of these outposts. So inside here, it's the player will need to kind of work out how to navigate through them. It's very much like a torch-based experience, you know. And then within here, what the player can actually do is work out roughly where they are in relation to the to what's upstairs. And what you see in here, like this light bleeding down through, you know, you can kind of make informed decisions, or okay, that's where that AI was, or right now the player is just underneath that main social space. So if you think back, like that was that guard in the beginning, just next to the kitchen counter. But you know, we've intentionally made these spaces not necessarily like very easy to navigate, because you know there wouldn't be a lot of light down here. You know, the player would have to, you know, follow, for example, like James is following the blue wire here, you know, making a decision to like, hey, if I follow that blue wire, I'm probably going to get to something interesting, or a point where I can actually, you know, exit this subplot space and get back up above.
And what I like about them is basically just the claustrophobic feel of it. And then obviously the addition of possible secondary or more advanced navigation, so either going into prone or just going full crouch.
So here we come out in the bathroom space that's on the other side of the
no
garage,
reflection in that mirror.
Side of the outpost from where we just were.
It's good ragdoll.
And now the body drag in the shower.
So here, this is just a different wrapper on a loot box. In this case, it's a hamper. And so the player will be able to really change outfits and adjust the way that they look, so that they can walk around the outpost and not be noticed. There will be kind of a certain time limit associated with it. We still need to work out the details on how all that will work, but the goal is to give them a little bit of leeway, and so if you look the part, maybe you're not scrutinized as much, and the AI won't notice you as quickly.
That's
so
the
we
part
can see
earlier
back
where they
into
weren't
the
allowed to
social
go in.
space, but this time on the other side. And then this door will lead directly into the habitation room that we saw previously on the outside.
Speaking of fun,
show us
fun
some hacking.
ragdoll
Come on,
physics.
let's do it.
That was a great one.
So here, the player decided to take the dealer out instead of actually figuring out how they could open up the safe. So they're going to have to look around the room. They're going to have to interact with the body and possibly see, you know, is there a way for them to actually open it? In other cases, maybe the safe will be hackable. in the future, and in some cases it won't be, and then you'll need to figure out a different way of actually opening it.
I'm going to guess the code is going to be 2951.
So here we spot a little clue, a little note, and you'll notice
it's 1, 2, 3,
one is
4.
like the name on here. If you look back and see some of the AI we've been taken out, you may notice some names. So here's the clue for the player. But one of the coolest things for me here is the player is holding an item with the clue, and while holding the item, they can seamlessly interact with another item to solve a puzzle. That's awesome.
And then here we got a little bug. The player was able to acquire the artifact, and then we'll be able to do whatever they want with it, either sell it or be able to use it somehow in a future mission.
One of the things that was really exciting about watching this kind of back to back to back is finally getting to see that freedom of choice. And it's like, it's really, really, I mean, again, our locations are always spectacular and beautiful, but now like having that sort of striking that balance between, this sort of well thought out social space and construction of these locations, but also an equally effective stealth and combat thing. It's super cool to see. So after seeing the demo play through, 3 different ways, it was a huge team effort. So everyone that worked on the project, on this part of what we wanted to show, we want to say a big thank you, a big shout out, because we're just presenting it. It's the people that did a lot of the hard work that should be represented. And speaking of people doing hard work, now is a good chance to throw it over to Eddie and Joel, and they're going to tell you a little bit more about the how we built that outpost that we just saw.
I'm Eddie Hilditch. I'm a senior lead, and myself and my team have been working on the new colonialism outposts.
My name's Joel Azapati, and I'm a senior environment artist too for the EU Sandbox team.
So after the initial concept is done and rounds of feedback have been iterated on, we move into pre-production. This phase allows us to spend some time testing the concepts for in-game viability. Translation from concept to game isn't always one-to-one, and during pre-production we'll get rough versions of the concept meshes into game and spend time making sure that they'll work practically. The art direction can also change at this stage, so we use this phase to kind of explore creatively as well, and concept art is a fantastic jumping off point for sparking ideas.
One of the first steps when starting a new location is to start look development, a hyper-focused small section of the location where we can hone in the tools and methods needed to execute the concept in-game. Some things translate well, some things don't. It's important to figure all this out before going full steam ahead with the entire team. One of the great assets on the Sandbox team is we have a lot of people who are passionate about concept and design, which means when translating from concept to production environment, it's very easy to expand on the concept art. With the art styles of the Colonial Outpost, we decided to change up the way we typically author content. Our hard surface locations are meant to feel prefabricated, like there's a manufacturing plant out there on ArtCorp that churns out these flat pack space station kits, so stations could be mass produced. Colonial Outposts are more personal, more handcrafted by the people who live there, based on their needs, not wants. They're on the frontier world, so they can't always choose luxury over practicality. Materials were one of the first things we tackled, and we started off by developing the idea of how the inhabitants would have built these structures and what materials they would use. We wanted to show not only the age of the outpost, but also wanted to hint at all those different layers of the structure and give you an idea how, functionally, they constructed them.
One of the biggest challenges with the new outposts is how we introduce variation between each location the player will visit. Building each as a bespoke set of buildings is impossible, as we want hundreds, if not thousands, of outposts in the game eventually. The modular approach we've developed really evolved out of our previous work on space station interiors, but with a few key improvements. This starts at the macro level, where on the planet's outposts are placed, how the local conditions affect your time there, then what kind of buildings an outpost has and how they're laid out, all the way down to the ability to independently swap out an underfloor layout in a single building of that outpost. We'll have various types of modules, from large standalone modules like warehouses or ore extractors, which have a singular function, all the way down to smaller room modules that can be connected together in different ways to form a complete headquarters building. After pre-production was finished, we had a list of the room module types that we wanted to tackle first. For the headquarters building, everything hinges around a hub module with different room modules that can be attached to extend the structure. The room modules will serve different functions in the base, with various gameplay systems linking one to another for an interconnected web of sandbox gameplay opportunities. As content creators for the Outpost, we needed a new system to build, edit, and manage the library of modules we're creating. Rastar is the tool we'll use to do this. It allows us to intuitively create a location template directly on the surface of the planet. Not only this, but headquarter buildings can be snapped together directly within the tool, or with an intuitive user interface. One of the other major innovations with the Planet Tech has been the ability to modify the terrain mesh and flatten areas of terrain. Previously, we were at the mercy of the terrain when it came to designing our buildings, which is why our outposts had to be built with stilts and placed in naturally flat areas of the planet. Now, we can build much more natural buildings with walls and entrances connected directly to the planet's surface. And also, we can place these buildings in a much wider range of locations. We believe our new outposts inject a refreshing new location experience into Star Citizen. They're organic, warm, personal spaces that really convey the age and history of humanity's expansion into the verse. The new art style, the focus from design on gameplay, and the flexible modular approach to their construction will allow us as developers and you as players be part of creating a wider variety of rich and satisfying experiences for every outpost the player comes across.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Eddie. Thank you, Joel. That was awesome.
And moving on, we're actually going to talk to Corey now, who is going to give us kind of a deep dive into the creation of the artifact, which is actually kind of our first little glimpse of the Hadesian culture from Hades system.
Thanks, guys. I'm Corey Bamford, lead props artist at Cloud Imperium Games. I'm here today specifically to talk about the Hadesian artifact that you'll see in the walkthrough. So we knew early on we wanted some sort of MacGuffin for the walkthrough. We originally had a few ideas of what that could be. Originally, it was either going to be a tablet fragment, a sculpture, or a Hadesian artifact. So initially, the concept team explored a variety of ideas. We used a lot of reference for existing alien artifacts in the game, as well as reference from the real world. You know, lots of tomes and ancient kind of Egyptian stuff as well, just all sorts of really reference just to get a general idea. We knew we wanted to integrate some form of ancient power or technology into the asset. We also knew we wanted it to have some sort of symbolism and text. So once the concept team iterated further on these ideas, they then presented those back to Chris, and we narrowed down the selection of assets until we had a candidate that everyone was happy with. So once we had this asset in mind, it then came down to turning that from a concept into a production asset.
Is my stream coming through like super choppy?
When
or
a
is it
prop
just
artist
me?
gets a concept like this, immediately the wheels in their head start turning, and they're trying to figure out the best way to implement it in our game engine. They need to find solutions within the engine to achieve the visual target of the concept. Obviously, it's not as simple as just taking the concept and replicating it. We have to think about the shaders, we have to think about performance. Our job really is to find a solution within the game engine to achieve the visual target of the concept. Once we've figured out a strategy for achieving the look, we begin to actually make the content. So for the artifact, for example, we knew that it needed to be split into 3 segments and they needed to fit together. The first thing we do is get a placeholder into the game for the design team to actually implement as an entity. We also then figure out how the scale actually works in the player's hand and when they inspect it. For the artifact, there was a bit of back and forth between the size because we wanted to get a balance between it having prominence and also being easily carryable. After we figured out the size of the asset, we then need to actually break down how we're going to make it. So the first thing we really get into is the materials. We know that this asset is made of a few different materials. Firstly, we have the stone with the complicated glowing pattern. We also have these large copper structures and some smaller, thinner metal structures as well. For this asset, we knew we'd need to use unique textures just because of the amount of detail we wanted to achieve. One of the biggest challenges we had was making sure that the stone looked really good. To create the stone, we started with some scan data of rocks and concrete, as well as some mesh data like curvature. We also used a lot of procedural noises from Substance Designer just to add some variety. Using the height map as a jumping off point for the rest of the texture maps is quite a nice logical and physicalized way of doing things. It took quite a lot of iteration to get the final look. It was definitely a group effort. The glow was probably the trickiest part of this asset. We ended up actually using a shader some of you might remember from the Vandal Driller trailer. We created the iconography using a bespoke texture mask, and then the circles were derived from some cells within Substance Designer. We took these cells, quantized them, and then got the edges of that quantization to create the rings. And then we used a procedural mask as well as some hand-painted textures to mask out that glow.
Yeah, I was
Once we were
hoping that
happy
it
with
wasn't
this
going to be
texture,
like anything
we multiplied
too
that onto
crazy.
the height map, which is used to drive the glow threshold. The glow effect has 3 texture inputs that we need to create. There's an animated glow map, which is sort of used to drive the background effect of the glow. There's also a gradient, which colors that map. Finally, we have the actual pulse itself, which is the texture map that pulses across the asset. Next up is the bronze. This was actually pretty straightforward to achieve. We didn't need any fancy shader effects for this one, just a standard set of unique textures. We wanted to get lots of nice scratches and aging on the bronze. And in the concept, there was also this nice effect on the edges where the metal got darker.
They're just talking about this one artifact, but like I said, they keep saying things like
look at the
when
asset
we
and
were
engine,
designing,
it then was
or
just
like,
a case of wrapping it up. We needed to create LED meshes
in
for
the
the
first
object,
stages
as well as
of
collision
this,
properties.
we blah blah blah.
As you can tell, quite a lot of work goes into these hero
But
assets.
now, and then blah
so that
blah
was a
blah.
little
You
bit of
know, so
exploration
like,
into how we created the Hidistian
there's not a whole lot of like.
I hope you guys enjoyed listening to me talk about it.
They've said a few
and
times
enjoy the rest
like
of the show.
in future iterations, blah blah
So,
blah blah. But they're not
we wanted
saying
to thank
like
you for your time. We
in
wanted
future
to
iterations, this is a
introduce
thing.
Pyro and show all the
It
hard
seems
work
like it's
that
already a
all the
thing.
teams have been working on and working towards. The team has put in a lot of hard
Does that
work
make sense?
in building the Pyro system, building the AI, building the planets, the worlds that you'll go and explore. So Pyro will be ready when server meshing is, and it will be coming out with Star Citizen Alpha 4.0. So on behalf of myself, I want to thank Dave and Ian and yourselves for watching, and I hope you enjoyed the panel, and I hope you enjoy the rest of Digital CitizenCon. See you in the verse.
Alpha 4.0. Okay. So that's the release date. Which I think right now the roadmap goes up to the middle of next year at 3.17. So and it could be that they just turn one into 4.0, because they have said that before. That it doesn't have to go to 3.17. 3.17 could actually just turn into 4.0.
Credits burning a hole in your pocket? Didn't think so. Something tells me, though, you got a pile of junk in that hangar of yours.
Community created content things.
Turn that
so
crap into
enjoy
scrap
these.
at Dumpers Depot. Old Zeke always pays top cred for all your used gear at any of my Verse famous franchise locations. From Art Corp to Crusader. Stop on by and tell them Zeke sent you. From thrusters to mining lasers, power plants to shield generators, we got your back.
Board Gamer
Dumpers
has
Depot,
one of these in
because
here
everything
too.
is valuable to someone. Dumpers Depot LLC is not responsible for inaccurate appraisals. Commercial service and delivery fees will apply.
Space is cold and unforgiving. Only the toughest survive here. But even the toughest outlaw has a sensitive side. He doesn't have to show it to everyone. Because with your very own Moby Horizon, you have peace, freedom, relaxation, and your very private emotional retreat always with you.
That's perfect.
Welcome to your very own Moby Horizon. The use of Moby Horizon can be addictive. If in doubt, consult a licensed physician.
Your own little home away from home.
A distress beacon is triggered, and a quick reactionary force from Elite Expeditionary is mobilized.
Roger, boss. Albatross flight, prepare for drop. 1 minute out.
Loadmaster copies. Dropping the ramp.
Utilizing state-of-the-art technology, highly trained professionals arrive within moments.
Albatross flight, 30 seconds.
Ember team, power up. Rolling on 3.
Prepared to deliver justice in even the most remote reaches of the verse.
Execute, execute, execute.
Ember team is rolling. Last man, Ember team down and safe.
Roger, last man.
That was a pretty significantly good landing. They just did.
Elite Expeditionaries got your back.
Oh, Alan, did you ever get your mask, dude? Is it on your account? Dude, no, they did not just drop a tank out of a ship into another ship.
Here at Kelto, we have one simple goal: to bring you the items you need quickly and easily. We've got everything you need: food, drinks, toys for the little ones, guns for the wife, all inside one store, Kelto. Just walk inside to begin your astronomical savings. Using the latest in Moby technology and machine learning, we know exactly what you've picked up and have already charged you. Want something hot and ready to go? How about hot dogs, nachos, or burritos? Kelto. We've even got the latest in Gemini ballistic weapons, like the Gemini F-55 LMG, featuring an explosive rate of fire that tops over 1,000 rounds per minute. It's the best light machine gun you can get in a convenience store. Looking for something a bit smaller for the kids? We also carry the Gemini LH86 pistol, perfect for those small hands. So come down to Kelto today for quality products at low prices.
Come to Kelto. Come to Kelto. Hey, welcome to CitizenCon 2951, our yearly celebration of everything Star Citizen is, and showcase of what Star Citizen is on its way to become. As usual, I'm your host, Jared Huckabee. So, what is CitizenCon? When it started in 2013, it may have had its humble roots in Sandy just wanting some place to bring folks together, and a solid excuse for Ben and Pete to watch the Wing Commander movie in a theater in Austin, Texas. But as with all things Star Citizen, it grew each year to become a full day of activities, most recently held in Manchester, England in 2019. Now, with a hiatus in 2020 due to the pandemic, and our desire to remain diligent and responsible in 2021, CitizenCon is back as something slightly different this year. Now, while it won't be the same without seeing all of you in person, and worrying if your plastic bag helmet is safe or not, we hope this year's event brings with it a similar sense of community and interaction as our developers present to you their continuing efforts in bringing Star Citizen's future to the present. And let's talk about some of that future we just saw with a look we just took at the Pyro system. Now, I've always said it, and I'll continue to always say it, we get better with every one of these things we do, whether that's planets, spaceships, or anything else in between. And with the Pyro presentation, we got our first true look at some of the new planets and moons, the process of converting our existing space stations into new outlaw variants, taking those colonial outposts that we've been seeing before from concept to amazingly detailed reality, and perhaps most excitedly, planetary AI nav mesh in action with a 24-hour day-night cycle that will truly bring these worlds to life and provide that universe of gameplay possibilities seen in those multiple different ways you can go about achieving your objectives. And for those of you who are wondering, yes, that was really Pyro 3, that was a real outpost and a real mission no sandworms here.
Yeah, that
That's what's
quarantine
coming to Star
haircut,
Citizen,
dude.
and a whole lot more. Now, because I'm the patron saint of bad ideas, let's take a look at some of the comments that came in on Twitch while we were all watching. This should be good. Engion says, using talent from across the globe, that's a good thing. I agree. Adderoth says, this guy is talking like it's been made.
Oh, dude, did he just leak? It's been, dude, it's been made.
Have the
Come
gameplay,
on.
but they want to force folks to stick around and watch the whole thing before they show it. Annoying, but typical for them. We are who we are. We showcase every part of the Star Citizen. Rolana says, someone needs to hand out some meds in chat. Underfern says, I wouldn't buy a melty dog from that man. I don't know if they're talking about Todd Pappy or Ian Leyland, but agreed. Lots of people said, 420 Space Weed, Vape Nation, damp, dank.
Nice. He knew they would. Come on.
Gaming Fortis says, just remember, he's more scared of you than you are of him. That's the truth. And then everyone went on a claim spree for a while. James Cameron, yes, the real James Cameron, he does exist. And then finally, Shorty Mac said, number 15, Burger King foot lettuce. The last thing you'd want in your Burger King burger is someone's foot fungus, but as it turns out, that
might be what you get.
Wise words, always. You can always rely on the Twitch community. And speaking of community, you may have noticed a selection of community-created videos throughout the day, ranging from commercials to skits to a variety of things in between. Those are all here as part of an effort by our fantastic community team that started months ago to include as many of you in today's festivities as possible. And while we can't show every single one that was sent in, the team did expand their original idea of just 15 videos to a whopping 42 for today's show. So you're going to see a few more as the day progresses. Now, of course, CitizenCon wouldn't be CitizenCon without the swag. Check that out, huh? Yeah. And this year, we've got it coming in two shapes and sizes. First up is the digital goodies pack seen here, which comes with the newly minted Arden SL Balefire.
Oh, by the way, Alan, they're already selling
on
the
Inside
400
Star
eye on
Citizen
the site
with
right
that
now.
Slick Theta Geo helmet. It's got the matching Balefire combat knife because accessorizing is always important, and the classic CitizenCon 2951 trophy, which I'm still trying to convince Actor Feature Team to turn into a bludgeoning weapon. Just say Red 1 more time, people. Now, these will all be distributed Monday to all backers. So if you've been on the fence so far and decide to back the project today, you'll get it along with everybody else on Monday. Now, over in Meat Space, since we can't do the traditional swag bag that's included for attendees with their ticket, we're doing a swag box that you can purchase on the RSI store. For the collectors out there, it's got 3 brand new Star Citizen pins to add to the collection, as well as an individually numbered challenge coin that says there are many like it, but this one is yours. Now, both collector's items come in a neat box and bundled with stickers that you can place all over the place, like Steve Bender's desk. I know, because I did. Now, the swag bag made box is available now on the robertsspaceindustries.com website. And we've also got some contests and giveaways going throughout the day, starting with this Astro Gaming headset contest, where folks hosting their own CitizenCon watch parties have an opportunity to submit images on Twitter or Instagram with the hashtag SCWatchParty to win a custom-painted Xenothreat headset seen here. Whether your party is at home or at work, or if you're Captain Richard in his car. And for those of you who don't do social media, we're also giving away some Tobii eye trackers on Spectrum today.
Oh, they're giving away a tractor, dude?
So tell us about some incredible moments you've had in person with your fellow citizens and win a Tobii eye tracker. Check that out on Spectrum for your chance to win. And no, I don't have one of those to show you because, as somebody said, I don't give things back. Now, let's talk about the day's activities. We just completed our Life in the Verse, or Life in Pyro presentation. Up next, we've got Ship Talk, where you'll learn about the latest and greatest in spacecraft coming to Star Citizen, Then we got Gen 12 and the multi-core Vulcan, where we'll take you through some of the new technologies that will unlock Star Citizen's ultimate performance potential.
There
Crafting
might be a
Worlds,
giveaway
which
on their
offers a
Twitch if
brief
you want to
look
hop
at
over
some
and
of the
check
new
it.
tools that make up those wonderful pyro planets we just saw. Server meshing and the state of persistence, which will give you an inside look at the process of expanding Star Citizen out to the breadth and scope we all want it to reach. The Sounds of Space, which for my money is the sleeper presentation of the day. Don't miss out. It looks at the new tools that will unleash our sound designers from the constraints of yesterday's outdated processes. And then finally, Systemic Gameplay and the Stream of Thought. An entirely silent presentation where Tony beams his brainwaves directly into your skull through the TV, provided, of course, you have your SGS brainwave amplitude receiver. You all have your SGS brainwave amplitude receiver, don't you? We'll figure it out later. Basically, it's a big, long day of Star Citizen presentations and infos. That Pyro presentation alone was like an entire season of ISC just crammed into a single day. Which makes me think, can I take the rest of this quarter off? I can. I cannot. All right. Well, if you end up missing any part of the show or just want to watch it again, each presentation will be going up on YouTube later today in glorious 4K. But fair warning, do not look directly into Todd Pappy's eyes in 4K. Or Corey Bamford's. They're mesmerizing. And that about does it for the housekeeping. It's time to throw it to our next presentation of the day, Ship Talk with Paul Jones, John Crew, and Ben Curtis, where they'll be discussing a ship you know, a ship you don't know, and a ship you weren't supposed to know, but you ended up did knowing. It's not invisible any longer. Here's Ship Talk.
Through unforgiving lands, across the impossible expanse, a mirage calls, a distant oasis.
There it is, dude. The 400i.
We chase what most consider myth. Pursue an obsession. That's what pushes us to greatness.
Outside of the 325, I believe in my heart
The
of
Oasis.
hearts that the 400i is probably the only
It's real.
worth it origin ship right now. None of their other ships have any gameplay loops that are actually worth anything. But yeah.
The 400i by Origin Jumpworks.
Oh, that's pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, it's awesome.
So we made the 404
Yeah,
in the end.
It was a ruse all along. It was a real ship.
Dude, all I'm saying is, I'm gonna be honest, Alan.
Cool to see the artwork. From both your teams.
If
really good job of kind of showing off
one of the fan favorite ship that they
So
drop
probably going with the show. This
is the Drake Kraken,
Ship
dude.
Talk, where we are going to talk
might
about
simply
a
just
variety
pass
of
away.
things today. My name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director here at CIG.
I'm Ben Curtis, and I'm the vehicle art director at CRG.
And I'm Paul Jones, art director.
Was there a giveaway on their Twitch? Did you find out?
So the 400i, it's a Constellation competitor, and we've got a few of these ships in this category across the board. We have the Constellation, we have the Corsair, and now we have the 400i. And the 400i has a few interesting features that makes it a compelling choice over the others. So being an Origin ship, it's obviously very visually sleek and fast, but also it can carry cargo and a vehicle at the same time. Size-wise, there's obviously a big gap in the range. We have the 100 series at the start, it jumps up to the 300 series. Then there's the big jump to the 600 series, and then another jump to the 890. So finding a space for this was fairly easy size-wise.
I mean,
it fills the gap quite
honestly,
nicely.
Alan.
So in terms
my
of the
cat's
process,
eating me on stream might be the most
normally
publicity
what
I've
happens is
ever gotten. So
we assign it to one
no
concept
such thing as bad publicity.
and we start the ball rolling. So it's really just a game of sort of exploration at this point. It's fast and loose. We always have a timeline for each concept, and so
Tanner and I have been talking about this ship since he started in February, and Connor and I have been talking about this ship since we started in November of last year.
At this point of exploration, it's really sort of loosey-goosey in terms of figuring out ideas, looking at shapes, looking at silhouettes, and sort of not locking yourself into
everyone's typing red one in the chat. Dude, get it.
We'll look at different ships. So some will be more influenced by the 600i, some more by the 100i, and then we'll sort of do a mix and match. And so, like I said, sometimes you don't quite hit it on that sort of,
I think
like right at the beginning.
Yeah, when you've got like a well-established manufacturer, it's really beneficial because you kind of you have that to pull from, but you also don't want to get into the point where it's just a scaled down 600 or a scaled up. Do you know what I mean? You kind of like, you don't want them all just to look like they're the same ship, just slightly different variants.
Yeah.
So I think
you know what it could be? If it's red one, isn't that Luke's number in isn't that the number of his ship? Isn't it red one, or is it red 5?
Sort of car manufacturers don't in terms of the brand. It's sort of expanding the brand. Sort of the brand also develops over time, so we have like a double.
Yeah.
Since the start of the project, Origin has sort of slightly changed its style a little bit, and then like say, you don't want just a mini 600.
Yeah.
Even though there's a part of me that would just be like, right, let's do a mini 600.
I do really like the 600. Yeah, the 600.
And even at this point, I kept sort of coming back to one original sketch that had been done for the
Red 5 in New Hope. Okay. If it was Red 5,
a little thumbnail,
I would probably say, what was it, the RSI Scorpius that was like coming out pretty soon anyways? I would have said that maybe it was the RSI Scorpius they're about to drop.
And so basically in the end I just went in and
because everyone was talking about how that looks like an X-wing,
some ideas together.
See, this was before my time on the ship team, so it's quite interesting
really?
to learn a bit more about the process.
Yeah,
it's a great ship. It's my favourite one, Paul. In that case,
a lot of the little concept thumbnails get. If you see one, because we often show them in Jump Point magazines afterwards, after a ship's being released, you see all the early sketches, and people probably noticed that 100i thumbnail that we did that was rejected for the 100, but then has come around for this, and you never know what might happen with ones that we didn't choose for this one.
Yes, they might appear in future ships. So ultimately, this is what this is like a visual that I did. So it's it's throwing together a bunch of shapes, what we call kit bashing from different models because it's quick. As an art director,
thanks for posting that in the Discord.
It feels like you've got 0
I appreciate
time
it.
to get a result. So it's how do you provide a visual that people can understand in the shortest time possible. And so my understanding of the ship was it was a luxury explorer. And so you can see here that's why there's a swimming pool in there and a deck. The part of the process is that we show it to Chris Roberts to get sort of direction and feedback.
And Chris was quite adamant that this was going to be an explorer. It wasn't just a small scale party ship. It was it needed to have a function. It needed to be a competitor to that scale and kind of role of ship.
We did quite a lot of interior investigations and just sort of looking at ways of arranging space within that ship because like we said earlier, even though the ship looks big, it's actually really tight. It's a lot harder than you think to achieve everything that now Star Citizens expect to have in their ships and all the components and all the functionality.
A very streamlined sort of 2 decks, or really like 1 deck that stretches most of the lower section and the upper bit, which had the pool in it. Maybe one day you'll get.
Maybe get the pool.
You'll get your pool one day.
So in terms of this process, what happens is we finish the concept, or what we think is finished, and then get Chris sign off, do a couple of paint schemes, and then it passes over to your department.
Yeah. So from the concept, normally we'll kind of take it as quickly as possible into the editor, and that just allows us to kind of really get a good sense of the space from the player, and making sure that everything that we think we need is actually going to fit, making sure the components go through, and like we were saying earlier, a lot of the time is what a ship starts off with its kind of paper design, its official design document, to the point where we're actually kind of working on the ship.
That's what I was saying. I think you jumped out of there.
That's not just because
for a second
and add that to
when
it.
I was talking about it. Yeah,
sometimes a balance.
I just told Tanner, and Tanner
a certain ship item, a certain size shield might not be suitable for it anymore, or it might be just that we think, well, actually it'd be great if we could fit the X1 in it because it's kind of the perfect ship for it, but that wasn't, like I say, on the original plans. So I mean, like you were saying, the ship is kind of a hard split with its two floors, so we've kept sort of all of engineering and cargo and storage and everything downstairs still, and then the kind of the habs and the crew space is all up.
Did you see how big it was, by the way, compared to sitting next to a Constellation, dude? This thing's actually big, like really big.
We also, that's the point that we kind of really start internally showing that ship to everyone that is invested in it, and
it looks like it has more interior space than
everyone that needs to kind of have a say.
Than the
Constellation. One of the kind of things that Chris was really keen for, although he didn't want this ship to be a kind of luxury party ship, he did want it to feel Origin. I think originally we had like the lift entrance.
There was a smaller, trying not to do hand movements too much.
Yeah.
There was just a single small platform just for the crew that went straight up into
into that whole area was quite tricky, wasn't it? Because there was the docking ring, the docking collar, the lift, and then there was an entrance to the front and an entrance to the back.
Originally I think on the concept you walked in through the docking collar, and like you say, the floor was a lift, you had the collar on the side, and then doors either side, which took you to like a little antechamber that had the suit lockers in, I think it was.
At the front,
and the first bit of feedback from Chris was the entrance doesn't really feel very grand for an Origin ship, and that's when we kind of introduced the stairs and the kind of like the big, not marble staircase, but that sort of idea that you were kind of like, walking into the ship felt a little bit more grand. That had some knock-ons to the kind of interior space as well, because obviously making a one-person or two-person lift is something that's relatively small.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to tab for a second because I lost my chat thing. 1 second, I apologize.
Have a decent height change. That requires a lot more space. So what we ended up doing was kind of opening up this first chamber you walk into, and then rather than being divided into separate rooms, that kind of whole space kind of acts as the airlock, and that's got everything that you need when you first enter the ship. And I think it does, like I say, just that initial entrance feels quite nice now.
We don't have a lot of ships like that anymore that have the go up the front of it in side.
I mean, we've got another one that will show after this.
But most of them, if they've got a ramp, it's like cargo, isn't it? It's pure.
Sorry about that.
And not really.
No, I think you guys done a great job on this because it was tricky. You know, I remember it at the time, and you feel the time pressure.
And then it was when I was just starting on the team as well, so I was like coming in and be like, oh, Paul, what do we do? Like, where do we go?
But it also, I mean, it's also nice because it sort of dovetails with that original sketch, which there's an element there in that thumbnail.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think at the time I sort of binned it off because it was just I'm sure I had some thoughts about it. I mean, everybody knows we've got a sort of 64 kilobit memory, so stuff kind of like gets lost after a short amount of time. But I think we did discuss it, but then it was just like, no, let's go simple. But you guys did good stuff.
Yeah, and then the next thing to tackle, like Paul was saying, was the kind of like the addition of the bike garage. It was a bit of a headache trying to kind of fit that in, and the original plan that you can see is originally we were going to have it at the back of the ship next to the cargo, or within
the back of the cargo.
Within the cargo room. It did fit, but it kind of brought up a few quirks with it. I think there was a few different quirks from different departments. So from a design point of view, I think we could only make it fit if you sent the bike up on its own, which was fine. But because the main entrance to the ship was at the front, it meant that you'd get off.
Yeah, to drive your bike onto this platform, get off your bike, send the bike up, run around to the front of the ship, run up the stairs.
Yeah, and the
then
stairs.
just look at your bike.
It's really nice that they're going to have the X2 hover bikes just available.
Yeah, it's like, all right, I need to quickly get off planet, and you're like, oh, right, okay, yeah, send that up. Oh, run, yep, okay, go. A minute later or 2 minutes later, you're in the seat, ready to fly. Like I say, that was one of the issues we kind of hit, and then the other, I guess, issue was it started eating into the cargo space, so it meant that you couldn't, once you had the cargo fully loaded, there was very little space for you to kind of traverse around the cargo hold. Basically, we had a number of kind of ideas we played with, and then if you click on, we ended up basically putting it at the opposite end of the ship. Now the nose, should we call it the nose? Yeah, the nose now opens up, and it's got like a nice little kind of dedicated X1 garage in there. It's a nice use of that kind of spine that was there originally.
Yeah, there was nothing really.
The gravity.
The X1, okay.
But we kind of nudged that back a bit, and I guess the mounts for the guns, but they kind of still tucked out to the side a little bit. So
there's a better use of space.
I really like the way the ship looks. Like I'm not gonna lie.
Generator there, and it had the suit lockers, but it was weird that you had to go through the airlock to get your suit and then back out. So taking up that space was much nicer. And the other really good thing is all the controls for getting a new ship and doing this, they're all right next to you. So you go, open this, you put your bike away, and go up.
And I think that's one of the kind of like the nice things of it is you can, I guess, ride up to your ship and it's just there. You send it up straight up, and there's no messing around. So that was one of the other challenges. And then, to be honest, most of the rest of the ship kind of went pretty much to plan in terms of what was on concept. I don't think there was any kind of real surprises. So now as you enter the ship and you come into the kind of like the main body, you're into engineering. This ship does have large shields.
Yes. Yeah. So that was another thing to make it different. Obviously we've made changes during development to other ships, and shields have changed, so it's not quite as unique as it was, but it's still very well shielded for its size.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest, Alan. I might trade the Constellation Phoenix for this.
Engineering is those rooms at the edge are.
What do you think? I mean, I feel like it's a bigger ship.
So it's another nice little thing to play with.
The Phoenix doesn't really have things about it that this ship would have.
Full dry ice.
There's no engineering on the Phoenix.
A little bit of party mode in there, But
you can put a vehicle in this one and not the Phoenix.
You established early on in the concept was this kind of like cool chamber in engineering.
Yeah, because we needed that space. I mean, you need space to put all the components somewhere, and just thought, let's just turn it into a feature.
Yeah.
So
and it kind of fits with the Origin kind of family as well, I think.
That's good. That's good.
And then kind of from engineering, you kind of go straight to the back, and that's where you've got your storage. I don't know if you know the SDU size offhand, but
not off the top of my head now.
No,
should probably put that in the notes.
Correct. Sorry. So you can fit a decent amount of storage in there. You've also got.
Have they said what the gun sizes are?
One of the other things we were doing when we were looking at this space with the bike is originally we were kind of, if we put the bike in this area, it meant that the storage reduced. So we were looking at kind of other ways of moving the storage around. At one point we thought, we could put it out in the wings, but then that didn't really make sense because ideally in the wings where you store your fuel and that sort of stuff, and it just felt really awkward. Where this kind of gives us the kind of classic traditional
big block of cargo.
Yeah, big block of cargo.
You can have the vehicle in it, can't you?
Yes,
you can fit a Cyclone in there.
Yes,
other smallish vehicles.
So this thing can hold two vehicles, an X1 and a Cyclone.
So it's not. You can do it.
But you won't have any cargo.
But you won't have any cargo, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we kind of make our way upstairs. 3-man, 3-crew bridge.
3-crew bridge.
And it's very, to me anyway, the bridge is very Origin. It feels very, very sleek. Get a real nice view of the kind of front of the ship out in front of you. It's a nice place, and it's got the classic kind of Origin kind of hardened, and we haven't got any low-tech screens. It's all kind of projected and feels fancy. Yeah.
Does that mean you can see there's a lot of 600i influence, like from the original concept image that was done for the 600i?
Yeah.
So I was keen to get those. That sort of, it's almost like the black louvers.
Yeah.
And then get everything sort of.
To be honest, they were one of the things that we kind of kept referencing back during the production. Was like, let's just go back and have a look at the 600 because that's one of those kind of shapes that really sells Origin to me. And yeah, so I think it was good kind of keeping them.
And that, it was also what's the Origin buggy called?
G12.
Thank you. Yeah. So again, we've got the louvers.
Yeah.
The 890 as well is like all the bigger Origin ships have this sort of arrangement of a single center seat and two crew ones, whether they're at the front or at the back. They're all sort of that style. So it all plays together.
And then Habs wise, you kind of got the captain suite and you've got the crew suite, and within those they've got their own kind of lockers, they've got their own kind of personal ship storage. I'm not sure if it's exact, but they're very similar in their kind of scale, but obviously the captain gets the slightly more space, a little bit more kind of luxury because he's the boss. So.
At one point it was a 4-person ship, and then we reduced it down to 3, so we've got that extra space for the.
I'm learning loads of stuff I didn't know about today.
Lots of things changed during the concept. Like changing it from 4 to 3 might sound like a quick thing on paper, but then it's like you're losing a seat out the bridge somewhere.
It would have been
lockers.
Tough to fit an extra seat in that bridge though, because it would have you would have had to have kind of had them 2 banks. So it would have been a bit just purely visual.
Honestly, that's not that bad.
Nice and weighted if it's.
I mean, the whole ship has a triangle.
Looks fast. Yeah.
To be honest.
And then as you kind of progress through to the rear of the ship,
we started doing.
This is where, like I say, originally it was.
It was the
since
3.14 came
we've
out.
kept some of the elements, I guess. There's still a kitchen, a decent size.
Combat has changed so much that like I'm not sure the Constellation is.
You've got your wine fridge
as good as it was before. Like before, I took the Constellation out bounty hunting. I think now I haven't taken the Constellation out bounty hunting except a couple times with you.
Sort of like the.
I'm mostly in the Gladiator now.
Kind of, we tried to make that place feel. Like,
the Constellation sort of the Phoenix is sort of like
with the hollow table than the sort of the breakfast bar that's just in front of
I don't know.
And
it just feels really cumbersome by myself, but with another person this would be like a pretty decent ship,
like a war table with seating and stuff, but that was a bit tight for kind of maneuverability, and also I think we ended up going with like the standing kind of hollow table rather than a seating one, because when you first kind of like look at it, it felt like an extension of the relaxation area rather than like a kind of planning, what we're going to do in our operation type area. And then, basically that kind of covers most of the 400, I guess, as a whole.
Oh, the Anvil Liberator, dude. Here we go.
So we'll move from the 400i to something a bit bigger. And something entirely new, which is the Anvil Liberator.
This is the cruiser.
Anvil's latest design, a spaceship, which is purely for transporting ships. So we wanted to do something properly and sort of provide that entry-level spaceship for that career. If you want to be a ship hauler, then this is the ship for you. It provides that good foundational base for it.
It's a fairly regular sort of process on this one. As Jared and
is this just a barge?
Before, these ships are often described as
an anvil barge.
Easy berths, hard berths, difficult berths. I think this one was a fast berth. It's been a while since we worked on some Anvil stuff, so in terms of the lineup, we have the Ballista, the Terrapin, the Hurricane. The Valkyrie, is probably more sort of, it's one of those larger ships. Then we've got the Carrack.
Yeah.
So a lot of work has already been done for those ships, and we've got we've got the modular kits. So in terms of the concept process, theoretically it's smoother sailing. And in terms of our process, again, it's that investigation, and each manufacturer has a sort of a loose set of rules. I'll say it's loose because there's always space for us to sort of slightly veer and slightly tweak the manufacturer.
Well, I think, like you were saying earlier, like manufacturers change with time as well as
they evolve.
Yeah, it's not like every ship came out at the exact same date with the exact same manufacturing processes. It kind of all.
Yes, yeah, and I think I mean that's kind of what I like about Star Citizen. Is we've got this sort of, it's this sort of rolling kind of like design. You know, it's sort of
Design
everything is being
timelines.
updated. Yeah, and it, you know, it's nice that, you know, when we work with narrative and they're like, oh, well, actually it's based on this old design, or whether it's a new stuff. So, you know, one of the early requirements from John, which you can see here in this fabulous designer art,
top quality design block.
Yeah, I'm liking it. I'm not sure about that shade of green, but not quite anvil. But basically, this is super easy for us, and also, you know, because we're working with a contractor, about sort of laying out the limits of, you know, because we always, you know, we like to make ships big, you know, so it's always okay.
If I drop the Phoenix, could I replace it with a Taurus and a 400i?
Cool, but it has to fit
no, I think.
Quite strict.
I think if I drop the Phoenix,
you need to fit a number of ships in it, but also.
If I drop the Phoenix, I could replace it with a 400i, and then I'd have like $50 left over. I think.
There you can see. There's the red box, which is the maximum bounds that the ship can.
Because originally I dropped another ship for the Phoenix.
Fit through the hangar doors.
And then I paid $50, so I'd have $50 left over.
Not a goal to hit, because we've ended up in the past with ships that have a centimetre or two's clearance right at the edge. So when you're coming in and out of the hangar, you just clip as soon as you clip one side of it, then it throws it into the other one.
It makes it difficult.
And you can see there for the extra small landing pads, the green size.
Are you asking about the Taurus for the firepower? Is that what you're asking about?
If it was just 3 extra small ships, by the time you've got these 3 green, and they have some Z height to them, which I didn't put in here. By the time you've got these green blocks, like you've got to have space for these, and also got to fit in this. Then you sort of start funneling yourself into.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, you provided a reference image right at the start, which is of military hovercraft.
Yeah, the American, I can't remember if it's the Navy or the Army.
Yeah, and so that was like, I mean, people will see straight away the correlation between the two and the sort of influence. But it, you know,
that's a big
it
ship.
Makes sense, right?
It's a very
functionality.
I'd say it's a very functional ship, isn't it? So, and it feels like.
So they've
like
got
obviously
they've got a tank in there and a ballista, which is a lot of interior space.
And so, you know, we'll basically be looking at
with a gladiator on top.
Exterior options, and again, it's always, you know, it's quite difficult when you have something like that reference image of the military hovercraft, because instantly it sits in your mind, and you sort of get kind of get sort of stuck in that thinking. And so, you know, part of my job is also to sort of push the concept artists and say, right, okay, well, what about this? What about that? I think, you know, it's always it's always a sort of dual role. You know, we sort of, you know, you work together, and kind of two minds is always better than one, right? So in this case, we're sort of looking at, you know, this is a sort of first stab at it. So there's a lot of similarity with the Valkyrie. So there's the Valkyrie engines. You know, it's pretty standard. It's just one floor plate, and it's symmetrical. Then we look at some cleaner stuff. It's not, you know, it's a nice design, but doesn't really speak of Anvil to me. I mean, but you know, it's cool. I like it. There's some interesting things.
Certainly very hovercrafty.
Yeah. I think just too simple for
too wedgy.
Yeah. This one was asymmetrical version. You know, we've got that massive.
It looks like a very small aircraft carrier
at this point, but it's, you know, it's just visual exploration. We've got the asymmetrical wings. Again, you know, sort of interesting stuff. At this point, we're starting to push into like terrapin territory. So we've got sort of essentially like the bridge, and it's kind of like got a cowl. It's like sort of, you know, it's kind of like the little turtle head from Terrapin, and sort of mixing and matching. And so, you know, it's kind of interesting. Again, you know, we're doing these things rapidly, so, you know,
has some pros and cons design wise as well, because obviously we have the XY metric, but you also have the Z. So a lot of our hangar metrics are quite tall. So the problem with this one was it was just to the height of the ship. The actual height it would have needed to be would have been double that. So then you end up with this really tall gangly things because we've also shortened it by a third. So
I like you trying to get yourself into like the shape of a ship. Yeah, that's
really
good.
tall.
Yeah.
And then here is like where we sort
Yeah,
of
that's
start
true.
building upon something that
I do have to think about
the
that.
decision was made, but you know it made sense to have the garages on that lower deck. Here, you know, you've got two tanks lying side by side, which you know is cool. It looks good, but it isn't actually like an official feature.
Yeah. It was around this point where we were looking at the double layer thing and trying to get these 2 layers to work, or 2 floors to work with the 3 larger ships. So we changed it from the 3 extra small pads to 2 extra small pads, which basically take any single seat fighter in the game and some around. So I think a Prospector also fits on there.
Yep.
And then we scaled the front one down to an extra small. So that's things like the Argo MPUV, Origin 85X, and smaller flying ships like that. But also, interestingly,
Yeah, it can take down the
extra
hammerheads.
small metric is sort of the same as the medium vehicle metric. There's like a meter difference in height, which is the Ballista and Nova. So we went from these 3 extra smalls to 2 extra smalls on top, 1 extra small at the front, and then these 2 garage slots, which can also, if you're willing to try and fly your small ship in.
Alan, did they?
Yeah, you were
this
saying
Liberator,
that
is this a concept
Yeah,
thing as well?
basically just basically filled that whole carriage.
There was no sort of like door opening space at all. It was
Yeah, it was Cyclones and
we know what
Rock
players are like.
DSs. Yeah, I mean it looked good. I mean it looked like you know, it looked like a ferry. You know, when they're just full of the vehicles all just stacked up.
just increases like the risk value of flying it, doesn't it? Like if you've got 3 ships on it, all right.
Yeah.
Got 15.
And need a big insurance payout. So you know, once we have the an exterior that we were happy with, then it's then we move on to the interior, and it's only 2 crew.
Yep. So it's 2 crew. You have obviously the person.
This is
flying
a very large ship. Did you see that large docking collar on it?
Who can either sort of a flexible role. There is a turret that they can control. They can go sit in it and shoot anything that comes at you, but it's not really a ship that's a combat ship. It's a transporter ship. If you want protection, you need to bring protection with you, or rely on the ships that you're carrying to provide that protection, which is another benefit of this open-topped ship. Is
you can just
you come under
launch.
attack, everyone can launch out straight away. You're not having to fly your ships out one by one out of a tube. They can get off pretty quickly.
We've done launch tubes yet, haven't we? One day
we do launch tubes.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
See, that's why I like the thing is, this one doesn't interest me as much.
Basically, we've moved on to interiors again
because the Drake Kraken. But
we've got our function.
This is definitely an entry level into something that's like
the last,
that.
2, 4 years, definitely the last 2 years, like our process has just been a lot stronger in terms of player flow. So there's no more of the Starfarer higgledy-piggledy
mystery tour.
I mean, that was our first multi-crew ship, so the pipeline wasn't in place. I mean, spaceships interiors was like, I don't know. So I mean, there's been a lot of learning going on, and so now it's like, okay, if I'm a player, what experience do I want? Like, how do I get from A to B? I don't want to do A to G to H to get to B. None of that business. So as we look at these interiors, we just sort of looked at sort of different flow, basically different ideas.
It looks like ground-based stuff. Yeah, Liberator is still in concept. It is available for pre-order. Sweet. Okay.
The garage, you can easily get from the garage into the living quarters.
Yeah, the thing is,
the
like,
elevators just run the full height.
Currently, I don't have a Hercules because I traded. Well, I had.
And so the whole process is
the Starliner. $500 more a month. That's a
even
lot.
if you're in those top rooms.
But this is probably just a concept, like you said. It's probably gonna be a concept for a while.
Stairs that just run down the side of the
Something like this would be very useful in Pyro, a little bit more than the Hercules, because the Hercules can only hold ground vehicles. But like, let's say, okay, like I was saying, Pyro is wide. It's very big. So let's say that
sectioned off.
this thing,
always
like
ready.
they said, it can
But then,
refuel
like
your
say,
ships.
you said about, like, the
This is
bow
basically
ship,
a very
how
small
that's
Kraken.
all that
That's all
tech
this
stuff's,
is.
like, hidden at the bottom, and that feels
But it
nice
can
that
also
that's
hold
preventing
2
the-
ground vehicles,
'cause you don't
the
want
size of a tank.
passengers.
Yeah.
Which
just
again,
milling around.
that's the
And
same
then
as
moving
the.
on to
It's. I think they said it can hold
garage
3.
space and cargo
Yeah. See,
storage,
look,
so
you got the vehicle
originally,
storage
like,
pads.
cargo was gonna
Looks
be-
like it had 3 or 4 storage pads on it, which I think a tank takes
It's
up
gonna be
2.
a compromise choice that players could make. The cargo is
but-
down, either down the middle of the.
You can still do cargo with this
garage
if you
or
don't have
perhaps
vehicles.
on the pad, so
You can still do vehicles, which
but then-
it holds the same amount. It looks like
Yeah, it
as
had a bit of
the
space. Well, basically,
Hercules.
the concept guy went
But
on-
on
went
top
rogue.
of that,
I was
you
like,
can
oh,
also
what about
carry
this? This is
around
cool.
3 other ships on top that it can refuel in flight.
Right,
It
John, can we
said.
have this?
Come into a meeting. Oh, I've just gone away and done this this thing that we're not going to talk about, but it's turned into.
I think this would be more useful than a Hercules,
yeah.
if I'm being honest, because. You know, let's say if
Well, we want- I mean,
if we had one of these
for me as
things,
an art director, I
you
want
wouldn't have to worry about
feel like they can take those little
getting your
forward
ship anywhere because you could refuel. You know.
And you know, luckily this time. It's
And let's say
turned out
something bad happened.
and makes good use of
Everyone
space,
who's currently
so
being flown around on this thing could take off and
So
and
then we get to
fight.
the fun part,
You know.
which is when we get onto promo. I think it's everyone's favourite part involved with this sort of stuff, and that is really sort of, I call it selling the dream. So it's you know, you're really sort of honing in into what a player's experience might be, and I love doing this sort of stuff as well. So so here we've got, you know, a fully loaded carrier.
The core of what that ship is for. Like, you have these smaller carrier-borne ships, is what Chris likes to call them. Like, they're not deep space fighters. They can't go long distances by themselves. They need to be from a parent ship.
Yeah, like they just said.
The Liberator is, unless you suddenly got an Idris to carry things with. This is
Fighters are
this is
not
what
going
you're
to be
see
very
going through
effective in Pyro by themselves.
and long
They're going to need to have
thrust.
some
Like,
sort of
Pyro
support.
is incredibly large compared to Stanton, and Stanton's already quite big to go from one side to the other. So we really need these ships to help you lug all your stuff from point A to point B. Because if you do it in your Hornet, that's going to be, I don't know, 50, 100 little stops. Whereas you cram it in one of these and send it on its way, it's going to be
So like he was just saying, it's going to be like a very long time to get across Pyro if you're just in a single fighter. This is a support ship, so like support ships are going to be more important in Pyro, I think, than just one-offs like the Hercules.
2-man crew, designed for hauling 3 spaceships and some ground vehicles, long distance.
3 ships. The Banu Merchantman, dude.
Let's talk about the Banu Merchantman then. It's that ship that's been around for
fan favorite
a long
for a long time now.
I think fans have been waiting quite a while for this.
Yeah, we haven't really shown a huge amount of it beyond those original concept images. So
no, and I think you know, this is my 2nd round on this, so I think maybe like 3 years ago we did an initial concept round.
Like around the time of Defender, I guess.
I can't actually remember.
So long ago.
Yeah, but sure. Let's. I think fans are going to love this.
So there's a few things that need to be updated for the Merchantman. Obviously, we've talked about this many times in the past. As Star Citizen develops, things get added, things get refined. We improve our workflow. So number one thing we had to do was look at the size and the scale of the ship, because I think it was 160 meters wide and 160 meters long, so it's in essence a cube. But
it's a very tall ship as well.
Yeah, but it was very vague because we had never done a full interior layout, so
not to like the new system. No.
Yeah, so we need to make sure it fit everything in. So it's always a good starting point. The cargo numbers they've never really been changed since they were originally concepted as freight units, not standard cargo units. So the scale of cargo has changed since we did it originally.
I don't remember freight units.
Yeah.
It was
It was a long,
before my
long
time.
ago. The marketplace / bazaar need to have a good working out. And then lastly, we wanted to have some synergy between the Defender and the Merchantman, so we found a way to get a Defender hangar on board. So that obviously has big consequences for the ship. So let's talk about the exterior.
I guess thinking about it seems so long ago since I started on this, but the addition of the Defender to the ship basically had the biggest impact in a way, like just because the Defender is not a slim ship, is it?
No, it's deceptively big to me. Like the Defender, I always think in my head that it's this tiny little thing, but
in flight mode it's quite slim.
Yeah.
But then when it's landed, it's got this sort of
big stance.
Yeah. So this has been. I think I've probably been on this for maybe a year, something like that now. And I said before, we did an initial round of concept work, and it was sort of done more in isolation, so we didn't really have a full interior, and we sort of treated it more as, okay, we need a corridor, we need an idea of a marketplace, we need an idea of a bridge, and we'll kind of sort of piece them together. And so that was maybe like 3 years ago, something like that. And obviously processes have changed, as we've discussed today. It's more about the player experience and the flow and things making sense, less rule of cool. If we still have the coolness, but you want it to work right. Yeah. You don't want it to be frustrating.
I think when you kind of do it, like obviously this big ship, so you think, oh yeah, we can make whatever room this size and it'll be fine, but that kind of always sets us up for just a lot more headaches when it comes to our side. So by you spending the time to actually like fully flesh out the interior, it just saves us so much time when we come to actually do the production side of it.
Definitely.
Kind of takes all that risk away from us and puts it up front onto you basically. Yeah. So thanks, Paul. Yeah.
Well, you're welcome. You're welcome. I mean, we've tried hard. I mean, you can see here that the ship did have to scale up.
Yep. We talked about earlier. We have those hangar metrics, and scaled up it now
doesn't fit
the hangar metrics.
So we'll get to the solution in a little bit.
Yeah.
And just a quick shot of the front, and you can actually see that from the front it hasn't actually changed that much. It's grown a little bit in height, but gained a little bit of body mass, but overall pretty similar. I mean, we've the ethos of this whole thing is the ship was really cool anyway. Like everybody really liked the ship, so it wasn't that we wanted to change it.
There is some thought and some things they've said.
We do need to advance
for the Banu Merchantman. Excuse me.
So between myself,
for the Banu Merchantman, it will be able to dock two Banu Defenders in a parasitic style link up.
We basically met twice a week.
I'm thinking if you look on the wing, there's these of the Banu Merchantman. There's these two little round port things look like they have a door. I think that the Banu, because the Banu Defender sits like this with the cockpits are like in the middle. I think they're gonna slide into that slot.
I'm not having
that would be really cool.
Down. Actually, the whole process has been quite nice in a way, but it's just been long. I
think this is the one that
it's a marathon.
To begin with, I was really scared, and then the kind of the closer you kind of got to finishing your work, the kind of the less scared I'm getting and the more excited I'm getting. And I'll probably have, when we get into production, I'll be like, oh no, what are we going to do? And then again, once we kind of actually kind of get over that hurdle, because it's quite an intimidating ship, not like just visually, but like
I mean, there's a lot of cool stuff. I mean, we're seeing here the sort of hangar opening. Mm-hmm. So basically, we've one of the sort of design philosophies of the Banu ships is they sort of incorporate tech where it suits them. So they use tech from humans, they use tech from Xi'an.
What's up, Rye?
It suits them to sort of achieve what their needs are.
Welcome on, bud.
For this ship, we've leveraged a lot of Xi'an tech, so it's a lot of that essentially levitation tech. So stuff doesn't have to be physically connected to move. It sort of hovers and then shifts.
Just to update you.
So it's basically given us a lot of opportunity for creativity.
I'm trying to do this as more of like a cinematic
it's always multi-part
viewing.
As well, so it's always kind of nice.
I won't be talking as much
front. This is with
as I normally would.
Front guns out, which are S8.
Just to eliminate my voice over most of this.
The original core
but I will be talking in chat, so please feel free to chat.
Sort of tucked away and hidden, so it gives you that
Yes.
non-threatening aura to start with, and when it needs to, then everything.
I was gonna say, it's going to be
pops
quite
out.
a powerhouse, really, isn't it? Like,
Yeah.
with its guns and its turrets.
It's a proper transformer. This ship.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean, there's probably no area that doesn't transform almost, especially on the exterior. And again,
We're currently looking at the Banu Merchantman.
With that, kind of like,
just a friendly trader.
Yeah, just a friendly
it's
trader.
peaceful.
Don't worry about me. Just going on my business, and then suddenly everything just pops out, and it's all business. So again, sort of multi-stage animation for the guns. Again, for the turret. I mean, the turret featured in the
that
original,
gun's pretty sweet.
There was a hidden.
It was never really fully explained.
No.
There was a turret, man turret there that you could get in and defend with, and it was in that top fin, I guess.
Yeah, and when the weaponry is unmanned, it's a lot easier. We can get away with a lot smaller spaces. Once you put a person in it, then it's a whole different ball of wax.
Yeah.
Just the player experience, and it's twin gun.
Twin S5, so it's not giving you a little tickle. It's quite a big punch.
Yeah.
And even though it's only a turret, a gunner, you still got to kind of take all the consideration. You're taking in a pilot seat in terms of their visibility and everything else. And
Coverage as well.
And yes, you expect to see the big guns and the silhouette and get that kind of like the real feel of being in a gunner seat. But like I say, it's quite easy for it to just kind of grow in complexity quite quickly.
So I mean, basically, we've used the GM tech again to help us sort of reveal the turret, also to elevate the turret. Still, we've got multiple ideas for that, so I think we'll just have to figure that out a little further on. And then these guns look tiny in comparison, don't they?
They're still
like
sized. So
pea-shooters.
these are guns that most fighters have equipped to them, but they're on these point defense turrets. So obviously, the ship was big to start with. It's bigger now. It's more of a target for missiles and torpedoes, and one of the best ways we have in game to counter those is these automated point defense turrets. So Banu again, humans have these phalanx style guns that shoot down incoming threats. We'll take that and we'll use our own guns. So it's got 4 of these on the hull. So there's 2 on top near the bridge, and then I think we see the other 2 underneath. So you've sort of got your 360 degrees protection from missiles from those. And then there's an additional pair of size 4 remote turrets under the wings. These are controlled from the bridge. The bridge crew mentioned them. So yeah, it's not lacking on.
The thing is, it can carry a fair amount of cargo, and it's got its own trading floor.
It's your livelihood.
Yeah, you kind of need to make sure that.
I mean,
you
basically,
protect that.
there's it's a bit of a TARDIS. It's a bit of a,
I really hope they keep these things in mind when they're going through like their pass on the Kraken. Because one of the complaints the community has had about the Kraken is that it just isn't. They haven't spec'd it to defend itself very well. This thing wasn't either. And it looks like they're giving it a lot more options, so that's good.
It is very dominant.
And the Kraken's supposed to have like, I think, 3 to 4 times the shots this thing has.
Where it's just there, just destroying a mountain. It flies over, just dragging it through.
So we've, it's a multifunction essentially, because one of the difficulties was at the top of that fuel scoop, is basically the entrance to the marketplace for traders and the public. So it was, there's that challenge of what it needs to look, it needs to do its job, but it also needs to look visually appealing because it's going to be the entrance. So there was, and we'll see that in a second. But it was always a bit of a tricky thing to solve. And so, again, we're seeing here as John mentioned earlier, the ship got wider and didn't actually fit on a landing pad.
Which meant we had no hangars that it would officially fit in. We could only ever officially land at docking stations with docking ports or on a planet's surface, which is, as a trader, you're missing out on all the places you could land to do trading. So we had to find a solution.
I mean, the funny thing is, this is the simplest of the solutions that we came up with. I mean, there's probably like 10 others that we did, some of them are super crazy, parts just folding back on each other and all sorts of things. So, but in the end, I think, simplicity wins out.
They're not small bits of wing to move.
Yeah.
It's kind of
there's gaps here, and we haven't got the mesh in there, but there will be. We'll work it out for you, Ben.
Yeah.
So you can see here, this is basically a shot of what is the fuel scoop, but it transforms again and becomes this pathway to the marketplace. So you'll have this, basically what this experience, again, it's kind of the red carpet treatment. You're walking up into the marketplace. It's not in this image, but we will have, hopefully, we'll have like softs, like awnings basically, that will sort of come out as well. And so we'll have that sort of marketplace.
I think for me, this is one of the ships that really excites me because it is very different to, not a lot of the ships that we've done, and I think that sort of like initial experience, like you say, of seeing this thing kind of like come and land down, and the traders kind of inviting you in and entering into, it's very otherworldly.
Yeah.
Kind of entering up that, walking up those steps out of one of our kind of space station, like our human space stations.
Oh, absolutely.
I think it's going to be kind of really exciting to kind of.
The idea is that as you go up those stairs, you'll have holographic visuals of products that are in the marketplace, and so they will sort of pop up and just be spinning. So you'll have like. It's just that sort of shopping experience.
Unfortunately, it seems like they're trying to make this like a really gimmicky.
Maybe artifacts that the traders picked up.
It only has like I think 2 or 3 shops on it,
so.
Maybe 4.
And then also the cargo that changed.
Cargo
but it seems like they're really not focusing on the fact that this is supposed to be a merchant ship.
Original concept.
Like I get that it needs cargo and stuff, but
wasn't particularly clear on. Was the cargo
I don't know. I feel like they're making it really gimmicky. Does anyone else get that feeling?
Was it a walkable space?
And we kept it external for the first half of this development.
And then it was during a meeting where I think a bunch of us were in there with Chris, and we were all like, "Oh no, it's internal," and then someone else was like, "Oh no, it's external." And we just decided like, let's make it enclosed. We'll keep the styling of how it was in the original concept, so you have that sort of, I don't know how you want to call it, shuttering or on the outside.
Yeah, I'm struggling to actually remember it now because I'm kind of like locked into this one. But it was more that it was you saw the cargo crates, didn't you?
They were very exposed, weren't they?
They were exposed certainly from underneath. You could see them all.
Yeah.
They were top mounted and they could all drop down, but that caused huge problems with the entrance case where if they could all drop down at the same time, then you couldn't get in the ship to start with. So
we did have a solution, but this is definitely better.
Yeah. So now it's enclosed. You just have one way of dropping at the front, and then we'll see later how it's all managed inside. So you can have the front ramp open and cargo.
Yeah, I want to see the interior shots of this.
The two systems are not interfering with each other. And your cargo is more protected as well.
Yeah, and that's kind of, I guess, a key element of it, isn't it? Is not only having the like footfall into your marketplace, but these big trade items, you're going to need to deliver them.
Yep. So we're going to move on to so we've been looking at sort of functional images of basically explaining how we've been dealing with design decisions and how that's affected art. So now we move on to the sort of the sexy stuff of looking at how we've taken the existing Banu materials, from the early merchantmen, which there was a lot of good stuff on that, and then just progressing it a little bit further. And again, this is still probably this is subject to change still. It's previs, but in terms of where it's heading, it's really quite exciting. And so not everything is modelled in this, so there probably will be more folds in the metal, kind of like there is on the Defender.
If you look at the concept images versus where.
Yeah, man, they really changed the way this ship actually looks as compared to like. Even if you go back, to 2 weeks ago, probably.
And so we're just kind of like working in.
It's very different.
Kind of sort of turning it into more. It is more ornate. It's more of a sort of special item, essentially, and sort of really trying to sort of get that impression. So You know, we're layering in the gold, we're layering in the sort of all the sort of Art Nouveau line work, sort of with a sort of Bano influence. You know, we're looking at sort of taking materials like opal or whatever the citizen equivalent is of that, and also integrating that into the ship. So it really is sort of a display of wealth. It's like if you've got this, like you're loaded.
Crown jewel of your fleet.
It is. So you know, I think it's going to some really nice places, and so you know we're looking at this heavy bruiser of a turret, and this is still work in progress. You know, ideally there would be more work to do with this, and so we'd get more of the sort of curvature in the metalwork and stuff. But because we're on because of time scale and stuff, we've got to make some compromises. But we'll pass that information on to you.
I'm sure we'll get a good kick-off on this one. I like the turret on this one. It's good.
So that's the exterior. We'll move on to the interior. Yes, we'll go over how it was, how it is, and then we'll go on a magical mystery tour
through the
up through
interior.
the ship.
Yeah. So it was a lot simpler, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Back in the day, it was pre-metric, so we didn't have all the requirements in place.
No components.
The marketplace is a lot simpler in here, and so with Banu Merchantman 2.0, or in my head it's 3.0. You know, we basically moved on to a fully upgraded interior. Roll drum, and so you can see from this cutaway, and it's kind of hard to show, all the pathways in this ship. I feel like I'm banging this drum, but again, we did a lot of work on pathways and navigation, and so you can, you know, as a trader, you're locked off to a certain route. As a crew, you've got access to everywhere, but as a trader, you're like, okay, well, you've got these areas you can get to. You can come in from the docking collar, and there's two different docking collars. You know, there's
the larger
ship
one on
to
one
ship
side
and ship to station, and then that funnels you into the marketplace, and then you can go back down through the flipper or vice versa, the fuel scoop. And so, you know, in terms of what's changed, we've had to create space for the cargo. You know, the hangar for the Defender, that was a massive one. So a lot of.
I'm not a real big fan of them switching out the hangar.
You know, there's two elevators in this. There's one for crew. There's one for traders. Again,
I think that kind of like builds on the experience of someone coming to buy stuff there, though, and to me that's kind of like part of the lure of the ship is that, you know, like say the crew have their own everything set up, but the kind of like the people that are coming to spend money, that experience is like the kind of like one of the core elements of that ship. That's what makes it kind of so special.
A different experience to coming on board it that way versus living on board it and
totally
working on board.
And so we'll see here that
B11. Are you saying that Hercules with its standard can make it across in 11 hours?
Going up the fuel scoop or the market entrance, you know, you'll have the awnings all folded out. It should be a real grand experience. Will we have red carpet?
I kind of like, I don't know why in my head it's like Aladdin's cave. Do you know what I mean? That's what it kind of.
And we had some reference images as well.
Oh, okay.
For the marketplace, and so here you've walked up, and you're again. This is always in this concept theory has always been this tree of life essentially. So basically you enter at the base of the tree, and then it forms the spine, and then that tree branches out and basically reaches to the front of the ship. That's the theory. Always been this organic theory.
The same in the Defender. You come in the Defender up the ramp.
Yes.
And then you have that big central tree which houses components, and then that stretches out and back around to form.
So the line work in this is a little more sort of refined. It has gone less organic compared to the Defender. We've kind of gone for a slightly less alien feeling.
Yeah.
Just to
like doesn't feel like it's actually a tree that has grown and they build a ship around this kind of organic thing. It is a ship.
Yeah, absolutely. And so here is a capture from 3D Studio Max, just so it's super clear. Like this is where this is the lower floor, so the marketplace is split into 2
Yeah,
floors.
Pyro's going to be really big. I'm not sure the metrics that they currently have on it are accurate. I mean,
it sort of goes over the top. You can kind of see here, obviously, we've got a flying jellyfish. But the theory is that that'll be a holographic.
I'm really hoping
choose
that
special offer.
Pyro's not going to
Could
be
be special offer,
that
could
big.
show a weapon, could just have like butterflies.
But you know, you could prepare yourself for
this
even
really
with
gives you
your
a vibe
fastest quantum
of,
drive. Okay.
You know, the complexity.
Even with your fastest
of
quantum
the,
drive, it
like,
might take you 30 minutes to get
folded
somewhere.
metal, that organicness,
Or it might take you 15, 20 minutes.
Sort of just that overall experience.
The headaches that you're going to cause.
And so, like,
And
support
that Aladdin
ships are going to be very
You've
important.
got the little jewels hanging off the.
There is
like
an argument to be made though that
in a lot of other.
there might not actually be a whole lot of combat that could be potentially happening in Pyro with all that space. You know, I mean, what are they going to do? They're going to populate it with 30,000 AI ships.
So
I mean,
really
how
sort of pushed
you
on
know?
that on this one.
Think about how
And
far you're
so
going
here is like
in that distance,
there's
and
basically,
how
as
much
part of the tree of life,
you know. If
in the marketplace is the elevator shaft, and so you can then go up there into the negotiation room, which was in the original.
One of the images that everyone remembers from the original.
Yeah,
concept.
no, I totally get that. But like, think about what you were saying earlier, as far as like, you know, combat being the thing. I don't think so, dude. I think exploration's going to be the thing in Pyro, because stealth gameplay is going to be a big thing. Like, if you do get caught out in the open, you're going to be screwed. Okay, but think about like the potential of being caught out in the open. I think that potential is very small. Unless you do something stupid. Unless you're a PvP player that's like constantly
how do they eat? How do they? Because for the
unless you're a PvP player that is constantly screwing up and like has bounties on their head and people coming after them.
These trades can take days, weeks.
I think that exploration,
the people that come
mining,
to trade,
and science, because they've already talked about like plants and fauna and stuff like that. I think those three are going to shine in Pyro more than they're giving it. And I wish they would talk about that more, because they keep talking about the combat, the combat. But like the standard read on someone's scanner is 10,000 meters, okay, or 10 kilometers. All right. You can also get up to like 200 kilometers if you go with like a retaliator or something.
So you can see here.
But if it's
in the
you know,
image we've got massive gemstones.
17 astral
But you know, in terms of
wide.
lighting opportunities, you'll have.
How in the hell is someone going to be able to find me if I just book it? And especially with exploration,
which we just mentioned.
I'm sorry, I'm talking too much, but especially with exploration, being able to shoot a beacon out in a random direction and just go to it, no one's going to find you, dude.
It's a display of wealth, right? If you can afford to.
Exploration is like the thing that drew me to this game, and I think it's going to be one of the things that makes this game better than any other in terms of like possibility.
Relaxed. And so that's kind of what we've been pushing with. So there's a lot of commonality that we've taken from the original and fed into this, but then also pushing further. So again, you can see the sort of like carved gemstones inlaid with more gemstones, inlaid with gold, and so again, you know, in terms of player experience, it's going to be totally different to anything that's happened. And we've still kept that viewpoint looking into the hangar, so
the cargo bay.
Sorry, into the cargo bay. And so yeah, it's been quite a tussle trying to get everything into place. And then this is an example of one of the hubs.
Yeah.
If you're doing long-term trading, and this is really sort of based on, again, keeping with the organic theme.
So think about it like this, Al, like you just said, okay?
Slightly different palette and materials, and so
what is this? What is it? I'm sorry to make you do math, but you seem more than willing to do it. So, what is the distance from Microtech to Crusader as far as millions of kilometers? Because my C2 Hercules can make that trip in like 5 minutes. Okay, so if you're saying
again, just pushing.
That the longest trip is around 120 million kilometers, okay? And you push that up to, 407. That's almost 4 times. So let's say the longest minute in Pyro, the longest transition in Pyro could only take like 20 minutes, if that's true.
That's
you know
where
what
the
I'm saying?
trainers go, but the crew obviously has got access to the full ship, and so
slightly less grandiose, but not.
Yeah. So the docking cargo. That docking corridor is still quite elaborate, but
that's going to be shared between.
Yeah, it's more of a shared space. There's some more technical elements in there in terms of venting and stuff, and we still want to.
And as far as the Hercules goes, I can totally make the trip from Microtech to Crusader back and forth 2 or 3 times.
Layering of the bodywork.
A standard fighter could not do that more than once, probably, without having to refuel.
By balancing those two, the proportions, you sort of.
Which gives you even more reason to have a fleet carrying mechanic in Pyro.
It's going to be a journey.
Because if you've got to stop every time you finish your quantum and refuel every time, that's going to get annoying.
To the marketplace from the docking area, and so you've got that great big green ring, which kind of sort of, that we kind of put that there and kind of thinking of. It shows green when it's safe.
Yeah.
The docking. There's not some kind of ventage going on.
Yeah, I was having this conversation with the team this week actually about that exact thing, about kind of communicating to the player, but not in just as simple as something flashing on a screen or whatever else, but just having something a little bit more elegant.
So I think again, this will give you some really good opportunities, and again, it's just.
I'm gonna absolutely back you up on that, dude. Hopefully. It doesn't mean you can be friends with everybody.
On to the habitation section where sort of crew can go. People who are familiar with the Defender will really sort of see the sort of common thread.
Yeah, so the Hercules can make that 57 million kilometers in like 5 minutes.
Is reduced.
So let's say you scale it up to 400. So 40 minutes to go 409 almost, like you said.
You're getting a lot of that sort of like layering in here as well, aren't you?
Yeah. That in the middle is the, what do we call it? The magic tagine.
Yeah.
Ultimately, so it's fed from underneath, and you choose what you want, and then it appears, and the top comes off, and you get your food out.
Yeah.
Oh, this thing produces food. That's kind of cool.
About sort of how aliens eat. That could be a whole talk in itself, I feel.
It's a tricky one because it's an alien. It's a Banu ship, but it's got to support humans operating it. If you had an entirely Banu crew, if you were playing as a Banu, then some aspects of this you don't need. But
oh, that guy just said if you were playing as a Banu, maybe in the future you can play as other races. That would be cool.
Yeah, and so a lot of complex stuff to sort of get our heads around. Engineering. This is a work in progress shot.
It's one of my favourite bits. I really like this.
And you can't really tell from this shot, but it's essentially set over 3 levels. But you've got that main middle level, and you can sort of get on mini to drop down to components or walk up the stairs to some elevated stuff. But essentially, this is leading to the main central engine.
Yeah, and it was pretty slow.
Like sort of counter.
I think getting across the galaxy took me 15 minutes.
Shadow play.
So let's say scaling that up times 8.
Looks extremely cool in motion.
I mean,
if we can tie it to
you're at 2 hours.
Talking about whether tying it to damage or.
So let's say doing that 57 times 4.
It sounds like a good idea.
I'm sorry, times 8.
So if the
to get more near your
down
409.
I'll take that.
The maximum could be a 2-hour time.
And then in terms of the cargo space, what we're looking at here is like
they definitely need persistence because the reality is, Alan, you and I probably don't have the time to get fully across Pyro. So let's say
quite hefty, and you can't.
If I'm playing the game and the persistence is a thing, that means the ship can still go, right? Theoretically.
Yes.
So
we've got a hefty,
yeah.
mechanism in there at the moment, which you can control from this position that you can see in the screenshot. And so
if
that'll be something else to work out, Ben.
Yeah.
But
that's a lot.
but you know, it will be a really cool area, and sort of just below you, that's basically where the sort of the loading platform is.
Yeah, because it moves the cargo containers into that space,
Yes,
and then that
and then it
space
drops it
kind of drops
down.
down, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there will be that sort of like, oh, I need the bottom one on the third stack. You know,
Yes,
all right, okay,
yeah.
let's shift everything out and.
There is that sort of mini game of Jenga almost with how stuff is going to, how you're going to access stuff, and all the time you'll be able to see from the negotiation room.
That's a lot. But like, let's say I don't have time to do that, so you know, I set the ship to go.
The cargo cost has gone down.
Let's say you know we decide that
it was a nebulous number to start with.
as an organization or as players, we want to go to the system.
Around 2,800.
When we all go to log off, you know,
not
we
a
set the
small amount of cargo
quantum,
by any means.
jump, and then get off.
Still
Like
well above most.
that's what you're gonna have to do.
ships, but
Is what it sounds like, especially if they have
I was gonna say,
persistence.
I can't remember what our whole
The hull is over 3,000, so it's.
Yeah, I don't think we'd have to
Yeah.
travel across a lot, but if we wanted to, one of the things we could literally do is like, all right, guys, I'm about to head over here. Do you guys want to ride? You know. And if the Kraken's in the game by then, which again it says 4.0 is when this Pyro's going to release, which could be as early as the end of next year.
Every ship do everything, but then they just become these humongous vessels. So it's always a trade.
So moving now up to the bridge
Yeah.
area, and what we're looking at here is very much work in progress. I mean, we are literally working on this right now.
Yeah, Pyro's not going to be a place you're going to want to go to without being prepared, which is one of the reasons why I want to set my account up to be the more prepared. Because I mean, I see this as a hobby.
A lot of
so
shapes will appear into this new stuff, but in this
if
new
people
sort
aren't
of
looking to put in as much as
they're
I've put
able
in,
to
then they don't have to.
access
Because
the
again, you can
bridge
just piggyback off some of the ships that I have.
The remote, not the man turret. It's more of an experience, and then also you've got side corridors which leads you to.
It's got a special name though.
It's like it's not a meditation room. I can't remember the name of it.
There was a approved name, wasn't there?
Yeah.
I can't think what it is.
It's kind of like a sort of sacred space where sort of the Banu can sort of pay. You know, we've kind of got sort of equivalent of prayer wheels. That's kind of the theory. So it's like this nice little calm space. So that's been quite fun. So there's a lot of the areas.
They're trying to pack a lot into this Banu Merchantman, and I'm not sure that I understand what they're going for.
And then stuff coming off it. So like I said, there's been a lot of thought.
Yeah, that would be kind of
into
cool too.
navigation, And in this area also are two lifts, which also.
I also don't mind just doing it with the Kraken if the Kraken's in game. Because that's literally what I want to do. Like, my end game for this is just to be an explorer. I don't really care about anything else. I want to go places. I want to transfer people. I want to transport goods. And I want to sell things. That's all I want to do. I'm not even a big PvP, PvE kind of person. So
to deal with everything.
I'm more of like the Final Frontier kind of person than like a Battlestar Galactica kind of person, you know?
The wisest of ideas if the person who's come on board to trade has left their ship behind. So
I mean, it might be good for negotiations.
Yeah, good for negotiations.
Yeah.
But that 8 crew can then fill the 8 shops if you're just landed on a planet somewhere. You sort of pull double duty. You don't need to be flying if you landed. You can man your shop, or you can let one person do double duty in shops.
Yeah. This is an example. Well, a full-size image of that round 2 concept of the bridge, and again you can see the sort of superstructure and all the layering basically. So you know we have changed the configuration since this image, but a lot of that theory is going to get transposed onto this new one. Same with the materials, and again just continuing with that flow of from back to front basically, always sort of this tree of life. And
as far as a courier service, I know you can pay NPC starliners to take you places. But I don't know if you're going to have your ships when you get there.
Actually in production now after all these years.
Yeah, it's going to be good.
So.
This is actually one of the ships that I'm really excited about kind of playing with in game. It's just such a kind of, like I say, it's got that kind of
which honestly, because like lifetime claims are going to be really good.
It's got a load of as well, which
if you can get lifetime insurance on your stuff, all you have to do is destroy it, and then take a flight somewhere and just call it at the other side of the galaxy.
that
You
was
don't
the most
physically
fun.
have to have a
Cool.
ship, you know?
Looking forward to seeing that go into production, to go through production, because it's, by the time people see it, it will be in production.
Yep. Yep.
Future speculation, dude.
So to close our talk out, thought we would revisit the idea that we had last time we did one of these panels. We showed some concept ships, or some ideas for concept ships, talked about it, and everyone voted for them. Obviously, as this is pre-recorded segment, we can't interact with the crowd and get a feel of that. So
fight amongst ourselves.
Arm wrestle for which one we do. So at the end, Jared will explain how you can sort of vote or express your preference for what we show today, and we will see what comes of that. But first, let's go over what we did last time. So we had this ground mining vehicle concept. We had the Xi'an small cargo. We had the Tavaran light fighter. People may recognise a sort of a pattern emerging here. And then a small refinery ship. So let's see what's happened to those over the last few years. So that small ground miner turned into the Grey Cat Rock and the Rock DS.
And everyone hates it.
The
I just want to
Gatak
point that out.
Mill was the Xi'an small cargo, and that was very close to that concept thumbnail that we did.
It was, wasn't it?
We have the Asperia Talon, which was the Talon light fighter. And then the fourth one, which is a bit of a mystery.
A mystery.
A mystery.
I like this because I wasn't involved with this last time, but you've got a couple of my favourite ships in that, so yeah, it's good.
Read your mind in the future.
Yeah, yeah.
So that fourth one, the small refinery ship, obviously people don't know about, but I can pretty confidently say people will know about it very soon, fingers crossed. So, it's a new year, we'll do it all again. We've got 4 more sort of cuts of options here, so we go over those. Option A is a big explorer ship, so we obviously
All I'm saying is, I don't know if you
characters,
looked at that picture with the blurry image, but it looked like an Argo, or it looked like a Misk ship.
Yeah, it would be nice to get a bit of competition in for the character, really.
Yeah, maybe something Misky. Go in the Misk line.
Yep, I'm down for that.
And we have a selection of ground vehicles there. So there's a right mismatch there. So we've got 2 little small vehicles and what looks like an APC based off the ballista chassis. They all look cool.
Yeah, the ground vehicles are kind of, although they're not as grand and exciting as the ships, I think they're just really fun. And it's nice. They're nice things to work on because they are kind of contained and they are quite small. They are, I was going to say like less complex, but they're probably not that much less complex than a ship because they still require all the same sort of setup and everything else.
Yeah. And confinement.
Yeah,
Everything
you've
still
got to
has
fit
to
everything in a small space. But I think the ground vehicles kind of they just add that extra element of fun when you are playing with your friends. That it's you know, it's not all just about space. We've got some beautiful planets and being able to explore them not by a foot is good.
Yeah.
I don't see a floating noodle like in there though.
Floating noodle bike. That's still on the list. Yeah,
It's on my
PJ
list.
special. Yeah.
I've got a few that I'm trying to like just wear John down with.
Maybe option C. This hover vehicle could be a floating big pennies
Delivery bike.
delivery quad
Yeah.
bike.
Yeah.
Could be.
You'd go to like flying green zones though, wouldn't you? That would be like, yeah, actual kind of landing zones with all sorts of difficulties.
Yeah, so that's we have some Gravlev bikes in game at the moment, but this is a sort of a more stable, secure option because anyone that's flown Gravlev bikes has experienced probably some mild terror as they try to. Yeah, we've not done a.
My exact experience was flying the freaking hover bike.
It's been a while. So
oh
the
shit!
Last option D is a bomber ship. So we have the Hercules A2, which is coming this patch. That obviously carries very big bombs, or it's a collection of smaller bombs, but it is our only dedicated ground bomber. We have bombers like the Retaliator and Eclipse, but they're more torpedoes. This would be another single man get in, get out, drop your bombs, job. So
I know I've kind of said I like all of them, but like I think the visual aesthetics of the bombers is kind of like the single seat bomber. They just look cool.
I think the hover vehicle for me.
Yeah.
I'll go for the explorer ship at the start because I like big ships. I cannot lie.
Do you know? I was wondering if you were going to do it. And you
It's
did.
going in my head.
Yeah,
so I was like,
yeah.
do I stop with this? No.
Yeah.
I think a nice big explorer ship you can have all your friends on board.
Yeah, honestly, Alan,
where you have
what you're describing is ship modularity.
Star Citizen is getting a
And there
good
are
price
going to be
together
ships that
and
do
just
have
go
modular
off.
components and stuff like that.
Causing chaos.
Visually, the small little kind of compacts are cool.
And honestly,
we have them all, John.
Maybe.
I guess we'll
Well,
find
what
out.
happens if we do get like a perfect split on the votes?
Yeah.
Like Jazz and come back and be like, well, actually,
Definitely don't condone trying to split the votes.
Yeah.
So we have to make them all. But
Just double your team, Ben. Double the team.
it could happen.
I'll try. Yeah, thanks.
So yeah, that's a
ship modularity. There are going to be
wrap up at
things
the
in the
end of
future,
the
like you
show.
could turn your
So
caterpillar
obviously
into
it would have been easier to do this in person, but the world we live in
a medical
doesn't
ship.
allow that
You
at
can
the
turn your
moment.
caterpillar into a ground vehicle carrier, like all sorts of stuff.
Jared will come on in a minute and explain how to vote for these. Leave your comments and suggestions on them, and we'll see what happens. That's a wrap for us. I'm John, if you don't realise, I'm the vehicle director.
I'm Ben. First CitizenCon done. Woo. Yeah.
Yeah, welcome to the club.
Yeah.
And I'm Paul Jones, art director.
And thanks for watching our Ship Talk panel.
Do you hunger for the challenge? Pitted against nature.
I think they should.
Determination.
If anything.
And the courage to never give up.
But the list of things they should do is growing bigger and bigger every year.
Looks like you need a beer mate.
This is Nova AI. Application accepted. Report to Everest Harbor.
Rye, I'm not going to say you're wrong.
Today you can join one of our
because
5
you're
branches.
absolutely not wrong at all.
Nova Corps. Specializing in industry and commerce. Nova Skyline. Recreational activities.
Excuse me, was
and
that a
public
caterpillar
relations.
landed on top of one of those landers
Nova
in
Defense.
Orison?
Aggressive negotiations and security management. Nova Relief. Our medical aid and first responders. And Nova Frontiers, the science and exploration branch. The future is in your hands.
Universe, where a hardened reaver on the edge of civilization soothes his loneliness on the spectrum.
But I'm too old to find love. That is a load of space whale crap, and you know it.
I didn't like that name.
The
Too
slaver
furry for
in
you.
the heart of Cathcart meets new people every day, but just can't find that someone special.
I can't handle it anymore,
Is this Sleepless in Seattle?
Your slaves if you leave.
Perhaps a little magic can happen in the cold vacuum space. From the producers of Replace Me comes a romantic comedy with a pirate's heart of gold, Sleepless in Stanton. Coming soon to the Spectrum on Cathcart Public Access.
PG-42, dude. Holy crap.
We build more than money could afford and grow beyond what would define power.
We venture into the future and stand together in unity.
We are the Galactic Union.
Oh, that was a very rough landing on that Hercules C2 in the back.
Welcome back. You're watching CitizenCon 2951. Just in case you saw the Banu Merchantman and lost all sense of time, space, and reality there. That was the ship top presentation, followed by another set of community videos. So the 400i is real.
Jesus, that's a hard landing.
The Anvil Liberator may become the hero of Pyro when players are left without all the gas stations everywhere. And the Banu Merchantman aims to take the crowd of coolest spacecraft in the game. Like it didn't have it already. Plus, you can vote to prioritize one of the next ships to move into development. Voting should be enabled now on the very special comm link found on the robertsspaceindustries.com website. And if it isn't, give it some time. I'm willing to bet the site is being hammered just a little bit at the moment. Now, as for what you folks had to say during the presentation, we're going to try this again. All right, Twitch chat, don't let me down. Dial Tone said, "Yo, dog, we heard you like ships, so we made a ship to ship your ships, so you can ship while you ship." Ora Valido said, "They're shipping the shipping shippings. Been enjoying CitizenCon a lot. Thanks for the amazing work." Medusa1 says, "It's so stupid. I love it." I don't know which ship he's talking about, but we'll take it. Enigmarin says, "The new most important ship in Star Citizen." That's still me and Jay Lee, dude. Blix88 says, "Pocket carrier." Yes, finally, pocket carrier. And Lars19 says, "Balloon Merchunkman."
That was so fucking
I asked for
loud.
the best of the best.
Like, why though?
Lars19. Back to the 400i, that promotion should have launched just a little while ago, so be sure you check that out, as well as the pre-Q&A FAQ, where the community team anticipated some of your most likely questions and put them to John Crew ahead of time. I hope there's at least one question about the bathrooms there. Now, of course, what we really want to do is fly the 400i. And I'm pleased to report that the 400i is not only straight to flyable, but will be available when Alpha 315 goes to PTU for Wave 1 testers, subscribers, and concierge. And as for when that is, I'm told the platform team is literally watching this stream right now, waiting for me to say the word, and they will drop the patch.
Oh my god,
So
dude.
all I have to do is say the word. Whew. That's a lot of pressure. But if I say the word,
if he says Baba Booey, I'm leaving.
They'll leave, and I'll be here by myself. Why would I want that? You know, this reminds me of the time when I had that big crazy beard that I said I would shave when 3.0 came out. And then right before 3.0 came out, everybody was on the Go Live call, and everybody was like, "Yeah, it's ready, yeah, it's ready, yeah, it's ready." And then CR made everybody wait an additional 5 minutes just to torture me. You remember that, CR? Pepperidge Farms remembers that.
Pepperidge Farms remembers, dude.
All right, I've pushed the gag too far, as it seems. All right, here we go. Countdown ready. And 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, dude. 30K. See you guys later. GG's. Good luck in the chat.
That was predictable. All right. Let's go now to Allie Brown, Christopher Bolte, and Daryl Barnes, and learn more about Gen 12 and the multi-core of Vulcan.
I'll throw an 07 in the chat for that 30K,
Hi,
dude.
I'm Ali Brown, Director of Graphics Engineering here at Cloud Imperium Games, and today we're going to be talking about Gen 12, our new multi-core renderer. In addition to myself, we'll also be hearing from Christopher Bolte, our core engine architect, and Daryl Barnes, our graphics programmer. And today we're going to be talking about the need for our new renderer, the architecture and how it's built, Vulkan, which is the back-end API we use, and the progress of how we're doing so far, and then what's next for the graphics team. So, to help understand the need for the Gen 12 renderer, we first want to take a look at the high-level structure of our existing renderer to try and understand how the new render will differ. So here you see a diagram, very simplified, of our overall architecture, and on the left-hand side you can see the 3D engine, and this is what manages all the visible objects in the scene, for example, their position, their size, and ultimately is responsible for the culling of them objects and deciding what should be sent through on screen each frame to the renderer. And obviously the job of the renderer is just to feed out the image at the end of the frame. And to do this, to manage this process, all of these objects have to pass through this single universal pipe, this conduit of information in the center. And as a result of that, every object has to come through with a certain amount of settings or paperwork and baggage to describe how they should be configured, and it's represented on the diagram by these switches. So this type of design initially seems very flexible, having this universal pipe. You can very easily toggle certain settings and get a very different rendered result for each object. But the reality is actually that the objects and the renderer both end up extremely complicated because they have to decipher this list of instructions and distribute these objects through the various pipelines and stages inside the renderer. And this has to happen for every object, every frame, and this deciphering ends up resulting in quite a significant performance problem. And it also makes the renderer quite inflexible because it's quite complicated and hard to change the architecture. So how does our Gen 12 renderer differ from this? Well, the methodology we're taking on is to try and make everything as explicit as possible. And we're trying to minimize all these redundant connections and switches and configuration options and try and get things much more streamlined. So to do this, each object in the world will directly communicate with the render path responsible for drawing that object at startup time. So when the object is first spawned, it will communicate directly with the path responsible for it.
You really wish you could get the TANA permanently on your account. Yeah.
Now this has a bunch of...
They don't ever
sell it. By speaking directly to the thing that's rendering it, it doesn't have to worry about all the other rendering systems. So we end up with a much more limited set of parameters, both on the object and on the rendering path.
They don't ever sell it. They don't sell it for very much.
Very
so whenever I
makes things much less
see it next, I can shoot it your way. But I know that's probably not.
So each of these passes,
I know that's probably not your biggest priority right now. So
are actually going to map directly to our graphics API, which is the piece of software that sits just above your GPU driver. And this backend collects and executes all of these instructions, and because there is no high-level knowledge of the rendering in this backend, it is just simply just issuing commands. It ends up very simple and streamlined, and much simpler than the equivalent on our old renderer. So the benefit of this simpler code is it's much easier to multi-thread, which is to say to run it on multiple CPU cores in parallel, something that is crucial for modern CPUs. So multi-threading is a complex and often misunderstood paradigm, so I thought it was worth us talking briefly about how we optimize multi-threaded code. And for that, I'm going to use an analogy of building a house, which is another complex engineering task with dependencies. So here you can see a list of tasks for a builder, a joiner, and an electrician, all running one after another, and those dependencies between them shown in red. And in this example, the house is equivalent to rendering our frame. Each tradesman might be a different system, and then the capacity of 3 people in our house is equivalent to the 3 CPU cores we might have on our system. And the occupancy, as in the average number of people in the house, is effectively the same as the CPU or GPU utilization numbers you might see in Task Manager. So in this example, we can see the project takes 11 units of time and is on average 60% full for this house. Now, this occupancy of 60% isn't the direct reason that it takes 11 units of time, and that is in fact down to the critical path of work where the builder is blocking the joiner and the joiner is then blocking the electrician. So the obvious answer here is that you need another builder or multiple builders to work on this in parallel to unblock the joiner, and so on. You can keep on parallelizing this work to try and reduce the critical path, and that is our focus when we're optimizing multi-threaded code. However, not all tasks are trivial to run in parallel, and sometimes it's impossible to actually run them in parallel, so you'll end up with these unallocated capacity space and these bubbles. And in this case, if we imagine the electrician was in fact our GPU, then the fact that it takes longer is just going to result in a CPU bubble, which is unavoidable. And this type of thing happens very frequently if you have a configuration, for example, a very fast GPU and a very slow CPU, then unavoidably one of them 2 systems is going to have a bubble. So we can fill these bubbles with non-critical work like streaming meshes or textures, and this can help fill the unused CPU capacity And this can be useful to try and get some extra work done, but ultimately it's not going to improve the performance of the frame. And the point I really wanted to drive home was that the CPU and GPU utilization, which are often looked at as key indicators of performance, aren't actually the direct thing we should be looking at. They are useful as statistics, but ultimately the frame time is the only thing that matters and the critical path that resulted in that frame time. So as we roll out Gen 12, we'll hopefully be putting some new statistics in there that the players can see to help them understand the performance and understand these bubbles, and that should hopefully give a little bit clearer insight into the performance of the renderer. So how we actually achieve this parallelism in practice, that's going to come down to two major changes. One is the architectural changes, which Christopher will talk us through, and the second is the Vulkan graphics API that Darrell is going to talk us through.
Welcome to the next section of our Gen 12 renderer presentation. My name is Christopher Bolte, core engine architect here at Cloud Imperium Games, and I would like to spend the next few minutes introducing the high-level architecture of our in-development Gen 12 renderer. For the section, I will focus on the rendering of object instances in the world, for example chairs, walls, characters or spaceships. This part of the rendering pipeline is called scene object rendering and has the largest impact on runtime performance. There's also a lot of work happening on the architecture to manage operations which work
welcome to the stream,
on all
Lady
pixels on
Dragon.
the screen, so-called post effects, but I won't cover those. The current slide shows our existing renderer code setup. We have a main thread, which does all game simulation as well as figuring out what objects we should draw for every frame. And we have a render thread, which takes all those objects and translates their description into GPU commands.
This is probably going to be one of the drier parts, but this really explains a lot about like why they've been having server problems and render distance problems.
The main thread produces data for the next frame. Such a setup allows easy performance improvements in some situations, but it also has two issues on modern hardware. First, the rendering code won't scale over multiple CPU cores, which can result in a bottleneck during execution. In other words, every visible object adds a certain cost. The more objects we render, the higher the cost. And as a single CPU processes this cost, no matter how well we optimize, at some object count we will run into performance issues. Second, since the main thread and render thread must be synchronized with vsync, we can end up with very bad load balancing. As shown in the slide, if the main thread takes longer than the render thread has to be idle and wait, and vice versa. If the render thread takes longer, then the main thread has to wait. During such wait time, the CPU is underutilized, especially if waiting for the single core render thread. One goal for the Gen 12 render is to remove this kind of bottleneck and instead architecture the system without those waits and allowing every operation to utilize all CPU cores. When we utilize all CPU cores, we would still have an object limit, as every visible object must be processed. But we can process a higher object count and at the same time reduce the latency on the main thread until all objects are processed, as we will be making better use of modern multi-core CPUs. Let's take a look at some details. For example, please keep in mind that the size of the sections are chosen to visualize the cost. Relation in size doesn't necessarily translate to the same relation in CPU cost. When looking at the cost of the operations done by the render thread, a pattern quickly emerges. We pay a similar cost for every rendered object. This is called a draw call. For every draw call, some time that is spent inside our own renderer code and some part of it is spent in the GPU driver code. In the next slide, we will cover our current process as well as the next steps to move the draw call cost out of the render thread onto multiple CPU cores. We already have a level of parallelization on the main thread, used to find out what objects are visible. There we use our batch worker job system. This is a parallelization system to execute the same code on a different object instance of all CPU cores. To give an example, checking 400 objects can be split over 10 threads, so that every thread will be processed 40 objects. By doing that, the latency on the main thread until all 400 objects are done is divided by the number of threads, reducing said latency to 40 objects only, roughly at least. As in the actual system, several low-level factors affect the execution, making this statement not fully true, but covering those would be out of scope for this presentation. the visible check itself happens multiple times per object in a frame, as an object can be visible in the main camera, but it can also be visible in shadows, or via remote location rendering, the so-called render-to-texture or RTT rendering. The slides show those pairs as simplified, as we can have more than one shadow pairs, for example. Those visibility checks or culling operations are performed on all CPU cores of the batch worker system. When an object is determined to be visible, its rendering description is copied into multiple temporary buffers. Those temporary buffers are processed on the next render thread frame to submit every object's draw call to the GPU. In other words,
is any of this making sense as to why, like, sometimes the game just takes forever to load
right
things?
Now, we are in the first implementation phase. We have defined our low-level code building blocks, ensured our APIs work, and are now in the process of moving our own rendering code out of the render thread into the existing batch worker execution. This is a very time-consuming refactoring, as we need to change every rendering feature in a very old and large code base. But we have set it up in a way to allow us to gradually move over parts step by step. After this operation is done, we still copy state to a temporary buffer to be processed by the render thread. But the state which we copy is prepared in a way that we can directly send it to the GPU with minimal processing on the render thread. Doing this step will already give us performance benefits when we are render thread bound, as less code will be run on the render thread. Additionally, this is a necessary stepping stone for the next phase. After we manage to move our own rendering code to multiple CPU cores, we will start to utilize the Vulkan API. One major selling point of the newest generation of graphics APIs like Vulkan is the possibility to generate GPU commands on multiple threads. That is something which wasn't possible before, and mostly the cause for the existing renderer design. The catch is, to allow efficient parallel generation of GPU commands, the data must be prepared in a certain way. And that is what we are doing right now as part of porting the scene object rendering to Gen 12 and moving our renderer code to the batch worker system. When this is done, we can implement the parallel Vulkan backend and remove the render thread. After all that work is done, our renderer should be able to process a very high number of visible objects at lower impact on the frame time. At the same time, it will make better use of the available CPU resources and have less idle time where major systems wait for each other. Thank you for your time. Daryl will now take over to cover the Vulkan side of the Gen 12 renderer.
Hi, my name is Daryl. I'm a graphics programmer here at Cloud Imperium Games, and I work closely with Vulkan and our graphics renderer to make
I honestly am not really listening. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, it's way too technical for me right now.
So what exactly is...
I'm happy for the guy. I love that he loves what he's doing, and he's like so passionate about telling us.
That allows us as developers to take greater control over
but
what
unfortunately it's lost on me, I'm sorry.
And also affects performance greatly. As you know, we already have a few areas of bottlenecking on the CPU, but the design of Vulkan allows us to alleviate these bottlenecks by submitting work in parallel to the GPU. So I would like to explain a bit more about the software stack that's involved with our graphics in the engine. So from the image you can see that we have a renderer front end, a renderer back end, and as well the graphics driver. The Vulkan API generally sits at the renderer back end and allows us a fine-grained control over what we develop and how we develop for it. It also gives us flexibility for cross-platform, including Windows and Linux, and anything we may want to look at in the future. The graphics driver stage is not managed by us, but we look at that and we gather information and process any crashes or any issues that might happen, and then we can deal with those further down the line. So you can see now how graphics APIs have changed over time. We're of course in the more modern section where Vulkan is on feature parity essentially with other APIs such as DirectX 12 Ultimate. You might also be wondering what a graphics API actually is, and we see that as a tool that is used for development that can interface between your graphics card as a player and us as developers, so that we can give you the latest and greatest. Vulkan also
I like how the one
many
from
features
PlayStation
and
just says
extensions
proprietary.
that we will be exploring in the future, such as variable rate shading, bindless resources, and GPU accelerated ray tracing. To address any issues, we also need to collect data from our players' hardware so that we can use that to target specific features and extensions. We're not aware of any large-scale multiplayer games that captures Vulkan data live in the exact same way we do. Capturing this data allows us to plan ahead for any optimizations and then leverage that for the larger majority of players so we can bring you the latest and greatest. On screen at the moment is a diagram that shows the distribution available for Vulkan API versions amongst currently active players. This was captured in the last 3 months, and as can be seen, there is 98% of players that are able to use Vulkan fully in 1.2. We did see a negligible amount of 1.0 and some that were unavailable. We are actively looking into these cases, especially those that cannot currently run Vulkan, as it is seen as unavailable. I'd like to take this opportunity to also say, please update your drivers, as we do see a few cases where this can take you straight to the latest version. I'd like to now explain a bit more about the render graph and how this works hand in hand with the Vulkan API in order to improve our usage of Vulkan.
You don't know if the Reliant Core A is worth it.
So a render graph can be seen as a collection of stages that depend on each other.
Can it have the same loadout? Because to be honest, the only thing you use your ship for is the loadout, Alan.
This allows us also to then achieve any synchronization that we need to during that frame. It also helps us from a design point of view, as we can look at the render graph and see where there may be issues or potential optimizations. The render graph also allows us to keep track of any state of resources, and we can also validate against those resources as well. Now I would like to explain the render graph as a whole and give you an overview of how it works between the GPU and also how it works in terms of our frame. So a frame is made up of a collection of passes, and sometimes we require a texture to switch states, perhaps between read and write. The graphics driver used to do this for us, but now with modern APIs such as Vulkan, we need to carry out this work ourselves. What the render graph will then do is insert a pipeline barrier into the render graph and pass this work along to the GPU and switch the state. We can also cache the render graph and use any data we had from a previous frame or perhaps similar resources as an optimization. I'd now like to talk a bit about the synchronization that happens within the render graph and how resources change state. So the idea is that we want to switch the state of a resource as early as possible. We need to then also validate that this resource is in the correct state. So from the diagram, we can see that the depth prepass writes to image A, but then later on we require to read from image A in the G buffer. So to this end, we insert a pipeline barrier for this transition between the two passes. These barriers are scheduled as GPU work, following a strict ordering dependent on other work that may have happened previously. All the work for a single stage within the frame can be carried out in a single pipeline barrier.
Yeah, so it's got like actual things about it.
Areas of our Vulkan implementation and how this affects us as developers and you as players. We use the DirectX compiler for our shaders.
How much would you have to melt
HLSL code into Spear?
Would you have to melt your Squadron 42 and everything package in order to afford the Core A with like without anything else, or would you, or could you just upgrade to a Reliant Tana
is a shader programming language
whenever it's available?
That we as developers can utilize and read in order to make work happen.
God, that was a close landing, dude.
This HLSL is compiled down then into Spear V. Spear V itself is not as readable, as it is seen as an intermediate language between HLSL and shader microcode.
Yeah, definitely
Spear V
exploration
gives us
ships are going to be
less
much
driving
better.
overhead
Like ships
at
that
the
have
bow.
more than just combat
We
capabilities.
can use this then to create our shader modules in Vulkan and optimize any dead code away.
Yeah.
DXE also gives us shader model 6. Shader models have progressed over time in HLSL, with shader model 6 now giving language support for GPU parallelism, as well as variable rate shading, amongst many other features. We can see here now a diagram of how our shader compilation happens. It starts at the shader author level. This is where one of our many developers will write a shader using HLSL code with some markup integrated into that HLSL. This HLSL is then passed to the preprocessor. The preprocessor then removes any of the additional code that we don't need and is dealt with accordingly, whilst then outputting just HLSL code. The HLSL code is then passed to DXC, and DXC will change this into Spear V. It's at this stage that we can carry out any additional compiler optimizations and improve compile time performance even more. Spear V is then passed to the driver, and the driver will then change this into microcode, which will run specifically on your GPU hardware. As I've previously mentioned, there have been several Vulkan core versions over time. Each one has added new features and extensions for us to reach into and develop with. Two of these I'd like to explain a bit more in detail now that we would like to look into and develop for in the future. These are both bindless resourcing and also fragment shading rate. Fragment shading rate can be seen as the same as variable rate shading, as you may have already seen. What this does is works on groups of pixels instead of a singular pixel at a time within the shader. This allows less overhead in the frame, whilst at the same time allowing variable amounts of these groups, including variable sizes, in order to have less fidelity where may not be as important to look at. Bindless resourcing is where we can take large groups of textures, for example, and reach in and grab one of these inside the group. This gets rid of the overhead of specifically binding two slots within the shader. This also extends to other resources.
I mean, you could melt it down and just have
I'd now
a
like
core
to talk a
array.
bit about the video RAM involved in your graphics card. VRAM used to be managed by your graphics driver, but with Vulkan
So the
and other
Tana's
modern
got
APIs,
more like
this
hull
is
strength
now
though, I
managed
think,
by
doesn't
the
it?
developers. There are existing solutions towards this. However, we have decided to use our own implementation. This is because we know exactly what resources are used upfront and how much memory these resources use. Using this, we can potentially beat what the graphics driver used to be capable of. As we know all of our resource life cycles, we can take advantage of that. From the diagram, we can see memory being paged in and out as it used to be when it was managed by the graphics driver. On the other side, we can see memory being allocated and then sub-allocated, and we can then offset into the data from this sub-allocation. The memory paging of years past could potentially result in a performance loss.
Yeah.
Because this was seen as a more one-size-fits-all. We, of course, want to avoid any of that performance loss and the memory cost involved by offsetting into these larger buffers.
Do you know if they ever put any
This can also
gameplay
help
packages
mitigate
with it or
cache
not?
misses. This then leaves us with all of the allocation, freeing, usage, and reusage of resources. I'd now like to pass you back to Alistair Brown, the Director of Graphics Engineering.
following on from what Darrell explained there with the explicit memory management in Vulkan, we're intended to expose some of this memory management to the player through the advanced graphics options. We're going to let you tweak the memory assigned to each system so you can balance the preferred visuals and performance for your experience. For example, you may want to balance the output resolution of your game to a higher resolution, but then sacrifice some shadow quality. Or maybe you want to use a lower internal resolution and rely on upsampling to achieve higher texture quality. These options will all be available to you, and obviously only capped by the hardware that you possess. So to summarize, with our Gen 12 renderer, we're hoping to achieve something that is more efficient, modular, flexible, and minimal abstraction to the hardware, and uses modern graphics APIs like Vulkan. So now you know a bit more about what Gen 12 is. I'll try and let you know where we're up to.
They are the same. I'm sure at some point when the modularity happens, you can swap the rear rooms out for different models.
So we've done a huge amount of work already.
Then yeah, man, I would go for it. Like, is that what you want to do?
Rendering approach where we're combining
you like
elements of the old and new
Reliant
at the same
series
time to allow us to move piecemeal to the new system. All of the post effects, fog, and lighting
Be
will
right
be
back.
converted over, and they're all enabled by default in 3.15. And the fundamentals of scene and geometry rendering are all in place, but they're still being worked on. So our main focus is finishing that off at the moment, and once that's done, our focus will shift to the remaining major systems, which are gas clouds, the render to texture system, and a few special cases for transparency. After this, that's where we'll start seeing the public milestones, and the first of that will be 100% usage of Gen 12 and none of the hybrid approach. This will still be at DirectX 11, our current graphics API at this point. And then our second milestone will be the Vulkan API release. That will be optional at first and then mandatory after we've removed all the bugs. And then a final milestone will be when we have performed the optimizations for multi-threaded. So that will only happen once the Vulkan is in place and we can finally look at the performance on the final graphics API and optimize all the remaining code. So after Gen 12, I just briefly wanted to touch on what comes next for the graphics team. So a lot of Gen 12 has been focused on CPU performance. So after Gen 12, we really want to start looking at the GPU performance. The first few things we'd look at here were things that wouldn't change the visuals, just improve the frame rate. Things like DLSS, FSR, async compute, and variable rate shading. After we've kind of improved this GPU performance, we want to start looking at some of the more exciting visual features. So then there is also mesh shaders and primitive shaders, which is
It doesn't appear to be a sale
generate
at all
procedural
right now.
geometry. And this type of thing could be really exciting for things like the planets or asteroid fields where procedural geometry is critical. And then there's the big one, ray tracing. We're very excited to get onto ray tracing, especially to use it for lighting, such as global illumination, but also reflections and shadow quality. There's a lot of exciting areas for us to look into, and we can't wait to get into it. So that's it. I just wanted to say a big thanks to everyone who's been involved in this technology. It's involved the graphics team, engine team, VFX, and Planet Tech all working together on a huge piece of code. And we can't wait to get into your hands as soon as possible.
Yeah, it is cheap enough, and I'm not interested in any other ships I had right now. Maybe I will get a Cutlass Black or a Freelancer. Yeah, I think those are really good things to go for, and honestly, dude, the thing is, after... Wow, they definitely, that is not the sound that any of the Gatlings make in game, but, you know. After the 3.15 branch launches, dude, The only thing I'm going to use a UEC for is getting components for the ships that I have. Okay?
Nowhere else to run.
After that, literally every other piece of AUEC that I have, you most definitely can have to just get whatever you need. Because I am not going to use it, like, at all.
You're the scum of the verse, they say. No job's too dirty.
Is that all you've heard about us?
No. You have a code. Which means I ain't talking my way out of this, am I? This is the way.
Oh my god, are they Mandalorians, dude? Paladonians, this is the way. Dude, someone get Disney on the line, have them sue those guys.
Are you traveling the stars? Exploring the galaxy? That's lonely, lonely, hungry work. Always remember though, Big Benny's with you. Big Benny always has your back.
Big Benny, dude.
Eat his food.
Rabbit! The dude really said, update your drivers. These are my favorite kind of panels, because they're precisely the kind of thing no other game studio would ever dream of sharing with folks. And as CitizenCon 2951 rolls along, there was a lot to take in there, wasn't there? I know server meshing and the like are the big buzzwords, but there are a lot of performance improvements to be gained throughout the teams on Star Citizen. And for graphics, they're not only moving to Gen 12 and the faster and more flexible renderer that it brings, they're also focused on re-engineering for multi-core systems to provide improved CPU performance and remove some of our worst bottlenecks, and that all of this work starts with DirectX 11, but will transition into Vulkan once things are ready. Now, the work of these folks, the meshing folks, the database folks, the optimization folks, and countless other folks, I've used that word a lot, from teams across every studio is how we're going to get Star Citizen to that performance promised land. And it takes all these teams to make that dream a reality. And speaking of dreams made reality, hey, Sleepless in Stanton folks, don't think I forgot about you. Don't think because you're a community effort, I can't expect and demand a full-length feature. I await my screener. And in other community news, one of the best things to come out of the Star Citizen community over the years has been the creation of an app called Game Glass. It's an app that turns your tablet or phone into a control surface.
Yeah, I use Game Glass.
So let's take a closer look at that now.
I haven't been able to figure it out 100%, but I really want to try and get it working for 3.15. You can use it on any device that's mobile.
Up next, we've got Anise, Mark, Morgan, Will, and Marco taking a look at some of the new tools currently in development, including Rastar, which you may have seen a little bit of in the Pyro presentation. Crafting Worlds, Planetary Tech and Tools starts now.
Hello, I am Marco Corbetta, VP of Technology, and we're going to talk about some new Planetech features today. First, Anis is going to give us an introduction about Gen 12 and what that means for planets. Then Will is going to talk about dynamic foliage, shaders.
How much is the
plants,
Tana on
seasons,
AUEC,
and
by the way, Alan?
he's
Do you
going
know?
to show us a river demo as well. Then Mark and Morgan are going to talk about Rasta, our new base building tool. So let's get started with Anis.
Hi, my name is Anis and I'm Senior Engine Programmer here in Cloud Imperium Games. My main responsibility is the development of Star Citizen planetary technology, with a focus on planetary elements rendering. While there is another talk dedicated to Gen 12, I wanted to touch a little bit on how it applies specifically to Planet Tech. It's our rendering abstraction layer API. It aims to provide next generation features for our 3D engine by reducing some CPU latency and rendering command submission overhead, which is a significant bottleneck for our game. Part of our recent efforts have been put to modernize our old school renderer to shape it in a conformant modern API rendering style, to be suitable for the newest low overhead APIs such as Vulkan. Today, I'm going to talk a bit about Gen 12 benefits for planetary rendering features. As I said, Gen 12 key aspect is performance. The way this is achieved is to make command submission easier for multi-core CPUs. All Gen's rendering APIs rely on a single thread, in which you have the
170K.
view of a single timeline where GPU commands are guaranteed to be executed in order.
I don't know how much Tanner and I are going to get from the thing, but whatever I don't use, I can send
Gen
over to
12
you.
can scale much
It's
better,
easy.
thanks to the ability to dispatch in parallel commands that are submitted from different execution units. The memory is directly handled by the renderer, and synchronization primitives are used to make sure commands dispatched in the right order by considering cross-dependencies between resources. Since the rendering driver is thinner and more responsibility is given to game developers, this opens a new opportunity to forge a new renderer for specific needs a game like Star Citizen might have. Our planetary technology introduced a new set of engineering challenges, so we need to be very creative due to the fact that most game industry standards techniques are not working very well for Star Citizen. Thanks to Gen 12 optimizations, we can push our planetary rendering computational budgets to perform more GPU operations. This translates to better visuals, more details, and less compromises. As a member of the Planet Tech team, I will show you some improvements we've recently made for our planetary terrain rendering pipeline. We made two important terrain improvements. The first is at ground scale level, and the second is for large scale purpose. Both techniques use dynamic tessellation. Dynamic tessellation is a GPU feature, which allows to increase the triangle count on the fly, before a sterilization stage occurs. The new triangle are then manipulated to shape the terrain high-frequency details and improve surface visuals. This new technique is replacing our parallax relief mapping, which is a per-pixel technique. And instead of creating geometric details like tessellation does, it works by simulating details after the rasterization stage, with a cheaper approach by tracing rays from camera to surface. The second improvement targets planet visuals at long distance. This technique is also tessellation driven, and it aims to improve terrain-ocean intersection, where CPU geometric representation lacks for enough control points in the geometry. We've reached the conclusion. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of CitizenCon.
Thanks, Anis. I'm Will Hain and I work on the Planet Tech team. Over the past few months, I've been working on a number of improvements to our ecosystem spawning system, which is the system that spawns all of the objects on
Look at
planets.
Microtech, dude. I
We've
tell
been
you
doing
what.
this to give our artists more power. And
I wish it was
flexibility
more
whilst
dense on the
improving
forest,
performance for
but,
everyone playing the game.
uh,
The first thing that I did was a
I don't know.
complete overhaul of how we spawn the objects. We used to spawn them on each terrain patch as that terrain patch was created, but this meant that we were limited in our control in that we could only spawn new objects when we were creating new terrain patches. The new system has an entirely separate grid division of the planet, and this means that we have a lot more control over the resolution of our objects when they're spawned and how we spread it across multiple frames, which means that we get better performance in the client. This also means that we're able to add a setting for the clients to control how far away each object preset was spawned. The next improvement we've started to look at is making the ecosystems react to their situation and surroundings more. For example, we can now introduce scaling biases for temperature and humidity, so that certain objects, when in higher humidity, can be bigger or smaller, and the same for temperature. A new system has been designed for animal and entity spawning.
Oh, dude, look at those icebergs. Where the hell is that supposed to be?
Our object presets better for different planets. For example, we have something similar for rocks. That means if you put a rock on a snowy planet, it goes snowy, and if you put it on a sandy planet, it looks sandy. Now we can do something similar for animals. We can specify a small herbivore, for example, and in the snow, this might spawn some sort of Arctic rabbit, and in the jungle, this might spawn something completely different. We've also begun to experiment with a new foliage shader that takes into account the health of the plant based on its surroundings again, and the current season of the planet. Though what you're seeing on the screen is far from final.
Dude, this is advanced
In the
stuff.
same vein as that, we've been working towards having more dynamically placed biomes around natural areas. We've created dressing object presets that are automatically placed around coasts, and of course my favourite thing to work on, rivers. In the most recent couple months, I've been doing more work on the rivers to prepare them to be closer to what we would consider shippable, so that we can get them out to the players. This has included finer control of both the shape of our rivers as they flow from springs to larger rivers, but also the objects that spawn around our rivers.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, the rivers, like adding the rivers, that cliff on the right side there looks kind of crappy, but
further away and blending into the biome that it flows through.
The addition of rivers is gonna like absolutely change the surface of planets.
Both in the sea and in rivers, which reflects the fact that they were probably wet from the river, and so they look a lot more shiny. We've also been working on introducing basins to the river system so that we can have more natural pauses in our river systems and other bodies of water than just the oceans. Another major change was to stop using the planet's ocean mesh and just displacing it up to the river, and instead building specific river mesh sections around the river. This means that we can have far more control over the shape of the water, and we can use our own specific river material and shader, meaning that we can...
I'm actually really excited for that. That seems like a really small thing, I'm sure, but dude, it looks so cool.
Rivers aren't done yet, but they're closer to being used in production than ever before. The next steps include a planet populating tool, so one click to create an entire river system across a planet, and maybe working on a little bit of lava flow, but we'll have to see when that comes. Next is Mark and Morgan. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, I'm Morgan. I'm a tools programmer from the Planet Tech team, and now I'm going to talk about Rasta. What is Rasta?
Sorry, I had a splinter in my foot.
Work-in-progress tool for planetary locations, creation, and edition.
I just noticed my foot was on the freaking camera, sorry.
RTS, the game jaw, which takes the inspiration from its map editor system, and Star, as well, you know. Its goals are to replace our previous placement system based on prefabs to a better object container-oriented solution. As our previous system was based on prefabs, any changes to location was source of issue, as it needs to re-enable a whole set of data to have things like missions or shops to work again. With this new system, any change will be easily manageable and won't require us to redo work when a change is made. Plus, as it's now object container oriented, it can be used for outposts, caves, or even derelicts, and more. It works as a modular system where locations will in fact be made of small elements that will be placed just like you do in City Builder RTS editor. And in a matter of minutes, we now have a new location where we can now create a bunch of cool gameplay. Let's go to Mark, who will tell us about the connector system.
Thanks, Morgan. So, I'm Mark. I'm also a tools developer for the Planet Tech team. Do you know what's better than placing everything by hand? Not placing everything by hand. In order to do that, we use what we call connectors. Basically, artists create small parts of homesteads that we can then snap together. Every part is modular, so we can interchange multiple ones in order to have procedural homesteads. Every change is very simple. We can change like the whole inside of a homestead, or only a building that is a part of the homestead. In that way, it's very easy to make a lot of different buildings. Once something is connected, it is considered a part of the whole. So it moves as one, it can be deleted and changed, and it's basically all for connectors. So back to you, Morgan.
And last but not least, some of you may have noticed that the UI is not looking quite like an engine UI. And that's normal, as it's based on our in-game UI tech building blocks, and that for a reason. Well, today it's being used by our developers. One day, when it's ready and been thoroughly tested,
Developers.
we'll make a version available to you, the player. And Rasta, it's what will make you a pioneer.
So this is literally just like when you're making
we are very excited
homesteads.
about the tech we've shown you today. and
That's
we
gonna
hope
be
you
like
enjoy
what
the
you're
rest
able
of
to do.
digital
That's pretty
CitizenCon.
sweet. Dude, I can't wait to have a base with the boys.
So that was a small sample of what our team is working on. I hope you have enjoyed it. Enjoy the rest of CitizenCon, and thanks for watching.
No, it's not me. It's time for.
Nice. Are they gonna make a hurt? Oh my gosh. Oh, did you see that Reliant Mako just then? There it is. Hurston Hurt Locker.
Push up! Moving! I got you covered. Pushing. He's got visual on the bridge door. We're going in.
See, I try to do this with Alan and Tanner sometimes, but they end up shooting me in the back of the head with shotguns and shit, so.
What is this?
It's goddamn failure, that's what it is. Command, the target is gone. We've been stitched up.
Blast it. Perhaps still on. When we catch this bastard, he will run out of luck eventually.
Are you tired of that same old commuter train? Feel like you're just one in the crowd? Was that burrito the best thing about your day?
First of all, the burritos are excellent.
If you've got somebody to help you
Tanner
fight.
would be very upset if I didn't say that.
Somebody to pick you up when you're down. Somebody to watch your back out there in the black. We're recruiting across our industrial, security, exploration, and merchant divisions. So if you think you've got what it takes to make it on the frontier, think Frontier Consolidated.
It started in Port Olisar.
The first case was 6 years ago. Nobody knows what happened. He just dropped dead.
Now it's spread through the Stanton system.
I've seen it hundreds of times. Last words are backspace. Backspace.
Oh my god, they're making a they're making a
Followed an
backspace.
elite team of researchers in a race to contain it.
Like as seen from.
Why can't I recreate it?
That's
I
awesome.
just don't know what we're missing.
Professor, there's a new case nearby. We need to check it out.
Can they stop it in time?
The unfolding crisis in Stanton. Oh, that was a Reliant series. Oh. Suck at research.
Are you struggling with your career out in the verse? We are too.
Oh, this is Tomato.
We're
This is
here
Space
to help.
Tomato. I
The
love that guy.
Guardian Interstellar Initiative.
I had the same mic as him. The one that he uses is the one that I use.
The Guardian Interstellar does not guarantee fruits and vegetables will be available for all and cannot be held accountable for the lack thereof.
I feel a little called out by both Project Black Space and Garden Interstellar. And hey, at least we all know what my surprised voice sounds like now. That was new. That was the Planet Tech panel, and the big news watching the chat was clearly Rastar, the beginnings of which will one day let players build their own outposts like the ones we've seen, and others still yet to come. But up next, the cosplay contest returned this year, and it's been open for a couple months now. So the community team narrowed it down to a couple finalists, and then their panel of judges have selected the winners. And I was not asked to
Cosplay
judge
contest
this
is
year.
about to happen.
Why was I not asked to judge this year?
Well, they have taken like photos over the past couple of months.
It
So-
might be because they figured out I was
What's that?
buzzed on British cough syrup during the 2019.
Star Citizen characters.
Could hardly tell. So let's take a look now at some of the finalists.
Let me know if there's any good ones.
Let's see what we got. Oh, that's pretty sweet. It's an interesting helmet. Oh, that's awesome. Replace me. Missing. That guy went as a missing texture. He was just an orange square. That's awesome. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, is that freaking Rye, dude? Rye!
All right, and the winners. Let's see what we have here. In third place, Calamity, who's worked to prove that it's not all about armors and weapons. Sometimes you just have to look good on the dance floor at Wally's bar. In second place,
What's that?
Diabolus, back again and always a force to be reckoned with.
Dude.
This time rocking legacy
I don't-
heavy
it might-
outlaw
it might
armor
be.
and the laser sword. You can't just add a laser sword, can you? And finally, in first place, it's OG Star Citizen Ken Shadow, who returns with a Grey Cat Errol armor, complete with backpack created through a combination
Oh, did you like that one,
foam,
Rye?
3D printed PLA, and poured resin for the clear pieces. Now, true story, I once spent the day pushing Ken Shadow around Disneyland in a wheelchair, but he never actually explained to me what his injury was. It's possible I was taken advantage of. Now, congratulations to all the winners, but there's still a fan favorite award. You can head over to the website now and cast your vote. I forgot to ask what the prize was, so I have no idea what any of these people won, but I'm gonna assume it's a 15-minute call with Tyler Wicken to ask all the when questions you could ever want.
Dude, it's
Congratulations, everyone.
30 minutes of being locked in a
Up
room
next,
with Chris
the one
Roberts, and
folks
there's
have
just a
been
gun
waiting
between
for.
the two of you.
Paul Rendell and Benoit Beauséjour take us through the programming and engineering looking glass with server meshing in the state of persistence, starting meow.
The concept of server, which has been ingrained since the beginning, has changed to become a mesh of servers.
So how do we solve this? The answer should be simple. Hi, my name is Paul Reindel and I'm the Director for Online Technology here at CAG. I wanted to take this year's CitizenCon as an opportunity to give you some insight into our exciting persistent streaming and server meshing technology. In this talk, I will cover a quick overview of the current streaming and server architecture and how we plan to transform the existing tech into what we call persistent streaming and server meshing. I also have Benoit Beausejour with me, who later in the talk will give you more insight into the graph database that is powering persistent streaming. Hey Ben, how's it going?
Hi Paul, hi everybody. I'm super excited to share some of the details about what the game services team at Turbulent has been working on to support the efforts to build this technology and make it a reality for you guys.
Cool, let's get started. Before we look into persistent streaming and server meshing and how this new technology will work, let's have a brief look at entity streaming and how our solar system is set up. Each solar system can be seen as one giant level containing every single object inside the solar system, from the sun to the Ventura rock, standing as one large map. Since this is a lot of data, the setup is split up into a hierarchy of nested object containers, which can be streamed in and out individually. If you look at an abstract view of Stanton, it all starts with one solar system root object container. This object container contains the sun, the planets, and the moons around each planet. Each of those locations then has its own object container, and if you take a closer look at a moon, you will find the entities placed around the moon inside this object container. For example, a space station orbiting the moon. This setup keeps repeating. The space station could be set up via multiple rooms, each defined by its own object container. Additionally to the static hierarchy of object containers, there are also all the dynamic entities.
It went live for subscribers and Tier 1.
And of course players and spaceships. Most of these entities are made of a hierarchy as well.
Yeah, it went live for subscribers and Tier 1 accounts.
And they're all child entities of the player.
It went live last week
hierarchies as streaming groups
for
like
all of their media coverage people,
into memory and simulating every
and probably next week it'll be PTU live for the reggaes, you know.
That's why we developed entity bind culling and object container streaming, which allows us to stream object containers and streaming groups individually. When the game server starts, all entities and object containers within the solar system are loaded into local memory of that game server. These entities are not streamed in, we just store the initial state in server memory. When a player connects, we create a so-called streaming bubble around that player, and object containers as well as streaming groups that are visible from the player's
really interested in watching
point of
this
view
actually.
Are considered inside this bubble. Any object container that is inside the bubble will stream its content, and any streaming group within the bubble will also be streamed in on the server and then replicated to the client. Entities are considered inside the streaming bubble if their projected screen size on a virtual 1080p plane is larger than 5 pixel based on distance to the player. So while a large object like a moon will be considered inside the bubble from far away, a small object like a ship will only be considered inside when it's much closer to the player. When the player starts moving across the universe, entities that leave the streaming bubble will become unbound, and the replication layer will remove these entities from the client. Entities that enter the streaming bubble will get bound to the client, which causes the network layer to replicate these entities to the client, effectively streaming them in. We call this technique entity bind culling because streaming on the client is driven by the network layer, binding and unbinding entities. If entities are not in any client streaming bubble, so no players in their vicinity, these entities
Has anyone else noticed that they've been saying
they go back into
they've made a lot of references to the Idris? That was a picture of Idris. The guy was talking about Idris earlier. Said it like 2 or 3 times.
This model works quite well on the client. However, it doesn't scale well on the server.
Maybe they're going on scale size, but
entities on the server if no players close to them.
This is like the 3rd or 4th time they've said Idris or mentioned Idris.
Most entities, and the more clients we try to match to a given game server, the likelihood of a player being at every single location increases. And that basically nullifies the benefit of server-side streaming. So how do we solve this? The answer should be simple. Allow multiple instances of the game server to work together so they can split up the work. Well, it's not quite that simple. Let's have a look at the current architecture. As of today, we have a traditional client-server architecture. One instance of a dedicated game server serves up to 50 clients. This is called instance, as the dedicated game server has its own instance view of the persistent universe. Once the server is full, we start a new server instance, which then serves additional 50 players. As we've seen before, when a DGS instance is created, it loads a unique version of the Stanton system into its local server's memory. Therefore, each dedicated game server instance has a unique copy of every single object that's part of Stanton. As these entities only exist in the memory of the game server when the instance is shut down, these entities are deleted. The goal of server meshing is to allow multiple DGS
I love that guy's
instances
shirt,
to
by the
work
way. I
together
don't know
and divide
why I
simulation
didn't notice
costs
it
between
before.
each server in the mesh. In the best case, we can scale this to infinity by adding more nodes to the mesh. As we saw earlier, each server node stores the state of entities locally. If we want to mesh these servers together, we need to find an efficient way to synchronize state between each server. With our current architecture, depending on the vision of the simulation and the overlap, this would require a lot of synchronization points between each node. It's an exponential problem, as in the worst case, each node would need to talk to each other node in the mesh, severely limiting our ability to scale it. To solve this issue, we are separating simulation and replication. Instead of just meshing multiple dedicated game servers together and have them synchronize state between each other, we are introducing a new layer called replication layer. The replication layer has two major functions. It holds the state of every entity in memory and replicates the state to clients, but also to server nodes. I said server nodes because in this setup, the traditional dedicated game server becomes a game server node. This server node connects to the replication layer, very similar to a client, and only a subset of entities are replicated to that server node. Replication to server nodes is controlled by the network bind culling algorithm that we saw earlier, and is driven by streaming bubbles, and it works very similar to how it works on clients. The server node has certain streaming bubbles assigned to it, which will cause the replication layer to replicate entities from these streaming bubbles to the server node. Contrary to a player's client, a server node has the additional responsibility to execute server-side authoritative code for those entities, controlling AI, doing damage calculations, etc., etc. The result of this simulation is then written back from the server node to the replication layer, and from there it is replicated to all connected clients and other server nodes. Since streaming bubbles can overlap, entities may be replicated to multiple server nodes, exactly the same way how they are currently replicated to multiple clients if players are at the same location. To avoid two server nodes trying to simulate the same entity, only one server node can have authority over any given entity. And only that server is allowed to write entity state back to the replication layer. This is usually the first server node who replicated the entity, and other server nodes will only run client code on those entities. Basically, you can see a game server node as a client with authority to write the result of its local simulation back to the replication layer. Authority can transfer between server nodes. For example, if an entity leaves the streaming bubble of the current authoritative server, it is then transferred to the next server node that has this entity currently streamed in. Further, authority can be transferred between server nodes on demand in order to load balance the mesh. Since we now mesh multiple server instances together to simulate a shared state of the universe, we no longer call this instance, but instead we call it shard. A shard is still a unique version of the universe, and we still have multiple shards running in parallel. However, the server mesh will lift our current hard limit of 50 players, and it will enable us to steadily increase the number of players we can support within one shard. It will take some time, and in our first version of server meshing, we will still have a very similar situation as we have today, with quite a few shards running in parallel. However, this technology is going to enable us to start scaling the universe to become a true MMO experience. There are some fundamental differences between a shard and an instance.
Yeah, that's actually
For this,
really
we need to take a
interesting.
closer look at the replication layer and talk a little bit about persistent streaming. Previously, the entity state was held entirely in memory on the dedicated game server. And besides some selected persistent player items, all that state would be lost when the servers shut down or crashed. The replication layer is fundamentally different, as the entire state of the universe is stored within a graph database. We call this entity graph, and it's an evolution of the original iCache. When we create a new shard, the initial entity state of the universe is seeded into this database. This happens offline before we let player join the shard. When the shard comes online, the replication mesh caches the state from the entity graph. As player connect to the shard, and as we start to spin up new server nodes, simulation begins and alter the state of the universe. The replication layer does not only replicate these state changes to connect players and server nodes, it also replicates the state into the entity graph. Since the entity graph is a persistent database, the state of the shard is never lost, and even if the shard is shut down, the state persists and can be resumed at a later time. Benoit is going to show you some more technical details about the entity graph.
Thank you, Paul. Get ready for a deep dive into the entity graph persistence database. The entity graph is our approach to persisting the game world. This is fundamentally different to what is happening today in the game, where only items you own are actually stored. Our objective is to be able to save the state of the replication layer, which includes all entities in a given universe shard, in order to provide a truly persistent world, where actions you take as a player can influence environments in the game world permanently. The entity graph, as the name implies, stores game data as a graph. This representation is native for the game engine because it is how internally those data structures the game uses are addressed and manipulated. Using a graph also has several advantages. We're basically storing and retrieving from a gigantic indexed list of nodes and edges, and those edges between those nodes are optimized in a sharded database. But in order to properly explain the system, we must first...
Dude, for half a second, I thought he said sharded. Like, shard.
Game objects are constructed of several game entities, linked together in hierarchical structure. You can picture this as a tree, which is a specialized kind of graph. This is how the game engine holds and simulates the elements on screen as it is running the simulation. In a server meshing world, this is also how replicants hold the entities in memory for each of their assigned territories. For example, a ship is made up of several entities that make up different parts of the entire playable vehicle. Each part is parented to another entity until the root of the ship is reached. Each of these entity nodes holds properties with regard to what the entity represents in the game. The class of object it is, the item type, its legal owner, orientation, and of course its very precise physical location within the game world. Each edge in our graph qualifies the relationship to the parent. In the case of a vehicle, our edges store properties that tell the system which port is being used to attach the entity into the parent and what kind of attachment it is. An item port attachment, a zone attachment, many others. In a constellation, for example, the different major sections of the hull are entity nodes with edges to the ship root. We call this small graph of item an aggregate because it is a whole movable unit. The ship root in this case is called the aggregate root because it sits at the top of a logical object. You can think of what you normally call an item as an aggregate, with the aggregate root being the actual item you are talking about. For example, a first-person weapon with attached scope, mag clips, and laser sights is a small hierarchy of entities. We distinguish the aggregate roots from other nodes by giving it a label. Labels allow us to distinguish and rapidly look up and find nodes of a specific type, either when we retrieve...
Also,
parts of
Alan,
the
actually,
graph
now that I'm
or
thinking
look up
about it, the
specific
PTU
nodes.
doesn't require
Those
you to
labels
update
exist to
anything.
allow
You just
quick
go into the
reversal of
PTU.
Of the graph data when we query for specific things in the game world. Other labels include streaming groups, universe root, star system root. This allows us to really look up and index those types.
So you could actually check it out
tree
and see
depth
if you
doesn't
are
stop
allowed
there.
inside.
Additional information is required for a fully functional ship. The insides of each of those structural entities have to be fleshed out. Object containers are the building blocks of how space division is achieved, which aggregates and what part of the hierarchy they're in. In fact, most major areas of ships are represented as OC entities attached to the ship root or another OC. The shape of this data actually takes in reality is driven by designers. Of course, then, each of those object containers also contain entity hierarchies as well, expanding to have the common static and dynamic entities you're used to playing with, like elevators, beds, guns, seats, gimbals, and others. In addition to object containers that make up the structure of the ship, other aggregates can also be attached within the hierarchy of our ship. For example, a rover parked in the cargo bay of our Connie will be attached as a sub-aggregate attached to your ship's cargo grid. Same goes for turrets, which are changeable and themselves expose item ports, allowing guns to be mounted. For each of those entity nodes, a snapshot document is also stored. This document contains all the runtime values, the game components attached to those entities. This data is the dynamic part of the model where game developers can persist variables on any entity in the game world according to the rules of the game component. For example, damage state and
Dang,
health
dude.
data are stored
All
within
you do
snapshot,
take out a Gladius is have a
document
Demco
of those ship
LMG.
entities.
Sold.
Storing and retrieving data in graph form really have some awesome properties. It's a native structure to the game engine, so it gets loaded rapidly. It's very simple and effective to serialize and transport because it's just a list of nodes and edges. There are optimized databases that we can use that allow us to fetch entities recursively in a traversal rapidly, and the data set can be sharded across multiple database instances reliably.
Shard it right across.
One key element here and one big advantage of having a graph data is also that we can reduce writes.
Funny.
So in order to reduce that, all the hierarchical changes that we need to do can be minimized. For example, if we want to detach mutation command will detach an entity from the hierarchy. In this case, a single edge must be erased, which is a very inexpensive operation. A nice side effect of this is also that it's the same operation whether we're detaching a single entity or an entire aggregate. In both cases,
I'm a bit of a
the single
child,
edge must be
sorry.
erased in order to perform the detach. Rolling away in your stowed rover, detaching a gun from a replacement or for a replacement, or selling a turret becomes really a cheap operation to persist. That is good because that happens very frequently. Compared to a columnar approach where index columns must be maintained for every write, linking all objects to the aggregate root, this is really a great performance improvement. The same properties apply with the attach command, which will only have to create a single edge when rejoining items to the hierarchy, be it via attachment or parking another vehicle on a docking hub. The attach and detach commands are two of the many semantic commands that the Entity Graph API proposes, allowing to express a mutation to the graph. Other examples of the different commands are create, possess, transfer, stack, unstack, change location, change snapshot, bury, stow, and unstow. One important change in addition that comes about with the entity graph is also how mutations are applied to the database. Each mutation is composed of multiple commands which are executed in sequence but committed transactionally to the database. They either succeed together or fail and roll back together. This ensures that the changes to the graph are always consistent and no lost writes or errors can cause data corruption.
They either succeed together or fail and roll back
consisting
together.
of detach, transfer, and then attach commands would succeed only if all three commands are applied successfully.
So that's why it's
The
like,
system
can I launch a
retrieves the
missile?
constant
No. Now
order
you have
streams
no
of
missiles.
mutations from the replicant scribes that are part of the replication layer.
Okay,
and
now
are
I
in
understand.
queue and durable queues to ensure that no message is lost, even if the service is unavailable or paused. It's important to understand that the graph does not only cover your ships and items, but the entire game world is made of this way. Your ship is actually attached to the zone host location you travel in. Your playing character is attached to your ship seat when you are piloting it, just like planets are attached to their star system routes. The game world, though, must exist in persistence before it can be replicated and mutated. This is part of a process called seeding, where a new database is created by the replication layer. It is during that process that millions of entities are initially created in a sort of a big bang. At this stage, every object container, every minor or major entity from planets to doorknobs are inserted into the entity graph in their default state. That is, the state that the designers decided was the initial state of the world. This process goes down from the universe root to the star system root, and into the different areas and planets, into their landing zone, their buildings, their rooms, down to the smallest possible entity. There are multiple types of entities that are created during this process. First are unstreamable entities, which make up the skeleton of the universe. Those are entities you do not get to see.
Hell yeah.
Part of, and
You're pretty
are always
excited about the
present
free
on
knife,
every
dude?
worker node in the mesh. It is by looking up unstreamable entities that the game world
What
is
do you
able
have to do to get it?
stream
I was
the
checking
other
my
types of
account and I didn't
entities
see
into
that it
the
was
client and
credited.
into the server mesh.
For free? What do
It
I
is
do? What do I
from
do about
those-
that?
All from those entities that others entities bloom. Static entities make up the game world that you cannot interact with. Most map objects that make up buildings like the Hurston Tower, rooms and walls of hospitals, or the bar at G-Lock are all made up of static entities. And the last type is dynamic entities. These are entities that you, as a player, can manipulate. A bottle on a bar, a door in a level, a ship component, everything you interact with when you're playing the game.
Do I need to go view their
Of course,
Twitch channel? Is that what it
seeding,
is? Like, I'm
all
actually
object
viewing
containers
it.
will
This
also
is
be
their
seeded as
channel.
part of this hierarchy and inform the shape
Do I need to
of the
do anything?
loadable subgraphs. The seeding process takes a couple of minutes to complete. Once created, this newly seeded database represents a full dimension of the universe and will now persist as it is modified by players. As you play the game and go about with your ship, your playing character entity moves from location to location, getting attached to new zones as you travel. Your player aggregate is itself part of the giant graph, and your location and state
I'm sure you're
going to
use show Tanner your free knife, aren't you,
to the
Alan?
entity graph of your given territory. When you interact with dynamic objects and their properties change, the state of that entity will not persist until this instance of the database is undeployed. There are, in fact, multiple copies of the universe that are seeded at a given time. We call those shards. Each shard is a unique copy of the game world, complete with all of its entities and unique states. Think of it as an alternate universe. Dynamic entities that have been modified in each dimension will have different states. The bottle on the bar was moved, or the door was destroyed, might not be in the same state between shards. This technique is a way to gain scalability as our player base grows. A single shard can grow to host multiple millions of entities. Even if each shard database is itself clustered and can grow substantially.
Have you
past
already
the
got
simulation,
yours?
there is a point
You
where
said they're adding it in
multiple
stages. Have you already got yours?
As you join the persistent universe, the matchmaking system is getting retooled in order to select the correct universe shard for you to play on, using multiple data points like your friend's location, your active party, your last game session, and or which shards still have items on it that you own. This is to ensure as much as possible that you end up on the same shard you expect to be as a player. In order to provide a seamless game experience, it would be terrible if you lost items you used when you were in a given shard versus another, or if your character was bound to a shard forever. To alleviate this, the system includes
I don't know if any of you
stowed
played
and unstowed entities.
Sea of Thieves when it first came out.
Unstowed when
But there
it
was
is
a lot of
currently
instances
active in a
where
shard database and being actively simulated
if your
on by
server
the
was
worker
too
nodes of
small,
the replication layer.
you would get sucked
Stowed
into another
entities
server
are
mid
player-owned
game,
entities that are stowed
and
in
sometimes
inventory
you could lose
containers
like
or
boxes and
location
stuff,
inventories. Those
or
entities
cannons,
live in another
like
database
cannonballs and stuff like
entirely,
that.
called the global database, a large clustered database that spans all shards. Aggregate roots in that shard.
It
are
happened to
stored
Connor and I one time when we were
with edges
sailing,
to inventory nodes.
and we
Any
switched
entity in a
servers, and
shard
we were
can
all
have
of a
an
sudden
inventory
like
node in
upside
global
down,
for stowing
flying through
things
the
in it.
air.
For example, a box entity that is unstowed in a shard
We were in the middle of
would have an
combat.
inventory node in the global database to store its content. This allows to keep unsimulated entities in a non-shard specific database while keeping the live aggregate within the shard. As you transition between shards, your playing character gets unstowed into the selected shard. This process effectively moves your player aggregate data from the global database to the shard database. Your player entity now gets simulated by game worker nodes and is being updated at a regular rate as you play and move around the game world. Accessing items that are stowed, like a ship, from the ASOP terminal is basically reading the inventory contents of the global graph at your location. Same goes for personal inventories or cargo inventories. When you request a ship to be spawned, the system will unstow the ship onto a landing pad by submitting a shard mutation. Alternatively, when a ship gets despawned during parking at a rest stop, the ship gets stowed back into the global database, making it available for unstow in any shard. The global database is where all of your stowed items will live. Hero items will always be available for unstow in any shard if they are not already in use. The process of stowing and unstowing also helps to alleviate problems related to entity authority so that only game worker nodes in the right shard can update unstowed entities in that shard. This brings about a nice property of the server meshing and persistent streaming architecture in that the state of the entities are being persisted transactionally during play, be it in a shard or a global database through stowing. A single server crash, or 30K, should no longer result in item loss. This model also has a real scalability benefit that stems from the separation of the read-intensive workloads that are isolated to the global DB from the write-intensive workloads that are handled by the individual shard database. The global graph exists to provide seamless access to your belongings no matter what shard or alternate universe you're currently playing in. Okay, let's go back to Paul to learn about some of the benefits of the server meshing architecture.
Yeah, the first benefit is obviously the advantage that we don't have this issue of synchronization between different server nodes. Each server node has one single connection to the replication layer, which is used to push and get updates for entities of interest. The second advantage is that the same streaming and replication logic that we already use for clients can be applied to servers, and that server nodes will only stream in a small area, which will greatly increase performance. It also allows us to increase resilience down the road. As long as a client is connected to the replication layer, the client stays connected even if the server node crashes. In this case, the simulation for an entity may be stopped for a moment, but as soon as a new server comes online, the simulation will just continue. While the underlying tech is close to completion, there are some upcoming challenges that we need to solve before we can give that into your hands. The first version of this technology will contain a static server mesh. Instead of the fully dynamic mesh that we saw earlier, the static mesh assigns server nodes to predefined sections of the solar system. This will reduce the amount of authority transfer that game code has to address in this first release. There will also be a lot of challenges for the game services and game feature teams. Or maybe Benoit can give a little bit more.
Yeah, there are many parts of the game that are affected by this new server meshing architecture. So any gameplay features that has to rely on the concept of a server, right? Currently, when you connect to a game server, we know what match you're in. So to send messages and update to that server, we simply locate your active match and then send those messages out there. That concept needs to change because we now have a mesh to deal with. And so there are multiple game servers that need to receive this information. They need to be able to subscribe dynamically to it or unsubscribe dynamically to players transitioning through them. So you can imagine that this will affect things like missions that currently are spawned locally on the game server. These now need to be spawned globally within the shard and also persist their state. So all services that are attached to missions, whether it's the quantum system in the back end or the quasar tools, need to now know about the concept of a shard. This also goes deep into like things that are mechanical, like getting global chat to work on a server. That concept now needs to be extended to the shard, where this will probably push us to implement this as a location-based chat, for example. And so many teams in the company now need to change their feature to take into account the meshing technology that's behind it, because the concept of server, which has been ingrained since the beginning, has changed to become a mesh of servers.
Yeah, exactly. So I also want to shout out to the network team who's working on the replication layer and the bind culling, as well as the persistent tech team who's working on the entity and object container streaming. And as Benoit said, also all the other teams that work on gameplay features or gameplay services that are affected by this new technology. There are a lot of devs working on this, and we are very excited to push on this new technology. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, dude, seriously, guys. Like, actually, thank you for that, because it's really, like, I just want to know where they're at on it. You know what I'm saying? It's good to see the stuff that they're doing.
Is this working? Good. Hey, look, I don't have much time. They call me Chris the Menace, and I have been framed for homicide. I am here at the Klesher Rehabilitation Center. I have a bounty on my head for 500,000 credits, because I am offering 1 million credits for somebody who will come and rescue me. I can't leave. I am being watched. I need help. I don't have much time. Please come and help me.
Also, if you had a bounty on your head for like 500,000, and if you had a bounty on your head for 500,000, and you were willing to pay someone $1 million to come get you, why not just like pay your own thing? You know? I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking it too far into it.
Miners are of a unique breed. It's not about doing the job. It's about doing the job right. No matter how small or big, you need the right tools. Argo Astronautics, doing the job right.
From our starfarers to our labs, offices, and facilities, and in communities around the verse, we're continuously innovating to provide the energy solutions that advance modern life.
I don't like those faces, dude. Some of those were nasty.
Who said he could use my set? Alright, fine. So we're gonna redo the whole thing now with no graphics and orange lights. Ready?
Oh no.
So we introduced the replication layer, a new and improved architecture for meshing servers. It solves our problems observed in the naive meshing approach, namely multiple connections and authority. The entity graph is the persistence of the replication layer and uses graph data to persist the entire game universe. And the main focus of all of this is on making all game systems and features work in a no server concept where multiple servers are needed. Also, that the first release will likely be a static server mesh, and it will come, as all things do, I see you asking in the chat, when we feel it's ready. He really comes in here and uses my lights. Now, moving along, earlier in the day we saw the first look at the Anvil Liberator, revealed earlier today during the Ship Talk panel. So check out the website to learn more, and you can submit your questions for the Q&A on Spectrum that'll be released in the coming days. Also, don't forget about the hashtag SC Watch Party on Twitter and Instagram contest. I can't help but notice that morphologists and Burks have one going, and I wasn't invited. I mean, I wasn't invited to any of them now that I think about it.
Dude, Morphologist has the
315's not out
most
yet. I could just backspace and respond
referred
there.
people in the entire game. Like, he is like number one on
Where I
referrals.
hit the button and then fell on the floor, but I don't feel like it anymore. But up next, my vote for Sleeper Hit of the Day. Addie and Graham take us into the world of Claudius, the next big thing from CIG Audio, in the sounds of space, starting now.
Hi, my name's Graham Phillipson, and I'm lead audio programmer here at Cloud Imperium Games.
Hello, I'm Eddie Kelch, and I'm one of the sound designers working at Cloud Imperium Games.
And we're here to talk about some of the big developments we've got going on in audio tech, specifically SIG Audio and Claudius, which is a new audio engine layer and associated tool that we hope will greatly improve the development experience of our sound design team.
Getting started on this project can be quite challenging due to the amount of tools that we have involved in implementing audio into the engine.
And with the Claudius tool, we aim to streamline that process as much as possible. This talk will be very much focused on workflow and tech, and as such, there won't be too many sort of exciting explosion sounds going off and things like that. But, you know, this is all about how we improve the workflow for our sound design team, and we know these guys can make amazing sounds anyway.
Thanks, Graham.
So before we get into the new stuff, let's take a little look at the history and where we are now and what inspired us to go down this development path. Up until this point, so much of the data that we use has been owned and stored in the data of other tools that are not owned by the audio team or by the audio code team. Tools such as Mannequin, the character tool, TrackView, UI Code, DataForge, All of these tools are designed for other teams to work with, and audio can sometimes feel like a bit of an afterthought within those tools. Additionally to this, because the data is stored within the files for those tools, we end up with a lot of data that's scattered around different areas. It can be difficult to dig in and find what we want. Also, when we're loading these tools, we have to load up all the data. So for example, if it's an animation tool, we have to load lots of animation data when really we're not actually working with that. There can be huge learning curves involved and lots of time spent switching between tools that impacts our development by swallowing up time. A lot of our ways of working haven't changed in a very long time, and we thought it was time to take a step back, look at all the challenges we face, and see if we can come up with solutions for all of them by coming up with a completely new design that addresses all the issues that we face day to day and tries to overcome them in an elegant way that makes the sound designers' lives much easier and makes their jobs much more fun. And this is what we came up with. So with Claudius, what we did was we put workflow at the very core of the design. From day one, when we started working on the design of the SIG Audio and Claudius systems, we wanted to make sure that workflow was always the focus of how things were working. We never wanted the tools to get in the way any more than they need to. And we wanted to make sure that the tools could be as smooth and as fun to use as they possibly could be.
I think that this designer comes first workflow is quite important, and it's going to become an integral aspect on this project. Currently, we have quite a bit of focus shifting, and that tends to break momentum. Not only that, audio seems to be treated a lot as a production aspect of the game at the moment, and this tool's going to help shift that to post-production, where it should be.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really good point. One of the main things we wanted to do with the tool was to make sure that it could be used as a post-production tool, so that you could effectively take a finished feature of the game where no audio guy had seen it at all. The audio code could be implemented really quickly, and then the sound design could be implemented on top of that really quickly, and this could all be done completely downstream of all the stuff that happened before it. Obviously, in practice, we're working on this game in parallel with lots of other teams, and we never work in the sort of post-production way that, like an actual film post house would work. But by carrying over some of those principles, we think we've made a really good tool, and part of how we've achieved that is by sort of completely abstracting the audio data away from the code that calls it. The calling code knows nothing of what the result of what it is saying will do, so it will trigger some parameters and some events, but it doesn't know what the audio system will do as a result of that. And there's a very clear decoupling between the audio system and the game that calls it. And likewise, within the audio system, we don't care where the events and parameters came from. All we care about is what we do with them and how it makes things sound good.
And now, with all this data in one place, it's going to make it extremely swift and also a lot more inclusive to fix bugs. By inclusive, what I mean is audio QA is going to become an even more integral part of the team. They're going to be able to quickly fix these things on the fly.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point. Like, because we've got all this data in one place, and we've also got the game's behaviors in one place, what we've done is we've integrated all the debugging tools into the exact same tool that the sound designers are using. So an audio QA person is working in exactly the same place, but they've got an interest in some different data. So what they care more about is, like, why is something not sounding as it should, or is the system behaving as it should? And we want to offer up all the information that they need. And what that means is that then they can easily pinpoint where the problems are, and in some cases they can probably fix them because the fixes become so obvious. Coupled with that is that we want the sound designers to be able to completely trust the tool, so that when you implement something in Claudius, you know it's going to work in game. And fundamentally, there should be no difference between you implementing something and playing it out and actually running the game in a real game scenario and doing the same thing. So what we want to do is make it so that if anything doesn't work, that's a code bug, that's on us guys, we need to fix it, and you guys can completely trust the tool, and that means that you don't need to spend lots of time testing.
I think trust is a good word. I think that trust is also going to be coupled with just a whole new improvement in our daily lives when it comes to implementing audio into the game.
So let's take a little look at Claudius itself. What we've done is we've introduced a visual scripting language that allows you guys to implement whatever you want, and we provide tools that hopefully allow you to do all the creative things that you need to do with the audio. But the design of Claudius under the hood is interesting, because The tool itself doesn't hold any data of its own. All it does is exposes data that exists within
You know,
the
it
game
might be,
engine. What this means for us is that live update, as in
I'm not
when you
reading
make
too
a
far
change
into
in
this,
Claudius tool,
Alan. I don't know if you're still here,
it
but
live updates in the game, and it
all I'm saying
immediately
is
responds, and the change that you
if
made
the
is
band new
immediately
merchant,
apparent in the game.
okay, which
That
is
becomes a
currently
standard
scheduled
because
for
we're actually
Q2
operating on the
release.
data that the game is running with.
So
And
like
actually,
April,
because of the design,
May,
it's
June.
not possible
Okay.
to implement an audio
Next
feature
year,
without implementing live update.
which will equal
And that was at the very core of this design.
marketplace
because, again,
design
we're
and stuff like that.
Completely thinking about workflow, ease of use,
if
about
that
limiting the amount of time you guys
is
spend sort of, rebooting
implemented
the game
next
or,
year,
trying to get your actions to be
and the
reflected in
Liberator comes out by the
You
end of
already
next year.
mentioned it, but I think that
by the end of like Q4 probably, if they end up putting it in Pyro next year.
I think that life is going to
because they even said themselves the Liberator is going to be very useful in Pyro, which means they should probably do something about that.
It's not going to really be a thing anymore.
If both
and
those
that's gonna be
ships are
great.
together,
not only that,
the Band of
all these
Merchantmen has
parameters that
markets,
we want to get
you know,
access to based on the data, we're going to get access
and
to that by just going into
being
the game,
able to
playing
shut
something
certain
like a
people
weapon,
out of certain
and
parts
by
of your
picking up
ship.
that weapon, now
Like if someone
that's
comes
gonna,
on board,
be
you label
inherited
them
by the character.
either
So it
crew
means that we're going to be
or
able to attach all these different sounds to that
customer,
gun
which is what they were
based
saying.
on what the player is
So if
doing.
they have that, and they have a ship
it's gonna make so many of
that
these
can
things,
sit other
possible.
ships on top of
And
it,
it
and
just
inside of
wasn't
it.
before.
I don't see why I
Yeah,
can't
what we're
have
trying
my
to do is
freaking
make
Kraken,
so much
dude.
data available to you where you need it and in an
Just
intuitive
saying,
way.
just saying.
And what that means is that, when you, as you say, if you spawn a weapon in the game, it immediately becomes visible in the Claudius tool. And if you perform an action on that weapon, such as firing it or reloading it, those actions immediately become available and visible in the Claudius tool and available for you to implement. And what that means is that we're putting the implementation right alongside it happening in the game. Claudius uses a reactive programming model. And what that means is that as the data comes in, the visual
And honestly,
side of what you see,
the first
updates
Kraken
live,
is going to
and
complete
it
like
updates
the regular
immediately.
Kraken, not the
And it
Privateer.
also has
But the
some
regular
sense that's
Kraken is
relevant,
going to
because
have
if you're running an actor around, then the most
the only
recent
thing you would
events
need to get in
received
for
by
that would
the
be
game or
the
sent by
kind of
game
Liberator,
would
you
be
know,
the
and then you
movements of
scale
the
up.
limbs, the footsteps, that kind of thing, and you get to see those things.
You're like, okay, we
immediately
can
in the
set
tool, and you
3
can even
ships
filter
on
by
top
time,
as
so you
Liberator,
can look at things
but
you
now we
can,
can
like,
scale it
clear
up to
out
include the
perform an
9
action,
ships.
and now that's the only thing you can see, so you get really quick, easy
what,
access.
4
to
across
all
the
the
top
data.
too. Yeah,
And all
the
of
like
this tech, I
9
think, puts
ships
us in a
that the
great
Kraken
position
can
to
hold.
continue to support
So.
the ever-increasing demands of CIG's games.
I also think that the designers are going to be quite empowered by the amount of time that they're going to have to focus on the creative aspects because of this tool.
Yeah, that's the whole philosophy of this design, is to empower the sound designers to be sound designers.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at a practical example, marking up a weapon in Claudius. As we've mentioned, all the events and parameters that arrive in the Claudius interface are things that have happened in the game. The game is just describing what's happened, and it doesn't have any preconceptions about what the audio system should do. It simply provides data. So for example, the weapon fired, it now has 5 rounds in the magazine. The weapon fired again, it now has 4 rounds in the magazine, and lots of other information as well, such as the weapon fired and there was this much atmospheric pressure around it, or it was out in space and there was no pressure. All these sort of contextual things become available. And the decisions about what that data actually means to you guys all completely come down to you. So all we do is we, as programmers, is we provide as much data as we possibly can in a place where you can use it.
What amazes me about this tool is it's going to just be as simple as, hooking up a couple nodes and seeing the results in the editor. Not only that, all this complex logic that we have, we're going to have access to all these parameters super easily. So the idea of, let's say, having a different reload sound based on the amount of ammunition in the mag it's going to be, rather simple to implement.
Yeah, absolutely. What we've done here is we've gathered all the data that may or may not be relevant to you, and we don't mind whether it is or not. We deal with all that code side, the efficiencies of that, and you guys get access to any data that you may or may not be interested in. So you could do like crazy things if you wanted. You could make it so that the reload sound sounds different if there are, like you say, if there are different number of rounds in the mag, but you might want to make the reload sound different if the character's wearing armor or not.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes no sense, but all this data becomes available to you, and it's totally up to you guys what you do with it. So we're opening up lots of possibilities.
I think that comes back to empowering the sound designers again. I think all this freedom creatively is it's going to be great.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that sort of giving you that creative freedom, I think, is going to be amazing to see what comes out of that. Because, you know, for example, we can have something like a parameter that says whether it's nighttime or not. And if you wanted, you could change the whole aesthetic of the game, change all the sounds based on it being nighttime.
Yeah.
And that would require no input from the code team because we've given you the data that you need. So let's dig down a little into some specific features of Claudius and look at budgeting and aggregation. In this video, we have a set of audio trigger spots that are all playing the same sound. We haven't applied any sort of budgeting to them, so they all play, they're all taking up resources, and we can hear them all, so the mix can be a little bit sort of muddied by just how many of them are playing. I want to show here just how simple it is to deal with that and to reduce the budget for the sounds that they're playing. So here we go to the audio source settings.
Uh-oh.
His calculations are correct.
Really?
The Empire is dying.
You can't save yourselves.
Well, I hope I don't get copyright striked for stupid shit.
To 5, only 5 of those sounds are now playing, represented by sort of lighter green. We can go back and we can change the budget, and again, that will we'll drop it a little bit more. You can see now only the closest 3 to the camera are currently playing, and then we'll just whiz the budget back up so you can see they all come back again when you do that. Now, that's the budgeting feature, and that's one tool to sort of reduce the amount of resources we use. But what we also do is allow you to deal with what happens when all those sounds that are not allowed to play because of the budget are prevented from playing. So what we do is we have a system called an aggregation system. And every single one of those sounds that hasn't been allowed to play can contribute to a further sound that attempts to represent that crowd of sounds that were not played. So here we're going to do a really simple example. We're going to hook up a sort of more musical tone to this aggregate, and what this aggregate will do is it will represent all of those sounds that aren't playing. Now, we offer lots of parameters to this aggregation system, but the aggregate is aware of how many sounds it represents, it's aware of the position, it's aware of the spread of them, so lots of information is made available to the sound designers so that they can represent this.
I'll be right back,
massive
guys. I have
sound
to use the
with just
restroom.
a single audio
Sorry.
source. Okay, so now we can see that there's a further light green blob in amongst all the dark green. And what that is that's the aggregated sound. So that will move to the center of wherever the crowd of non-playing sounds is. And as you can see, it kind of skips around in this video, but we have smoothing options so that it doesn't sort of jump around and become jarring. It just moves around as quickly or slowly as you want it to with the crowd of sounds that it's attempting to represent. And what this means for us is that it makes it a lot easier to sort of clean up the mix if you've got a lot of things that have been added to a level. They've been added by a non-audio person, and with maybe not so much understanding of the consequence of that, it gives us really easy ways of dealing with that. You can see here, if we increase the budget, the aggregated sound moves further away, and then if we completely reduce the budget to nothing, then you end up with just a fixed aggregated sound right in the middle of all the sounds that are playing. All the sounds that are not playing. Now, this is a really simple example. None of these sounds are moving, but if they were moving, then that blob would move appropriately to the position where all those sounds were moving.
I think what this tech has showed us is for ambience work specifically, the designers are going to have quite a lot of creative freedom to kind of go wild and rely on this technology to help us clean up not only the mix, but the voice count and the channel counts. It's also a good way for us to create accurate background dialogue, or as we call it, walla, for bespoke locations, and I think it's going to bring a lot more life to locations.
Absolutely, but also aggregate logic doesn't have to be used for those purposes. It can be used for more abstract purposes as well. So we can use the logic system within the audio system to understand how many of a certain thing exist in the game. So if, say, every tree tells the audio system that it exists. We don't necessarily want to play a sound on all those trees, maybe unless it's windy, which is a decision we can make if we want. But we can track count, so we can track how many of a certain object type there are, and we can use that information to inform something like the mix. So you can have a mix that's maybe specific to forests. You want something to sound like a forest, you want to bring in some ambience that makes it sound like a forest, and that can all be driven by this set of data that we're not actually playing sounds directly on, but we're just using it to inform the mix. Another feature that we have in Claudius is logic inheritance, and what that allows us to do is to implement a set of audio logic on a certain audio node and then inherit it on child nodes of that node so that we can override it, repurpose it, or make it just basically do the same thing as the parent node does. Now that's quite an abstract thing to say, I know, but what it means is that we can use a single set of events and parameters to express audio across multiple nodes in the game.
I think this comes back to the example that we used before about, a weapon reloading. And so by overriding that logic, we're going to be able to place audio events on specific parts of the weapon and make them perform based on what the character is doing. It just seems like a really powerful tool to have.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's all about putting all the power in your hands.
Yeah.
For example, you might have something like a character who jumps and lands, and that jump event can be expressed on any bone of his body. So if he's wearing a watch, you can make it jingle.
Yeah.
If he's got a cracky knee, you can make it crack when he lands or something. And all these different things can be done, and they're all available to you by default.
And quite easy to implement as well, as we're seeing.
Another thing we have in Claudius is a set of systemic parameters, and what they are is a set of parameters that are available by default to any audio node in the game. Things such as atmospheric pressure, velocity, acceleration. So for example, you can do something like take the atmospheric pressure and the acceleration of an object, and you can use that to express some wind noise. And that's something that previously would have required code support, but you guys can just dive in and do it on literally anything. You can add a SIG audio component to something that the audio system's never seen before, and you can start expressing the audio on these things in this way.
Claudius, I think, rationalizes the whole process of being a sound designer on this project. All that relevant information is going to be in one place, and it's going to be quite digestible, especially for people just getting started.
Yeah, absolutely. We want the sound design process to be as organic as possible, and we want you guys to have the freedom to just express yourselves, and that's the point of getting all this data to you by default. So let's take a look at an example of something you can do using SIG Audio and Claudius without any code support. Here, we're adding a SIG Audio component to an entity type that's never had one on it before. It's a really simple thing to do. We just drop the component in DataForge, and then we can jump over to the editor, and we can spawn one of these things. And I'm going to use the example of a plushie here. And what we're going to do is we're going to use some of these systemic parameters and events that come for free without any extra code support, and we're going to use them to express. It's a bit of a silly example. We're going to use them to express the contents of this plushie. So what looks like a cuddly toy right now is going to turn into some sort of water container. So we're going to put a kind of water sloshing loop on this thing. So we need to respond to its spawn event and also its despawn event. So the sound stops if it ever gets despawned. And we can add an audio source that is the water sloshing sound. And then if we hook that up, it's going to start playing that sound. But the way these sounds are set up is that they don't play anything unless certain parameters are set on them. So they're muted until, for example, they have some sort of rotational or directional movement on them, because you don't want an object to just sit there playing a sloshing sound when it's not moving. So we're going to hook up some parameters as well. We're going to hook up the systemic acceleration and velocity parameters. And we're going to just demonstrate a little bit of, we're not going to go into sort of too complex logic here, but we're just going to demonstrate a little bit of what you can do. So we're going to multiply them by each other. And then the result of that, we're going to set it on a couple of parameters on that object. And then, as I said before, everything is live updated. So we're going to see the result of what we do here. We're going to hear the result of what we do here immediately once we've done it. So just finish hooking this up, and we'll pass over to the editor view once that's done. Oh, one last thing we need to do before we can make that happen is, because this entity's already spawned, we need to send its spawn event again. And in Claudius, you can send any events that are set up for debugging reasons which is really useful. So now we can see the green blob, which says the sound's playing, but we can't hear very much because there's no velocity or acceleration. Now, as the character runs around carrying it, we can hear the sloshing sounds, we can hear them play when it's dropped, and all this is coming from this set of parameters in Claudius that are being multiplied together just for a bit of fun. So all that was done without any code support. The code system had never seen that entity before. It could have been literally any entity in the game. And what we've done there is we've been able to express the contents of that entity without any additional help from the code team. So that's a really sort of freeing thing for the sound designers to have available.
As we've seen with how easy it is to implement something like this, we have a lot of control over the physics, and it gives us no reason not to add sounds to literally everything in the game that's interactable and that can move. It's gonna bring a lot more life. The speed that we can get this done with, it's gonna make iteration a lot more plausible. And yeah, I think it's gonna have quite some interesting outcomes. So yeah, it opens up a line of creativity. It opens up a line of experimentation, and that goes, hand in hand with how quickly this was achieved.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, the example there was quite a silly one. It was putting a water sloshy sound where it doesn't really belong. But as I said, it doesn't matter what that entity is. It could be a little cuddly plushy thing, or it could be like a 400-foot tower that's falling and hitting the ground. And those same parameters can be used to express the sounds of that thing, to express the weight and the size of that thing. And, this tech isn't sort of limited to props and carryables. It can be used on literally anything. Anything that can move, you can express its movement using these parameters.
I think you touched on a really important point there, which is cause and effect. I think that's one thing that it's quite a tricky phenomenon to implement into games. But with Claudius, it's going to be, almost a breeze. We're going to be able to hold values based on a parameter, for example. So let's say if you shoot this plushie, it'll, trigger a very high value for that movement, and based on that we'll be able to change the sound that happens after. So let's say if you shoot the plushie, pick it up again, instead of a cute cuddly noise, it can make like a really angry, like, why did you shoot me, sort of grumble. And yeah, it's gonna add a whole new level of depth to these interactable objects and other things in the game as well.
Yeah, and those examples are just, again, it's all about unleashing creativity.
Exactly.
It's about sort of offering all the data that you need to be able to do whatever you want. And there may be things that we never even thought of, but by abstracting these systems in such a way that, and by making all this data available to you, it no longer becomes a coder's problem what you guys want. We just give you everything.
Yeah.
The SIG Audio and Claudius systems are designed with collaborative working in mind too. So the way that communication and the way that actions are performed in Claudius is that the Claudius app sends a request to the game engine to make some sort of change to the audio logic, and only when that request is fulfilled does the change actually reflect itself back in the Claudius UI. And this is tied into that whole concept of there's only one set of data owned by the engine and we change it live. So by having this design, what we've been able to do is allow multiple connections of multiple Claudius clients, and because they're all connected via WebSockets, they could be on separate PCs. What this means is that if a sound designer needs some assistance or just wants to collaborate with another sound designer on some sort of logic setup in Claudius, they can do that incredibly easily. They can connect their Claudius client to somebody else's game client simultaneously while that person has their copy of Claudius connected. And then as they make changes to the logic, they're reflected on both users' Claudius screens simultaneously.
I think that's quite a cool feature to have. A lot of the time when we're working, I'll need to call up either technical sound designer or a colleague and share my work, and they'll just be through sharing the screen, and there's a lot of, no, go there, and finger pointing, and it can be quite time consuming and make it difficult to quickly get a point across. And with this tool, I'll be able to, like you said, connect and just mark up, a gun, for example, or one of these physics prop on the go with them. And that can also spark quite a few ideas, just that very easy back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely. And every connected Claudius client has full control. So anyone can make any changes. Even the undo system works across all clients. So you could make a load of changes to demonstrate something and then disconnect, and then the other person can just hit the undo button to get rid of all that stuff and then start, doing something else that's maybe inspired by what you showed them or something like that. And I think it all just really sort of lends itself to having a lot of collaboration between sound designers, which is always a good thing.
I think now with the whole working from home situation, a tool like this is really going to be invaluable. It's going to allow the sound designers to connect a lot more QA to work with
It's
sound
been
designers.
interesting seeing the stuff that they
sound design
have been doing this year.
It's really just going to
with the
bring us
working
all
at home stuff
closer together and hopefully
it can't
spark
be
some
easy.
very interesting ideas.
So let's take a little look at some of the code that underpins these systems, because when we went away and wanted to start designing this thing, we obviously had workflow in mind, and we wanted that to be to create a situation that was as smooth and as easy as possible for sound designers. But as a code team, we serve two masters, and what we don't want to do is to implement those things for the sound designers at a cost that's too great for the engine team. So we need to avoid high CPU usage. We need to avoid blocking the main, the critical paths of the game. And we do that by moving all of our audio processing onto audio threads and onto audio jobs. And all the commands that cause that audio processing to happen are all transmitted through lockless queues. And what that means is that the game can tell us what we need to know, and we get out the way as quickly as possible, and that allows the game to run as freely as it can without audio sort of contributing to frame rate drop or contributing to high CPU usage. Because we've moved all that stuff into the audio system, what it means is that something like a feature that we would have maybe in ship code, like something that's very specific to thrusters, would now become a systemic feature in the audio system. And what that means is, again, it frees up your creativity, because we might have created something as an idea that assists with making thrusters sound good, but instead of it being kind of hidden away in the thruster code and only able to be used by those, it's now available to you wherever you want. And you can kind of use some of these tools in whatever sort of creative ways you can think of, whereas before they were hidden away, now they're completely available to you. And this also frees up audio coders' time, because we spend a lot less time sort of, working to make features that exist in one place, exist somewhere else. Literally, every feature exists everywhere for every system. So that, again, sort of helps the audio code team to spend a lot more of their time being creative too, which is a really good position to be in. We also have some features that even bring audio code into the realm of post-production, much like the sound design is. So we can live rebuild the code while the game is running, and that's something we've been able to do for a long, long time. But what Claudius does, because it uses this reactive programming model and it can react to the game's sort of transmission of events and parameters immediately and present them to you immediately, we can actually boot up the game and start up a feature we've never seen before and start playing around with it and find the bits where the audio needs to be, and then we can live add the code, rebuild it on the fly, and then it's already available to you guys. So we're making it so that collaboration between sound designers and audio coders becomes something that is just, it's almost as good as a collaboration between sound designers. It's like something we can go from nothing to a fully working feature without stopping the game. And then because of all the design that this is all built on, and all the way that we want to make sure that everything persists, you don't need to go back into the game and test it. What that means is that we can effectively implement both the code and the audio setup, save it, and we're literally done. And that's just saving so much time compared to sort of all the iteration time that they spent, like rebooting the game, rebooting editors, rebooting tools, swapping tools, and all that kind of thing. So yeah, this puts code at least partially in this production, post-production realm as well.
Yeah.
So we've looked at a lot of the features that we've already developed for Claudius, but we have lots of plans for the future too. The design of SIG Audio and Claudius aims to solve future problems before we know what they are, and where it can't solve them completely, it's going to make it easier to solve them. As new game features come along, and we don't know what they're going to be yet necessarily, we want to be able to support them as quickly as possible, but also we want to be able to reuse everything we create. And the SIG Audio and Claudius design is central to that. It's all about reuse, and it's all about having systemic features that are available to sound designers.
think what's so great about this technology is that we're gonna be able to take all this information from the game, bring the audio engine into the game engine, and just make it all so easy to access. I think one key aspect of Claudius that the audio team is really looking forward to is sympathetic audio. So this is the cause and effect that we were talking about before. I think having this like one event trigger another, for example, it's going to make the game a lot more cinematic. Everything's going to be real time. We're not going to have to pre-render all these events, and it's basically going to become procedural, which means that a lot of these scenarios that you get into, a lot of these different contexts that you can get into while you're playing the game, we're going to accommodate them, and you're going to get really just vastly different experiences every time you do something. And this is because we can infer so much from the game data, and create those links to create a beautiful experience. A lot of the time we think about like, how can we sonify this non-linear spectacle of a game? And I truly believe that is through cause and effect. It's having things done in real time and conveying all this information to the player that can be critical. So if, for example, you're flying and you start to enter a debris field or an asteroid field, that all those things can start having an effect on the environment around you. You can start hearing creaks. If you're entering the atmosphere, you can tell like that your ship's going through some strain, and instead of pre-rendering it can happen in real time. It can take values from like atmospheric pressure, temperature, and it's going to be quite a amazing experience for the players.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at the core of sympathetic audio is this idea of resonance, and with the sympathetic audio design that we have, we'll be able to give objects resonant frequencies, and we'll be able to make it so that if something sort of broadband in its frequency spectrum goes off, like a huge explosion or something like that, then you're going to expect a lot of metal panels and glass windows and things to rattle and resonate in sympathy. Sympathetic audio in sympathy with the explosion.
And all we really have to do is just set up the logic for that to happen, and it'll happen. And really eager and interested to see what players are gonna have happen to them through their playthroughs.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think all the features that we're looking to develop are all about bringing this game to life more, and making it more cinematic, and making it just feel more immersive.
Yeah, super high fidelity.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're looking at sort of improving the mixing support, so we can gather some of this. We've got a huge amount of data coming in now that can be used in lots of ways to decide which sounds play and what how those parameters affect those sounds. But we can take a step back and look at the bigger picture and say, we've got all this data that's telling us what's going on in the game. Can we then use that to sort of decide how the game should be mixed? So, for example, if you're exploring a moon or something like that, you're going to want to hear a lot of the ambiances and maybe some distant mining going off and things like this. But then if you sort of end up engaged in battle with someone, that's something that the audio system's aware of through the data that's coming in, and maybe it can change the mix so that those ambient things don't really get so much of a look in anymore, and it's all about the battle focus and things like that. And then again, as the battle ends and that kind of scenario falls away, we could automatically analyze the data and say, okay, we're now back into an ambient situation, so let's raise the level of some of these ambient sources again.
Yeah, I think that importance to what the player needs to hear at that moment, I think that's, especially on the FPS side, that's gonna really be valuable.
So that concludes our look at some of the features and tech that we have in development in the SIG Audio team right now. Hopefully it's going to make the lives of the sound design team much easier, and hopefully some improvements to the way the game sounds too.
Yeah, I think the sonic aesthetic of this game is going to change for the better because of these tools and because of these workflow improvements.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's it from us. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoy the rest of your CitizenCon, and I really hope next year we can all be back together in person and we can see each other in person then.
Yeah, no doubt, dude. I would actually love to be able to go. I would love to be able to go to an actual CitizenCon.
Cosmonaut is the premier online magazine for Star Citizen, packed full of ship reviews, outfitting guides, upcoming events, org interviews, current affairs, history, and more. Cosmonaut is your comprehensive guide to all aspects of life among the stars. Our talented team of writers, editors, designers, photographers, and artists are all passionate pilots and aim to bring you stellar images, incisive articles, and incredible design. Season 1 of Cosmonaut is available for download now. Head to www.cosmonautmagazine.com to get all 12 issues completely free.
I've heard them say, with every goal comes a sacrifice. With every dream comes a letdown. You've got to give up something to get that big thing you're chasing. I couldn't disagree more. See, everything is achievable, and you don't have to give up anything along the way. You want to know what I think? Sacrifice is what happens when you give up halfway. The Origin 300i. Sacrifice nothing. Achieve anything.
This is Jack. Jack is a successful trader. Unfortunately for Jack, he encounters local pirates.
Is this Morphologist?
They want ransom money.
It sounds like
just
him.
a fraction of his profits. Jack refuses the proposal. In his mind, he is a hero. Now, Jack is dead. All of his belongings go to the pirates.
Jack is dead.
Don't be like Jack. Be smart. Pay ransom. Sponsored by the Sinister Incorporated Pay Ransom Campaign.
So, Marcus, you work for Addison's campaign, right?
Yeah.
Did you guys get some sort of a winner's bonus?
Well, yeah, we got a bonus.
Oh, you did? How much?
I did get myself a Phoenix as a going away present.
They got you a Constellation Phoenix?
Hang on, why are we traveling on this rental Taurus, Marcus?
How was I supposed to know you'd prefer the Phoenix?
Oh, God, Marcus. You know what? I'm just gonna go have a shower.
Route has been plotted. Quantum in 10.
Guys, there are no towels.
You know, I think I had some towels in the Phoenix.
Oh, no, just stop.
Sorry.
Do not underestimate the talented and dedicated folks at CIG Audio. There's always a giant emphasis on video here, but none of it would ever hit the way that it's supposed to without that A to that V. And as we near the end of our show, we also saw the last of our community videos during the break, and I hope they stick around as a tradition for CitizenCons going forward. For those of you who know my origin story, you might understand why I have a particularly...
Oh, that man's got a Costco pizza in the bottom right of the screen, dude.
This is it. We're at the end of our day. It's time for one more panel, and one more panel alone. It's time for Tony, Rob, Ben, and Luke to take you deep into the machinery beneath our universe in systematic gameplay. Stream of thought. Bon appetit.
They're sort of going a little fast. They're like 20 minutes or something like that early for this.
Hi, I'm Tony Zervik, Director of Persistent Universe for Star Citizen.
Today I'm going to tell you about some of the new technology, features, and content that we're aiming to deliver over the next several quarters, and how these things are going to impact your gameplay experience. To assist in that endeavor, I brought along a few others to give you some additional perspective, including SGS Assistant Director Rob Reininger, Senior Systems Designer Ben Dorsey, and over in the UK, Lead Designer Luke Presley. Rob, we've been able to buy and sell commodities for years, but we're now looking to try and close out the entire loop by the end of the year by allowing players to sell weapons, armor, clothing, and eventually ships back to the shops. One of your favorite aspects
Oh,
of
dude,
this
being
has
able to
always
sell
been
a
what it
ship
means to
back?
treasure.
Woo!
Can you elaborate a bit on that?
I think it's huge because now it gives me a purpose to go out and collect the stuff, because players are very meticulous. They'll go out and pick up every single gun, weapon, armor off of other players. Like loot generation is something that the Frankfurt team is working on. It means a lot for, you know, investigating lockers or just stripping down something. We talk about salvage. You know, these are all things that are working towards the ability to buy and sell items. But most importantly, it's just curating your inventory, right? It's getting rid of this stuff. It's another form of reward. So I think it's a huge addition to the game.
Sure, and it also plays a big role in character advancement, right?
Yeah.
Because you can realize the equity from items that you've purchased in the past. In other words, I buy a particular laser rifle, now I decide that I want the better one. I don't have to buy that one starting from scratch. I can actually sell my original one, assuming it's in pretty good shape, and I basically pick the optimal shop at which to sell it. You know, that's a shop that deals in that specific item. Then I can actually get a pretty good price for that used item. I can then take that money and apply it and, you know, the differential towards moving up the ladder and basically getting better and better stuff. And so just like in the real world, it's like you don't usually start from, you know, from scratch and buy a house and then basically, have to, buy another one from scratch. You basically take your, realized equity in your original and you throw it into the other one and you just pay the difference.
Yeah, and that's something that we don't have in the shops right now. Everything is in the shop on a per item basis. And items sometimes come with default loadouts on them, like a sniper rifle or a set of armor, or ships are a great example of something that comes with a default loadout of certain laser cannons and power plants and etc. So as we go forward with selling, one of the things that we want to do is get an itemized price for every single attachment that's on an item, which includes laser scopes, magazines, any underbarrel attachments, right? Things like that. So now that these have their own individual price, it's much easier for us to, one, tune the economy. So now it's, this thing is more expensive or less expensive. As stats change, we can keep up with the statistical improvement of the item on a per item basis.
Sure, you have the macro item, it consists of the child items. We change the price of the child item, and the macro item, the larger item that includes various quantities of this, its price is automatically adjusted, which is not something that happens now and causes us countless problems.
Yeah, and it means that now we have less moving parts to worry about on a global basis, and from a what does the world have for sale in it. You talked about taking something to a shop that deals in those items. It's kind of the concept of, well, this shop deals in it and they refurbish it. They have an invested value in procuring those things back from people in the universe. So we want to encourage players to go around to the different places that have the best price for it, much like commodity trading, right? We want players to go here because they can buy it for the best price, go here because they can sell it for the most money. Same principle for selling items, right? So this shop deals in it, you should be able to go there and get more money for it.
Sure, and we need this more sophisticated method of determining the pricing of the more complicated items that are composed of lots of child items, partially because of what it means to selling. In other words, when I go to sell my my pistol, I may have a custom scope on it, something for which we don't have a specific entry in our global retail products list, and that says this item should, if it were new, cost this much. This winds up becoming something to where, sure, we've got the base price of the pistol and we've got the base price of the scope, but we don't have any sense of what the combination is. As of right now, we don't have a means of solving that, and so this is why we are going to be pursuing changing even how the shops specify their default inventory. Like right now, we actually have shops
got the
specify
individual
every
entries,
individual item that they can sell, as opposed to where we're going is it'll be classes of items. This, this particular shop deals in, in small handheld weapons, from this particular manufacturer. Now, because they actually deal in small handheld weapons, they will in fact purchase, small handheld weapons from a different manufacturer. Right. You just won't get, quite as good a price because they're not as adept at repairing them, and they don't have a clientele that's, that's geared towards purchasing those items, etc. If you wanted to realize, the best possible price, then you would wind up taking your specific, items to a shop that dealt in those specific things. That's right. And that's where, assuming the condition was perfect and assuming that the shop had a lot of cash on hand with which to procure these deals and so was willing to be a little bit more liberal, that's where you could potentially recoup, 70, 80, 85% of your original value. Whereas if you go to someone that simply, sure, they deal in small arms, but not necessarily that, that particular manufacturer, not, that particular caliber weapon or whatever the case may be, then maybe only get 40 or 50 cents on the dollar.
Exactly.
It's like when you're dealing with a car dealership. Like if you bring them their brand of car, they're going to pay you more for that than if you brought them something.
It's easier for them to service. Their mechanics are already familiar with it. They can do the work at cost.
They can sell it.
Yeah, exactly.
Totally makes sense.
It's big, and it's something that it just feels natural, right? It's how the world really works, and we want to continue to push that forward.
3.15 is a huge update to the game because of the localized inventory that's going to totally change the game. There are several aspects to this, and that starts with, I'd say, the personal inventory manager that Rich Tyrer and the actor feature team have put so much work into. They're going to cover that in a separate discussion, so we'll leave that out of here. Over on our side, we've got the vehicle loadout manager, which has been adapted to only allow you to modify vehicles that are in your immediate vicinity. And then we've also added a new mobiGlas app called Knickknacks. Reiniger, so you've spent the last couple of quarters heavily focused on this. Go ahead and walk us through what's changed, starting with the front end menu.
Yeah, so the front end, we've historically allowed players to kind of go wherever they want, right? But as we move forward with the game and the new player experience, we want players to be invested in their home location. So it's more of selecting a home base, because the inventory that you have at the start of your account that's entitled, through all your web purchases, through whatever, subscriber flares, etc., all of this stuff is going to go to that location as it's physicalized in the world. So now you have a home base of operations. That's your place. As we explore out throughout the universe, you may move some of that stuff to a new place as you get persistent halves here, a new hab over there, persistent hangar, right? Players are going to be tangibly going up to, interacting with their weapon rack, interacting with the stuff in their ship. And so localized inventory is a massive change to how they've dealt with the game up till now. Gone are kind of the days of this global inventory that you can go and interact with anywhere in the universe. If your stuff is at Microtech, you need to go to Microtech to do it. If it's in this hangar over here, you got to go to that hangar. So we want players to feel the pressure of prepping for a trip, right? It's as you go out, this is the mission I'm going to do.
That's why bigger ships are going to be a lot better than smaller ships.
Get this, or maybe go
in exploration, small ships, still very worth it.
The front end is going to be the first step in kind of planting your seed wherever it is in the universe from the very start.
So what about the Knickknacks app? So this allows you to basically, in its first incarnation, to see where you've placed all of your loot throughout the entire solar system. It works on a hierarchical basis, so you can drill down into a particular planet, see the city. At the city, you can basically see what ships you have stored there. You can look within your ship and eventually see what cargo grids and what storage closets you have within there and what items you have placed within there. You've also got a number of filters that allow you to quickly drill down through your entire inventory and find all the laser rifles or whatever else it is that you're specifically searching for. Can you just walk through that in a little bit more detail?
As we kind of go into the localized inventory, the VMA can only act on the ships that are at that location. You kind of lose perspective of the global view because the personal inventory manager that the actor feature team has done has removed the PMA, which was also your kind of global view into your personal items. So the Knickknacks app allows you to kind of see where your stuff is distributed around the world at the individual location level. So whether it's in a ship or in a hab or in a hangar, right now the locations are basically cities or stations, pretty much any place that has a shop that sells items.
This is gonna be
that
really
can
useful
be
for knowing where like
sometimes
everything
store
is.
stuff. So the ships also have their local inventories associated with them, so you can store things in the ship. And the Knickknacks app is good because now if you want to find laser rifles, you can search by type or subtypes. Basically the same things that you see in the shop, so the categories that you see in the shop UIs. That's the same level of interaction and filtering that you'll have in Knickknacks.
We've spoken a bit about how it's going to evolve in the future and what new capabilities we would wind up adding to it. Trading, with other players is one of the things that's at the top of the list.
Yeah, right-clicking on something, being able to say, hey, open a trade window with Ben here. I want to be able to show me on the star map where this is. So something that we want to do in the mobiGlas as a whole is context ability to bounce to different apps that are contextually relevant to whatever you're currently using. So
like saying this is in this location when that's just a string, like it's in Olisar, that's not super useful. Seeing that on a map, that tells me something. That tells me I need to go from here to here, I need to plot this location.
Right.
I'm gonna go through this dangerous area to get there in order to access my stuff.
Or a hyperlink on that.
And you can also very easily discern distance and stuff, which is, oh, well, this one's not here, but is it relatively close, or is it really, really far away? And I need to be able to obviously put that into my planning.
Yeah, or set a route to see how much fuel I'm going to use.
Exactly.
Right? There's a lot of different reasons why these things are kind of relevant. We want to try and preserve all those elements that CR really wants to push towards, but still give you the context switching that you're going to need.
Another area that's currently under heavy development is physicalized cargo. It consists of multiple facets and will be released in stages, with the first one relating to shop purchases injecting physical entities rather than what I would call render proxies into your ship. This is going to convey all sorts of benefits and advantages, to the gameplay experience. The first and one of the most obvious is simply the fact that now that you've got a ship that has physical entities placed within it, then when another player winds up disabling, boarding your ship, they can actually extract, that cargo from you. There's value there that they can actually take. Whereas right now, the only way to get that value is you have to, blow up the ship, and then we basically, create these cargo facsimiles that basically get blasted out into space, and you have to go collect those, et cetera. And so this starts to hint at things like, the fact that we're going to want to bring NPCs into defending these ships. So all of a sudden, you get this fantastic gameplay transition, what I would say, where you have ships doing this momentum-based combat, and now I can disable a ship, board it, and I actually have to overcome the NPC crew and then physically grab the cargo, haul it back to my ship. At the same time, you're concerned that while you're basically on the ship and lugging this stuff around, that security or allies of the ship that you've disabled might show up and start blasting you. And so all of a sudden, the considerations, just explode, for doing something so right now relatively basic. And it's one of the aspects that I really love about this game, which is how we can add this low-level gameplay mechanic, and in one shot, it's going to totally transform so many different elements of the game.
And we get stuff like the Hull C, which is another hurdle beyond the physicalization of cargo. I think one of the things that just physicalizing the cargo really does is it allows for the gameplay that CR wants, where you're not blowing up ships, right? You're destroying an engine, which is not a critical failure, right? Critical failures are the things that lead to these larger scale destructions, but on average, you're knocking a ship out of commission. You're able to board, you're able to acquire the stuff, you're not killing everybody on the ship just because it got taken down to 0 health, right? So these are all things that just physicalizing the cargo allows us to do.
You mentioned the Hull C. So the Hull C has some unique challenges related to attaching physicalized cargo to it when you're actually docked at a station, or when you're parked in a hangar and its wings are compressed. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. So the Hull C, because it does have these two different states, now we have ATC considerations. If I have cargo on the outside of my ship, my wings are exposed, now I can only go to a docking collar. I can't go to the hangar. So the ATC needs to know to route you to these different locations. Showing all this cargo on the outside of a ship beyond think of adding additional ships to an area and the kind of slowdown that you might see on a server, right? You're adding more physical objects that can be blown up, can be interacted with. So,
dude, especially with the whole D&E that have like massive amounts of SCU.
How they get on there? These are shipping container-sized objects that have a real-world weight to them. They need a tractor beam that is large enough, probably on an Argo ship, right? So you'll get these little transport ships going from a station's docking, a cargo bay, flying it out to the whole sea, and think of it as a person walking in and out, but it's on a spaceship scale.
Another thing that's really bothered me for quite a while is what I'd call the lack of transactional friction. And what I mean when I say that is that it takes the exact same amount of time to load or unload 1 unit of cargo onto your ship as it does 1,000 or 10,000. There's no friction, in this process.
Right.
And that's completely different from the real world, where mom and pop retailers and major port facilities, designed to rapidly load or unload, cargo onto, some big, freight ship, are able to move
What's up, Alan?
much larger quantities in a much shorter period of time.
They're talking about physicalized inventory and physicalized cargo,
that are trained to basically deal
and
with
being able to move those back and
materials
forth.
all that sort of stuff. Where we're eventually going with this is that shop purchases are going to inject physical cargo into a storage space, and it's then up to you, the player, to basically move the stuff from that storage space onto your actual ship. And there are going to be, I would assume that at this point in time, half of the people watching this are saying that sounds incredibly awesome,
right, yeah.
and the other half are saying this sounds incredibly tedious, and it sounds like a lot of forced manual labor that's going to be completely.
What do you think, Alan? Do you think it's kind of tedious?
Completely lacking in fun. There is a method to
I think it's pretty
madness.
cool.
Where we're going with this
as long as they don't
we're
go
gonna
overboard
make
with it.
The concept of moving freight onto and off of ships not just a logistical challenge, but we're actually going to make sure that it's a fun experience.
Yeah.
And this would include everything from eventually adding a service beacon so that you could recruit your friends, your org mates, people you don't know to basically come and help you move cargo. We'll eventually add the ability for NPCs to be hired at that location, and the price will fluctuate depending upon how many other players are requesting similar services. And you can use those types of capabilities if you simply want to pay a certain amount, have your ship loaded or unloaded, and you're going to go fly around and do something completely unrelated. So, Dorsey, how is physicalized cargo going to impact?
Yes, that is literally the point.
I mean, in a
is they
bunch
want
of
it to be
ways,
like,
as you kind of touched on, there's the whole concept of
they want it to be like this
needing
thing that is like you don't
cargo
destroy
from
the
one of
ship,
those,
you
storage areas
disable the
into
ship, you board the ship, you
that
kill the
ship.
crew, and get
We've
the
actually
cargo.
run into a lot
like
of
that
problems
kind of stuff.
where when you come across a derelict, for instance, we have all these crates on there that you can offload in a lot of the events that we've done. And that amount of time that it takes to do that makes it so that when you then go to sell those crates, they aren't worth the time, frankly.
It's
because
money
it's,
over time.
Exactly. It is so much faster to just park your ship and click the button and have it instantly get filled, and then drive over to another place and have it instantly be unloaded, that we can't make that process pay well enough to also be balanced when you're getting 16 to 20 crates off of a ship and it's taking you half an hour to do that. But once you make it so that there is a much more similar timeline between those two, you can make it so that there's a much bigger reward on a crate by crate basis, and that allows us to make it so that derelicts become a lot more common and offloading stuff becomes a lot more common.
I don't necessarily
There's
agree with
also
what he just said.
Really great benefits in that we can make
I think
missions
there is a way to
rewarding
make
by
it like
putting
rewarding
cargo
and
out
profitable.
there.
Just make
Doesn't
it
have to be
so
that the
profitable.
UEC
Like
reward
let's
of
say
a mission
I
is
go
the
out
only reward.
and
This mission
I
gives you 5,000 every single time. No, there's a
get
ship that gets blown
20
up, or you
crates,
blow up or
right?
disable a ship, and especially disable
Currently,
a ship, and then you can board it and take that
most
cargo
ships
off. For pirates, that becomes then the goal. Like
Yeah.
blowing up a ship now
Yeah.
becomes almost a failure. You don't want to. You want to disable it. You want to be able to get.
Currently,
on it,
you can
and
get
then you
about
wanna
5
take that
crates out of a
cargo off.
ship, and it takes you
of
about
course,
10
the crew
minutes
is
to
going
put them
be
on your
fighting
ship.
you the
Okay.
entire way
So if
there.
I got 20 of them,
They're
it took me like
gonna,
almost an
have
hour
their-
to get all
their
those
people trying to fight off
ships
your boarding parties,
or
which
all those
suddenly transitions
boxes.
into an FPS.
If I
map.
take it back and
By
get
doing
like
so, which is this
500,000
really
for
great
it, but it takes
transition
me
that just doesn't
2
really
hours to
happen in a lot of
offload.
games, and that's amazing.
Dude, that's totally worth
And
it. I'll go do something
even
else.
just from a pure like gameplay system standpoint of carrying that crate, that is a very powerful state for the player to be in that they are vulnerable. You can't be shooting a gun and carrying a crate at the same time.
That's actually one of my favorite, things about this entire process is the fact that we're finally going to reward the player and basically provide this differential in the challenges.
Yes.
To where we've long had, blow the ship up, the ship basically ejects some cargo, you tractor beam it up, and now you basically got your reward. But what it's missing is that transition from FPS from ship-based, momentum-based, combat to where you're shooting your big guns at these things, etc. And now you're sneaking around corners, and you may or may not try to be stealthy, and you're basically trying to extract the cargo out, and the crew's basically coming out of the security areas of the ship and patrolling for you and trying to stop
You also
you.
got friends trying to protect each other too, while the other people are trying to move stuff, right? And tractor beams are based on weight, so it may take multiple people to actually move a heavier box. And CR wants the gameplay experience to be less ships blowing up, more this ship got disabled, the engines go out, and unless there's a critical failure, the ship doesn't explode. So the opportunity to board a ship will be more common as we move forward.
There's one other thing I wanted to talk about in this area, and that's you've heard me talk about this often, which is eventually I want the whole transport occupation to kind of revolve around what I call like a hub and spoke model, to where you've basically got big port facilities that are specifically designed to provide the quantity of inventory and the and all of the infrastructure to quickly get that stuff on and off certain ships, as opposed to small mom and pop retailers that are really just intended to deal in a very small number of items. And one of the more significant problems we have in the game, because we don't yet have that level of realism, is related to we've got a small mom and pop retailer, and we need to have a decent amount of inventory so that it can satisfy demand across potentially 100 different players, all grabbing theoretically 1 or 2 or 3 items. But what happens in the real game right now, because there are none of these limitations, there's none of this transactional friction, is one big ship comes up and it purchases all 300 of them because it takes absolutely no time to do that. It then flies to a destination and it immediately sells it, and it collects only the slimmest of profit margins. But because there was no loading time, there was no unloading time, they could still turn around and make a fairly good return on the amount of invested time they put into it. And
no, they can't.
Turning all of this cargo into physicalized
I would run the
entities
entire
and
galaxy
basically
for 2
adding these
hours and then crash my ship, and I
logistical
didn't get
challenges to where
anything
you have to
for
move
it.
stuff
So.
on, move it off, you
And
have
the
to
only
be
thing I
more
was going to
careful
get,
with
even if I
volatile
sold
cargo.
everything,
Bigger,
was like
crates will require
50,000 credits.
Argos to move them, or cranes, or forklifts, or whatever the case may be. All of this is ultimately going to push players into being more selective about where, for whatever they're trying to do, what types of shops and stuff they're going to visit. And what you're going to get is just like in the real world, where you'll have super tankers bringing oil from across the ocean and basically parking it at some sort of port facility for offloading. And that will then be transported by, whether it's pipelines, by rail, by those types of things to distribution outlets. And from there, it'll be picked up by trucks and transported to the local
that's what I'm
gas
saying.
station.
Like,
from the gas station, that's
if they
where
increased
you, the
it, I wouldn't
consumer, can
mind
expect to
spending an
buy
hour of gameplay
6 or 12 gallons of
going
gas.
out and
But
finding
in the real world,
crates,
you can't,
and then coming back and
drive
leaving
your
my
truck
ship,
up to,
a
port
like doing it
refinery
myself.
on
If
the
I'm going to get
coast
like
and
3 or 4
basically,
times
request,
what it's worth.
5 or 10 gallons of fuel.
But right
It's
now,
like
you
they
get like
only
10,000
deal
credits for like an hour worth of
minimum
gameplay.
quantities of 10 or 100,000 or 500,000 barrels of fuel. And this will be the same thing that we're going to eventually support on our side, to where if you've got one of these big whole sea ships and stuff, there will be specific locations where
And
we're
I don't know if
trying,
this
we're
translates well
really
into
basically
other
pushing continue to do your business. It doesn't
like
mean
industries,
that you can't go
but in
and
the food
park at
service
small
industry,
places.
let's say
I
we
can
get
have a
hit with
super
100
tanker and
people,
I can go park
With the
on the side.
though, right? Because you do have
the only thing that increases doesn't increase in like the amount I have to pay to.
But I think this is what
people aren't
the
paying
going to
$30 for a burger
model
because I have 3 burger orders. You know what I'm
we
saying?
can just make those
They're
smaller
just
pop-ups
having to
only
wait
have
extra
the smaller
time. So I don't agree with the fact that they're like, well, you know, if you have 50 crates, someone else has 100 crates, and then you know you're both already getting offloaded. The person who comes in with 25 extra crates, they also have to pay extra to get theirs offloaded. Like, really don't. It just takes longer.
If my ship holds 10,000 units of inventory and
you're
I
not
don't have
buying
any of the
extra people to
automated
start their
stuff,
job that
you don't have
second
enough
to
dock workers.
offload the
I can't
crates.
hire at this place. There literally aren't 100 NPCs or 500
Okay,
NPCs
yeah, right
that
here.
I can hire for any amount of money. They're literally just not there. Then you're going to have to do it yourself, or you're going to have to request some friends to help you. And it's simply too tedious. It's not that we literally prevent you from basically going there and extracting the material. It's that it's simply not going to be worth your time. You're going to have to invest so much time and effort into doing that all of a sudden you would need an astronomically high profit margin. And long before the profit margins on that particular commodity or material get that high, someone else with a smaller, more efficient ship that can more effectively be loaded with a smaller quantity of stuff and then navigate to some to another small location to basically sell it, they'll wind up taking that material.
Yeah, but that's not true.
From that location.
Okay, because like I started the game with
ships, like
a CO Nomad. Okay,
you're gonna want
the most profit I could pull off a CO Nomad with a full CO Nomad, the most was like 20K. Okay,
yeah, that's
so like
that's what I meant,
it still took me
with
almost the same
infrastructure.
time
Like
to
some
go there and
places, you'll
come
have an
back.
elevator that
But when I
basically
got the
gives you
Caterpillar, I
easy
went up to like
access to
60K.
10 crates at a time.
And yet it
And a
took me
bigger
like
facility will have 50.
twice
A
as
bigger one
long.
still will have 200.
But 60K
And this
versus
one
two
will allow you to
20Ks,
basically
like
hire
that's
up to
40K.
4
That's not
NPCs,
how
and
that
one
works.
NPC can move 10 crates per hour. But you're going to be in competition with with that smaller of NPCs.
Maybe they don't understand how the cargo actually works in game.
This other place will have up to 500 or 1,000 workers that you can hire. So it may still take it may take hours, but you have but that's only because you're loading 10,000 or 100,000 SEU of cargo into your hold. Another very interesting aspect of this is going to be that you're going to have relatively clearly delineated transport routes, supply routes within the system. And this provides us an awesome opportunity to more precisely tailor what types of challenges you should run into when you're basically moving a big freighter ship from point A to point B as opposed to this other location. In other words, if you think about pirates are trying to, abscond. They're basically trying to disable your ship and, and plunder it. Take, whatever valuable materials, you have on board. But the types of ships that would be required to extract, all of the fuel off of a big, massive freighter are clearly dramatically different than the ships that would be needed to effectively and efficiently, plunder a far smaller ship that deals in a totally different, type of item or a totally different, and more limited quantity of items. And so we'll be able to more accurately tailor the gameplay experience so that you get the kinds of challenges you would expect.
Well, and I think by nature, it'll allow it to naturally separate, right? Because it's not worth it over here, and we can make those inventory volumes smaller to match the type of people that we want frequenting those stores. I'm just not going to waste my time. As a large-scale shipper, I'm going to go to the bigger places that can handle it, that can get me in and out faster, that I can hire more people, where there's going to be other people there that I can potentially hire, like the service beacon. It doesn't matter if I'm out in the middle of nowhere because nobody's there to come
that have the specialists. It's only at these select ports where they actually have trained dock workers skilled in in moving volatile cargo. And if you go to a place where you don't have
and that's the problem is like right now the intro to cargo missions is like you get 8K,
suffering the
8,000 AUEC to run around for 30 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't even seem like a profitable thing. It's a joke, you know?
Use a facility that was not appropriate for for the types of actions you were trying to do.
You go get 3 boxes that may or may not spawn and then may or may not despawn on your way to your 30-minute destination.
As much
and
as
then
possible,
immediately
you don't want to necessarily make it black and
you only
white.
get 8K.
It's not that you literally, as the owner of a whole sea, you're not able to buy fuel here. It's more that you can buy it there, but it's going to, if you're buying more than 10 or 20 units of it, it's going to be, you're going to basically have to deal with the repercussions of trying to get all of that stuff onto here. And
no, that's not how that works.
You don't. And you're going to wind up
truck drivers
don't
have to pump their own gas
because you're basically going to be
they don't have to pump the oil out of the ground and then fill their own trucks because I'm in a Prius. That's not how that works, dude.
That you would face trying to exploit non-optimal locations for the unloading or for the loading or unloading.
You bought more than 10 cents worth of gas.
Well, and I think another
you're gonna have to pump it yourself out of the ground.
Inventory to its limits. Your bid-ask spread is going to actually be going down as you.
That's not how that works.
Of the cargo is going to diminish as you get closer and closer to the inventory limits. So it's going to encourage you to go to places with those larger scale inventories so that you can keep your profit margin as high as possible.
We completed the basic foundation for reputation late last year, and followed that up in the first quarter with the release of the Delphi Mobiglass app that allows you to see exactly how different NPCs and organizations feel about you. This is a critical system within the game because it's the key mechanism by which you'll unlock more challenging and lucrative opportunities and gain access to organizations and areas that will bestow various benefits. We're still
the thing is, exploration and cargo are way more interesting than shooting things. I understand that a lot of your backers are militaristic. I would say they come from games like Elite Dangerous, or they come from different things where FPS combat or stuff like that. I get it.
New chunk of data that we have to put into the system, and that
you have other people that have literally been asking for years
of ladder is
about exploration, and just incentivize it a little bit. It's not we're not asking for 5 million AUEC to look at a single box, but if I'm going to spend look at how it goes across the board. It shouldn't be that something
variables that have some ranges.
It shouldn't be that if I kill one NPC, I get 60k, okay? Which could take me 5 minutes.
You have, and those can give you different amounts of rewards.
That's
different amounts of enemies.
If I do that, I can have a mediocre ship. However, for a mid to top tier.
Yeah, there's actually a lot to
for a
this,
full
a lot of additional
C2 Hercules when it came out.
Because when you think about it, you may have a
I was only getting a maximum of 60k to 70k profit out of a full. So I got the best, most powerful and biggest storage unit ship in the game for cargo, and I was only getting the same as a hard bounty. Think about that, dude. You know what I'm saying? They don't scale it.
Than what it might otherwise be. As you do that mission, you build up reputation with him. All of a sudden, he's passing, higher difficulty levels into that mission template. And one of the complicating factors that we face is
the C2 Hercules has the most capacity, the biggest capacity of any ship in the game.
We need to be able to extract
information out of it and process which is a single seat, 3-weapon ship, can go make 60k in 5 minutes. Whereas I have to find a port that has all of the cargo. I have to fly to that port. I have to pick up the cargo. Hopefully it's all there. Then I have to fly it safely somewhere else, not get disconnected, and I make the same as that person who spent 5 minutes. Why?
Or an active supernova, or any number of things that are terrifying to go.
And this is part of the reason why we've actually made some significant progress.
You know what I'm saying? Does that make any sense? Am I just disconnected here?
There are multiple facets to dealing with it, and I'd actually say that at this point, we're in a relatively good place on the underlying the dynamic mission side, and we've still got a considerable amount of work to do over on the actual UI side to take a mission template, look at your reputation, create some proxy references to that mission template with different metadata associated, and then assuming that you actually select option number 3, which has metadata this, then we'll instantiate the mission, pass in the metadata so that it actually customizes it as appropriate for the selection that you were just shown, and you can then go off and execute that mission, and you'll be paid the correct amount, and you'll encounter the appropriate amount of difficulty for for what you were promised and for what he thought you were capable of doing, given your reputational level.
Because we already do have in-game something that players can kind of play with right now, the bounty hunter chain, which is effectively what this will look like to players. It's just a matter of that took a lot of setup, and now it should be something that we can pretty much like click a few buttons and we're good to go.
There it is.
Like in the end, it's all about allowing you to as quickly and easily express a solution to the problem of, I've got a mission giver. This mission giver is going to dispatch you to deal with.
Like I understand reputation and everything, but like I'm still kind of pissed about the whole cargo like disconnect that they seem to have.
Capital ships or little small hornets, and what kind of stuff will they have on board, and in what areas of the solar system will this conflict be taking place? So these are all things that we can bend as appropriate, depending upon what we think you're capable of, or what that NPC would theoretically think you're capable of.
Yeah. Well, and we talked a little bit about the procedural character generation in the last USPU sync that we did for Star Citizen Live, but that's going to be taken into account. The back end is going to be generating more and more difficult NPCs based on the gear, based on the quality of the stuff that they can do, their behaviors. So all that needs to get fed into the mission and become part of how we reward the players and enhance that experience. But these are all things that are going to be fed into the mission instead of just the static data that we kind of have right now.
Like you literally have to place nodes in the mission script logic that says like spawn this kind of thing if we roll this, and this kind of thing if we do that. And it's just
time, and this is all data that we, as long as we can get
like there's a guy out there, I can't remember his name, but I'll look back into it. He literally just put a YouTube video out like 4 weeks ago, I think, the week before they announced they're going to do a wipe.
Yeah, fundamentally, that's why reputation is so important.
I would say October,
it's the single
that he was going to
means
take
of progression within the game. Clearly,
you
can basically upgrade your character by
a
buying
caterpillar.
ships. You can customize your ships.
And
you can buy
for the next however long it took him, he was going to start at 0
in terms of granting you,
and go to 32 million to buy an 890 jump. He just 3 weeks ago bought the 890 jump. And they like using cargo. Okay, it took him a year.
The super challenging and lucrative missions, or the super easy.
Because cargo isn't good. Like, why should I spend a year in the game when I can spend, let's say, an hour in an hour?
Is all
you
about.
Can make.
We completed the, as I said earlier, the basic system.
What, 100,000?
Year we incorporated
I'd say you can with bounty hunting. In like an hour, you could make 200,000.
We got the Delphi app, so you can actually see what you're
standing. So in 5 hours, you can make $1 billion. So in 100
the one piece, the key piece of the puzzle that we're still missing is the ability of the mission system to basically have the mission
template. But with cargo, it's like, dude, that guy took a year. And when you could grind for 162 hours with bounty hunting, it's like, why?
It's no small challenge. It is.
You're moving medical supplies. You're moving gold, diamonds. Someone else just going out and going bang bang. That's it.
On a brief aside, one of the big tasks remaining on the USPU group for next year is going to be refactoring the entire mission interface and converting it from the old Flash tech to the building blocks tech. And that's one of the reasons why we made some forward progress on this, and then we kind of like waited, because anything that we would have done over on the Flash side would have been throwaway work. And so we made the decision to basically wait to complete the last 25% of this particular puzzle until we had the correct UI foundation in place, which ultimately, A, it'll make it much easier to implement these changes that I'm talking about, and B, we're not going to have
I agree with all that, Al.
Throw it away and then design it again.
And it doesn't mean that the players won't be able to experience those changes in the game without the
and
UI. Right?
I would say it's high risk,
we'll be able
sometimes
to
no reward,
and give you a better indication of how the mission is going to play out, or what you're going to get as a result of the mission with the new UI.
And also to show you, missions that you don't have the reputation for.
Right, exactly.
Like, it's weird that how important that is, but it actually is vital that you be able to see, like, hey, I'm not actually with these people. They don't know that I'm that good of a cargo hauler, so they're not going to give me this super difficult cargo hauling mission.
Well, you got to know what you're striving towards too. As
Exactly.
well,
I think
right? It's like,
now they
I
actually
wanna
have
get
since
better at this. I wanna
3.14
do
they
this
have done a
because
lot
that's gonna push me to go and get that one
towards
right there. That offers this much extra
the
reward,
full
this
powered model.
membership here.
Whereas like
and I don't want to go into this. This is like no. I just mean this is a topic for another day. But I was just going to briefly.
We all
orgs,
didn't
perks,
even
benefits.
worry
So we're talking about reputation,
ERTs
and you
for
can
the
see
long-
your
for the
standing
longest
with
time.
with different
You know?
organizations, with players, and we
It was
will
like a month
at some point
before we
next year
worked our way up to
move
ERTs and
forward
started
with,
doing them okay.
When I say orgs, perks, benefits, you guys know what I'm talking about, which is basically all of the benefits that may that may be conveyed upon you just as a result of being within this organization or having a certain level of stature within this organization. This may be anything from expedited, ship deliveries. After your ship gets blown up, you don't have to basically, pay a fee to basically, get it as quickly as possible. That's automatically covered. You may get, discounted prices at certain shops. You may, simply not get a hostile response from pirates in this area if you're a member of the Pirates Guild and things of that sort. And so this plays into what we're talking about here, because you're able to look at an organization, you're able to understand what kind of benefits it conveys to its most exalted members, and then you can decide whether or not you want to basically try to increase your ranks within there. And in terms of doing that, the challenge is simply having enough mission variety and diversity to enable the player to feel, hey, I started out, he didn't trust me, he gave me the real simple, not particularly lucrative mission, and I've been working on this for days and days and days, and I've been moving up in terms of the difficulty that I faced, in terms of the reward that I was offered, and finally I got to the promised land, and now I basically have membership within the organization, and now I can basically go to Grim Hex and have no concern that the local pirate organization is basically going to assault me.
Turrets aren't going to shoot at you, etc.
And importantly, like, that is something that makes your character unique. In an MMO, it's very
huge.
important that you bring something to the table that other members of your friend group might not have, frankly, or your organization. You have to come in
I
and
kind of
say,
feel that way
hey, I
about what
actually
you
have
just
access
said.
to this really cool mission or this really cool thing, and by doing that, I can make things cooler for my group, and we encourage that community play that is so vital.
Yeah, that actually brings to mind, right now we've historically had this faction system that we use to determine hostility.
Like, I'm not the hero or anything, but I like to have bigger ships so that in the future we have a higher,
we know we're going to change it. We know that it's not sufficient.
like frequency or a higher reward system of missions that aren't available for just the mid to low range ships.
We're getting to the point where we're going to have to resolve this, because the rest of the game is getting complex enough to where it's really starting to fray at the seams. So earlier this year we released the Xenothreat mission, and that was still entirely based upon the faction system of hostility, and that imposed a serious
they've talked about, capital class ships are going to have capital class missions that can't even, you have the possibility of having your fleet battles because you have a fleet.
Officially sanctioned, means of you joining the side of the bad guys, the Xenothreat. You could go shoot, the players that were, supporting the UE. You could shoot the UE itself. You could get a crime stat, but the Xenothreat would still view you as hostile. They would still engage you, still try to kill you, etc. This was something that we got right up to the very end with Ninetales, and it was driving you and I crazy.
Yes.
And we wanted to fix it, and we put in what equates to, I'd say, it's a temporary hack to where what we can effectively do is allow a faction to override its normal, dislike of someone in another faction based upon whether or not they have a particular mission token in their inventory.
Well, it's if they're doing a certain mission at this time. And that is honestly not how we want to do this.
100%. So in this particular case, if you accept the support Ninetales mission,
suddenly everyone
then
flips.
They would normally view you as hostile, but because you're holding that that token, that mission reference, they'll go ahead and grant you an exemption. But this is it is clumsy. It was viewed as a very temporary solution. The long-term solution that we've always discussed is going to a more reputational based hostility system. Can you go into a little bit of detail about why that's so important and what kind of additional things we'll be able to support in the future when we have such a more flexible system?
Sure. I mean, the why it's important is fairly obvious. Like, if I have to make sure that you have a certain mission in order to do something, then I can't say, for instance, you can't go to Grimhex. I'm sorry, you're on the side of the police. Like, they will shoot you. That is a problem. No, right now, like, they are actually just civilians, so that they don't care, essentially. If it's reputation, it's something that persists. It doesn't matter if you have a mission or not. You have done something that has made these people like or dislike you, and no matter where you go and what you do, unless that changes, they are going to attack you or not attack you, and you can kind of count on that.
Well, your actions have an impact on how the world perceives you, right?
Yep.
And it's especially important, like as we go into Pyro, as there's multiple factions that are kind of at war with each other out there. We want the players to be able to get in good with one or the other.
Exactly.
So it's a change that we know we need to make, and I think it's really going to take shape and form as we go into Pyro, because UE in Stanton is a pretty binary thing. There's little pockets of pirates, but it's
That's
not,
a good question, Alan.
it's not
Actually,
like
just because I
Pyro, where
love
it's gonna
talking to you
have,
about
like,
this
these
kind of
very
stuff.
distinct groups that are kind of warring
What
with each other. The reputation
kind of a
system is perfect for that.
player would you want to turn your character into?
Also, just, like, an
if you could
entire
join,
content. Like, we don't really have
if you could join a
missions where
faction or
you
something like that,
work
what
with
kind of
criminals
factions would
towards the
interest you?
criminals. There's nothing that
I would
really
say
makes
like
you a
merchant
long-term
mercenary
criminal
guild
player.
kind of
Your
thing,
crime
or like
stack
maybe
can be
research
wiped.
and
You can
science
kind of,
would really interest me.
that sort of, it's not something that I am a criminal player and I log in and I'm going to do these kinds of things. I'm going to be on this side of things. These people hate me. These people love me. That allows you to define your character. That allows you to define your play style. That allows you to define where you're going to do and what you're going to do in the game. The entire game shifts if you have the ability to say.
I would say it's much more like the real world, to where it's the concept of what hostility, it eventually equates to binary. Either I engage you, either I attack you, or I do not. But in between, there's literally just a sea of grays in terms of this organization hates that one, this one likes this one, this one doesn't like this one's neutral towards that one, etc. And you wind up having inevitably some sort of unique mixture of all of these different things. And so in the end, we will prioritize these things and determine, it's like, oh, well, you're a member of the walk old ladies across the street. Well, I like that. Oh, but you're also a member of the Pirates Guild. I really hate that. So even though I like that one, I'm still going to attack you. And so it's much more flexible in terms of
Dude, I would join the walk the old ladies across the street guild. I'm just saying.
Complex relationships that players are eventually going to instill upon their characters. Like, it's not going to be either I'm left faction or right faction. It's like there's going to be lots and lots of different organizations, lots of different NPCs, and your standing with those will be all over the map. Some players will be in really good standing with this. Some players, will be really low on this other one.
The role that I would enjoy the most would be military, like
variability that we'll be able to
organized,
with,
militia,
the
or
is gonna be,
freelance. What do you
far
think?
Superior to what we have now. Dorsey, you implemented the Ninetales mission, which allowed players to fight on either side of the conflict. How does the gameplay experience differ depending upon which side you choose to support? And can you explain how this actually, in the end, wound up being a server optimization of sorts?
Well, I mean, you kind of hit the nail on the head. What happens differently is if you are on the lawful side, you are working for Crusader Security, they are sending out scanning ships to try and locate the Ninetales fleet. And you have to go and protect those. And then once you have found that fleet, you go and destroy that fleet. You are killing ships until you basically deplete their resources and make them retreat from the area. On the Ninetales side of that, you are, of course, going and hunting those scanning ships. You are given their locations, and you're told, hey, go destroy these. And then once the fleet portion of it gets found, you go and try to defend that fleet. And if you can hold them off for long enough, then Ninetales will actually win, and Crusader will be unable to drive them away before they achieve their objective, essentially, which is a hidden objective that we aren't revealing at this time.
But we are now.
But, well, the genesis of this, though, Ninetales was not originally actually supposed to be a PvP event at all. It was much like Xenothreat's supposed to be just pure PvE. That had performance problems, frankly. Spawning enough ships in a pure giant fleet battle to challenge 30 to 50 players made the server just tank. It was,
but also if you gave more than just PvE
it also,
content,
to be honest, was the
people
same
wouldn't
thing
already
as
be
what
out for
Xenothreat already
blood
had done.
when
And
it comes to
I wanted to do
spaceships,
something a little different. And that kind of combined into this push to get
wasn't supposed to be PvP. Yeah, well, that's all we got. Yeah, that's all we have is bang, bang, shoot, shoot.
Align on both sides, and by doing that, I make it so that I don't need to spawn ships to challenge 30 to 50 people. If things are running smoothly, I have 25 versus 25, and I don't need to spawn really just about anything.
Right. You bring the NPCs in just to flesh out, to
fill,
even the odds,
yeah.
to get the challenge, to the level you need.
Yeah, I get that,
but
Alan.
when you actually have players that will legitimately fulfill a particular role, you take advantage of that.
Yeah.
No, it was a creative way to load balance the mission and the population in the area.
I would say, though, that in general, this is 100% exactly what we do want to do, which is we want to give the players the total freedom to basically do whatever they want, and then, as I always say, it's like, they live with the consequences, they live with the repercussions of their actions. If you go and support Ninetales, if you support Xenothreat, it's like that will have an impact on how people view you. The aforementioned reputation system, and you're standing with with key NPCs within the game, and how the UE views you, and whether or not certain organizations want to allow you within their ranks. And some of these things you do will have long-standing impact, to where if you ally yourself with a group, like the Ninetales, you may be prohibited
I
from
totally get
joining
that.
some organization that you've been aspiring to for a very long time.
Unless you do something to work that back. Like, you gotta
and
earn
it's a
that
balance,
trust.
right? And we want those scales to go one way or the other. It's not that we want you to be able to be perfect with everybody all the time. Like that, it comes at a cost.
It depends upon the severity, right? Which is, if you do jaywalking, well, then sure, someone is not going to find it that difficult to basically assume that from now on you'll stay on the right side of the law, so we'll go ahead and let you into our transport guild. If, on the other hand, you're committing acts of piracy and murder and everything else, it's like, oh, well, now I'm not sure that I actually want you in our organization, which adheres to all the laws of the nearby area and everything of that sort.
That element of being able to pick your side and do what you want to do in the game is something that, because of that, we want to allow in pretty much every piece of our content going forward.
It needs to be
as much as possible.
Ingrained in the game with everything else.
The only reason we haven't, traditionally supported it is it's
the tech.
It's well, and to a large degree, that you can call out a few specific pieces of the tech, right? Which is the reputation system certainly plays a role. The lack of a reputation-based hostility system. We're still using the old faction system. For Xenothreat, that was literally the #1 reason why early in the development process we nixed it. On Ninetales, we were literally within weeks of release, and it was going to bother me to put out a second one that had the exact same limitation as the first, and so despite the fact that it was going to be an unattractive hack to fix it, I wanted to fix it. It completely changed the experience, and so it is what I always refer to as it's duct tape. We'll get some value out of it as soon and as quickly as we can. Convert the hostility system over to the the proper reputational version. We'll do that, but in general, for the short run, we can continue to use this hack for some other missions that we have in the hopper.
And once we have that reputation version in, we will update Ninetales to handle that, and it will play better as a result.
Yeah, that's actually another point that I want to touch on a little bit, which is, so we did Xenothreat, and we released it, and then we basically brought it back and did some relatively mild alterations. We changed how the 2 middle phases basically.
Yeah, I would love to go as like a faction,
so that we could have the whole salvage.
Not even just as a faction, but the kind of player I would love to be is like someone that just travels the galaxy, exploring and trading, dude. Like seriously.
On Ninetales, we
being able
basically
to take my
released
ship
it,
down to the planet.
You've
and,
already
trade
identified
smaller
a number of
settlements,
shortcomings with it that you want to address, not just for 315.
Find
but
artifacts,
even
do different
beyond that.
things.
And this is something. So I want to get to that in a second, but this is something that we're going to continue to do with a lot of these dynamic events. They are intended not as one-shot missions. You play them for a month, a quarter, 6 months, and then we lose interest and we move to other stuff. The basic idea for these things is these events represent some sort of
archetype almost?
Yeah, well, I'd say they represent, it's almost like a customized chunk of gameplay. It's pirates have locked down an area, or Xenothreat has decided to invade the solar system, or pirates have basically run amok over in this area, or drug runners have completely seized control of these manufacturing facilities, et cetera, et cetera. And the idea is that we'll have all of this information over within Quantum, and then we'll look within our extensive library of these events, and we'll decide which one most closely matches that, we'll customize it as appropriate and then trigger it. And so the idea is that we're layering all of this custom handcrafted designer content onto this systemic background. Yes. And so we really get the best of both worlds. We get a nice, logical, systemic universe that ebbs and flows, it evolves, it basically changes logically in response to player actions. But at the same time, we get all of the incredible stories and the explicit dialogue and the intricately designed challenges that a designer has put a lot of time and thought and effort into doing. And so you really get both of these blended together. But back to Ninetales, so on 3.15, we're going to tweak a couple of the problems that you've identified. So you want to start with that?
They're relatively small things, honestly, just due to the schedule. It's probably the most impactful one and the one that I've seen the most people talking about. There is a portion of Ninetales on the lawful side where you can deliver medical supplies to the blockaded station for a bit of an extra reward. They will pay you a little bit more if you have a certain mission, and also their inventory is just very rapidly depleting, so you can pretty much always sell there, and you will be selling at the best price that they can offer. The problem that occurs there is that everybody buys all of the medical supplies out there. And while that's really cool on a realism statement, with the game in the state it is and with trading in the state it is, that means that a lot of people can't participate in that part of the mission, and that's
just
problematic.
Put more
particularly at this point where we're
medical supplies out
testing
there.
How those play. We really want people engaging in that part of things. Those of you who were part of the first wave of Evocati when we first tested this way back might actually remember that we originally had shop modifiers on the places that were selling medical supplies to make it so that they had a higher inventory that refreshed fairly frequently so that everyone could kind of engage in that. We were asked to remove those so that we could emphasize the derelicts, which are around the station that you can take medical supplies off of, because basically the derelicts made it so that there was another way to get those medical supplies, but they didn't. It took so much more time that there was really no reason to do that if you could do
it actually goes back to what you were talking about earlier, which is I can buy them instantaneously from the shop and there's no loading time, and then I can move them over here and I can instantly unload them. If I had to physically pull them off, you could more easily balance these things. Whereas right now, I really do have to go manually pull each individual one off of the derelict ship, and so I'm incurring all of the the physicalized cargo expense on one side and not on the other. Dude. And so in the end, sure, just due to the sheer amount of time, it's like it takes me 30 minutes to get 12 boxes this way, or I can go buy 50 boxes, in a split second. Which one are you going to do?
Some people might still do the derelicts because they're fun, frankly. It's a fun little FPS raid, but a lot of people are going to look at the dollar signs and just go, okay, this is obviously the better option. That being said, we're probably going to put back in, it's actually a pretty easy, I left them in there because I had a feeling we might want them back. We're just going to flip a switch and probably put those shop modifiers back in. We've seen how people play the derelicts. There's plenty of them in Xenothreat. We want to see the trading, frankly, and so that will allow that to come back online.
I would love to see trading too, bud.
Relatively small change that is probably going to be coming in. We are seeing that many people are not engaging with the criminal side of things, and that is very much like the whole thing that we were doing with making it into a PvP mission for the purposes of helping performance.
We're going to have to better entice them to basically fight on the side of the Ninetales.
We need to entice them. So that means, they already are being paid more than the other side. I'm probably going to up that even more, frankly. They are going to become very lucrative, hopefully. That is the short-term solution.
You're gonna make,
and this is where, ideally,
the evil ones more lucrative than
building reputation. Ideally, we would be able to offer other benefits of being in that organization, other things that some percentage of the players would aspire to and want. Other rewards that you get for building up your standing with them.
Which won't be for 315, 100%. But that is definitely where that is intended to go. The other thing that we might want there is a system to dynamically modify jurisdiction, because one of the big punish points that happens to a criminal when they are helping on that side in that area, despite the fact that Ninetales has supposedly taken over this area, when they get killed, they go to jail, which is a bit weird, frankly. We originally did want to make it so that you wouldn't get brought to jail, but there just wasn't enough time to fit the tech into the schedule. There still won't be for 315, but that is a longer term thing that we want to have, is the ability to kind of dynamically modify these jurisdictions.
That's just light on a problem, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. It was one we kind of saw coming, but frankly, it was good to have it confirmed, and now we can hopefully put some pressure on that happening.
Yeah, we have a lot of those. Like we added.
Okay,
we
but
had the
think
shop
about
modifiers,
this,
we had the
right?
probability volume
They've already
modifiers, we
said
had the
that,
ability
you
to
know,
do, the quantum lockdowns.
when you
know,
have a
through the
bounty on
dynamic
you,
events
your
and stuff.
clone
We haven't yet
goes to
added the
jail if
ability
you
to
die.
add the
Okay,
dynamic
so
population
basically,
modifiers.
what
And so
part
this
of your
one
DNA
was,
gets
as you
used
said,
up in that
we
whole
knew
Death
this
of
was
Spaceman
going to be an
thing?
issue. You can't necessarily get
It's
everything you'd
controlled
like
by
in
the
every release,
UEE,
and so the point
okay?
is, we got Ninetales out. You had
So
some
why
other longer term.
wouldn't the UEE, like, if you helped a terrorist
some of them,
organization,
frankly, are
not
just things
just
that are going to
not
be,
just going and doing like armed robbery and
things that
smuggling
will
cargo
naturally
and all that other
to be
shit.
honest.
If you helped a terrorist
performance is,
organization,
still a big
like
problem.
the
I do wanna, like, talk to the
Ninetales, or you
performance
helped
thing for
a terrorist organization like you know, the Xenothreat
we
against
basically
the
generated
UEE,
something on
why
the
wouldn't you
order
go to
of
jail? Why is it
120,
weird that they go to jail?
130
It's not
different
weird that you
individual
go to jail.
gyros,
You need to go to
that
jail
people were addressing in the run-up
because
to the
that's
Xenothreat. Because what
everything
inevitably
else.
winds up
You
happening
know,
is
either that or
we get
lose your
performance at a certain
clone.
level, and then we're basically adding more locations. We're basically enhancing the AI logic. We're adding new functionality, and so it's always a running battle to where you're adding more you're adding more stuff as you're making other stuff run faster, and so you tend to get a net wash. And we actually found ourselves with Xenothreat, one of the reasons we held it for a couple of extra weeks was we wound up finding ourselves in a very bad spot to where there are inevitably there are problems now. We're very familiar with them. They were much worse, just a few, when we were originally supposed to release it. We fixed it was an endless litany of these things to where it's like, on profiles, things showing up, stalling the main thread 100 milliseconds, 200 milliseconds. Those are getting cut down to a millisecond.
And honestly, Alan, I totally agree with that statement. I think that's what they're trying to do with Squadron 42. Squadron 42 is supposed to be the thing. It takes place before Star Citizen's current timeline, but it's supposed to be that thing of like, you're part of a crew, here's the galaxy, here's this thing. They just didn't do it first.
We're intimately familiar with.
Squadron 42 is supposed to be the tutorial for Star Citizen.
We all hate it. We want to fix it. But as some of these people roll off of things like their server meshing, tasks and stuff, we're now getting to the point to where we can keep people focused on this particular problem for, certainly a longer period of time than they've been able to do in the past.
It's just a matter of that being the focus.
That's exactly it. It's just a matter of it being the focus.
A lot of the engineers that are working on server meshing are the people that would be fixing these optimization problems, right? So your game's going to run as fast as your biggest bottleneck, and that's about it, right? And you're going to hit the next one and the next one, and you're going to keep fixing them until your game runs a little better.
It was almost an endless litany of spawn stalls, entity, deletion stalls, and it was impressive to see how quickly those guys were eradicating, some of these really, really
big
egregious, performance, impactors.
Like 300-400 millisecond spikes going down.
Going down to like 1 or 2 milliseconds.
Right?
It's
absolutely.
Enormous.
We spend a lot of time crafting to make sure that these waves are coming at the appropriate amount of difficulty for the number of players that are there and all this stuff. And if the spawn queue starts to slow down, that kind of snarls. It just doesn't work. You can't design a great experience. You can design an okay experience, but not a great one.
As you know, on Ninetales, I know we
a lot of the concept ideas they have, it's like they're building a puzzle from the inside out. Like they see a few pieces that they know go together, and then they try and find all the other pieces, but they don't start from the outside in. Like, get all of it.
While it's
get
true
all
that,
of the
average,
professions in. They have something like 9 professions. They want to do 9 to 10 or something like that.
10 ships showing up
There's one
versus one
current profession.
It was the same thing with the number of capital ships was originally
get all
larger,
that in on tier 0, and then build on it. Don't build like everything backstage and pump it out when it's done. Like, I don't know.
What kind of experiences we're actually putting out there for players.
And the existing ones will just improve.
And I love
those
this
missions
game.
will
I absolutely fucking love this game.
By the very nature
it's
of
just
that.
like it's the most frustrating part.
When you say like, what is the long
like
term?
this,
that to me is the biggest thing, because a lot of these events will just be better.
You're currently working on a sequel of sorts called Jumptown V2. Can you go into some more detail about what players can expect from that with the initial release?
Yeah.
Like your long-term goal shouldn't be to get minor things in. Your long-term goal should be to refine everything.
And I want to keep that vibe as much as possible. I'm trying to have a very light hand. So what I'm doing is I'm basically taking a location. I'm going to make it so that it starts to spawn physically a bunch of boxes of a very lucrative material, in this case maize, commodity, and that will then, it'll start to spit that out at a certain rate, which will entice people to go there and collect it, put it on their ships, fly it away, whatever. But the point there is that is an area that will be very, very lucrative for a short period, which will entice a lot of people to conflict over it. When you've got a place that is popping out a box of maize for free that you can just pick up at every 30 seconds or so, like that is dollar signs, and people will kill for that. Not only because it's fun, but also because it's worth it, frankly. So essentially, there is a location, there is a thing that spawns these boxes, and I'm going to turn it on, and that's about it.
One of the things I didn't like about the original Jumptown was it was at a fixed location, and it was always on, and it basically spit these things out at a certain frequency.
Outside of the fact that it was a bug, but
So, but it was
very static.
Yes, that's exactly it. And in general, I hate static things because it's always the same. So let's talk a little bit about Jumptown V2 is being designed as a dynamic event, and it's also extremely configurable. So we're going to start with support for any of the drug labs, although that's really just a function of whether or not we could get environmental art team support for the other areas. Longer term, we will be able to activate this at a wide variety of different locations.
The concept itself is pretty simple, and it can be worked at all these different places. Sorry.
Sure, but there's a lot of things like we put a lot of thought into recording additional lines of dialogue to support different types of drugs or different types of commodities. We have some generic lines so it can apply to all the stuff that's
anything. We don't want to be hampered by that because the lead-in time for getting that dialogue can be a little bit damaging to doing just quick ads, frankly. Like, we want to be able to just say during a quarter, hey, it'd be really cool if there was an underground facility that was pumping out data or metal or at a refinery, and we want people to fight over that, and we can just add that because we planned ahead.
So we've got dynamism for Jumptown V2 with respect to location. We've got dynamism with respect to what exactly it's going to be pumping out. Another one that I wanted to support was the quantity. In other words, how long will this thing be spitting it out? Is it going to spit out 100, 100 SEU of cargo, or 1,000, 100 units of drugs, or 10,000? And this was something, again, so it's been configured as a dynamic event to where it can have this information passed into it and then configure itself as appropriate.
At runtime. Like, that means whoever or whatever,
that's the critical part.
It currently is launched by a person who is literally like pressing a button on a page. And when they do, they can enter in a bunch of variables, and those will determine where it's happening, what it's spitting out, how long it's going to last, how fast.
Yeah, I'll actually talk about that a little bit later, to where right now, all of the events that we've launched so far are triggered, via Quasar, and a person goes in, specifies the event, specifies the inputs,
and you'll talk about it being
100%.
driven.
Jumptown V2, another one of the specific design objectives was to use it as the first test case for these systemic triggers, to where we can actually have quantum inject this information dynamically. And so, like, right now we're running Ninetales, and one of the complaints that I've seen is, hey, it doesn't fire often enough. It's like, I missed it and then it's gone. And so one of the directions in which we want to go is having some of these events like Jumptown, which can be triggered by player actions or Quanta, or player and Quanta basically doing whatever we determine. Maybe it is a certain amount of drugs are being bought, sold, lots of drug runners are basically traversing this shipping lane. Whatever kind of conditions we want to put, and then we can measure both on the quantum side, eventually, and then even in the short term, on the players, is like how many players are basically moving drugs back and forth here. How many players are basically dropping.
Yeah, and I don't want to agree with that.
With
The honesty is,
whatever these conditions
The honest
are,
thing
then we
is
can go ahead
that
and
is
automatically trigger
correct,
it,
and I really hope they
inject,
rectify it
inject those
soon.
customized parameters into it so that it basically more accurately.
I would hate
represents
for this to go
what's
on
actually
another
going on in
10
that area.
years.
Right now we're just shortchanging that,
and
but
we're still talking
eventually,
to them
yeah.
about
That's actually
Jumptown
V3. I like
you
the
know what I'm
whole
saying?
Jumptown
Like,
concept, but my favorite aspect by far is the fact that it's being designed as a test case for some of this up and coming systemic technology on the back end, so that we can start to go, oh, at 3 a.m. conditions were met, and we're going to go ahead and trigger Jumptown on Lyria, and we're basically going to put this particular drug into it, and it's going to be 679 units of drugs, and however quickly players are there to basically pull those things out, that will be how long it lasts. And so all of a sudden you have it's a transient event, which is sometimes we may inject, we can scale this however we want, such that when these conditions are met, do we take the total number of delivered drugs or whatever and multiply times 10? So we can basically turn it into something that's going to range for an hour, or a day, or 10 days, or whatever else. But we can add that variable factor to where it's not always a constant. It's not always on for the entire for the entire lifetime of the release. It's not always 7 days. There's actually going to be it's going to depend upon what is really happening within the world, and that's going to cause it to be customized.
It's just something that's happening in the game. I mean, it's natural events triggering in the world.
You mentioned people saying like Ninetales wasn't happening enough, and they would log on and they would wait for it to happen. That is not the goal. The goal is I log on and I see something is happening. There should always be an event of some
I 100% agree with that.
Maybe you log on and you want to do this particular thing, but also, oh man, that's happening right now? Cool. Kind of thing. So
yeah, there will be some of both. Xenothreat is
the
obviously
big,
the big ones, and then you've got what I'd call like the mid-range things like the Ninetales and stuff, where you're locking down an entire area, and all of a sudden we've cordoned off a region, and we're not allowing you to easily transport cargo back and forth to there, which basically starts knocking the prices up, which is why we added all the the price alerts and things like that, so that you can actually be enticed by the fact that, oh, this area that's been choked off, they really need copper. They're willing to pay this. Don't you want to try to break through the blockade? That actually does kind of get to what you were saying earlier in terms of allowing some of the player ships that are going to, or some of the NPCs that are going to interdict you to actually be more effective at it as we start to expand those quantum interdiction zones to a larger size.
It all interconnects.
Yeah, and it could be influenced by players or the back-end simulation. It's something that we'll be able to balance. We'll be able to pull analytics from the back end. It's measurable, and it'll be something we can tune over time.
Another one on another point we're talking about on Jumptown for future directions forward is, and you and I have had this conversation a couple of times, is I would like to eventually be able to have NPCs basically fill in the other side. Like now, one of the inherent flaws in it is it's purely PvP, right? Which is I go there, I basically control that area, I get the loot for as long as it's pumping it out, and unless other players come and try to basically kick you out of that area, it's a cakewalk. And what we would want to be able to simulate, obviously, is if players are not going there, would Quanta, over on the simulation side, would they be attracted to, this value generator? Of course they would. Great. At what rate? And what rate's going to depend upon what it's spitting out, what the street, value of that stuff is, how far it is from civilization, and they therefore have to travel, et cetera. And so the point would be that we want to be able to, just as we were talking about earlier, we want to, with Ninetales, to where we were aligning, players on either side, saying we'll use NPCs to basically, to balance it however we want. In this case, if there are 0 players on on the attacking side trying to take it over, well, we're going to have to fill those ranks with NPCs.
That being said, one of the things that is called out very often as being an exciting portion of Jumptown, the original, was going there and not knowing if you were going to find resistance. That can kind of keep you on the edge of your seat a little bit. There's that, it's too quiet. So it won't always be
100%, but you don't need that uncertainty doesn't necessarily need to only come as a result of whether or not players are willing to do it. We can have uncertainty on the NPC side and say, maybe we will, maybe we won't, basically, have them assault. Maybe they'll come in a straggler, one guy at a time. Maybe they'll come in a big coordinated group of 12 NPCs, all in heavy armor, armed to the tooth, and and you'll basically be doing your absolute best, to hold that, calling your friends, et cetera, et cetera. The point is, like right now, unless we have the ability to basically set those scenarios up, then some players on some servers will never get that cool experience of a whole burst of guys arriving at one shot, or the stragglers. Now, if players are basically going in there attacking, well, sure, I've already got 20 players on this side. Maybe I don't need to throw any other NPCs out to.
Or maybe I want to add fuel to the fire, frankly.
Or maybe you want to throw.
Players were very creative in the first one.
Yeah, and that's honestly what I'm really looking forward to is what is the tools that have been added to the sandbox at this point. It's such a simple event. I really am looking forward to seeing how they handle it. Like, you can come in a land vehicle, and you can set up a tank or a ballista and just pick people out of the sky, defend that area, turn it into a fortress. You can have dogfights in the air over it. You can if you're stupid and you leave your ship turned off with its shields off, someone's gonna blow that up.
You and I talked in the early stages of Ninetales about the fact that it's a drug lab. Why is it basically spitting these things out? And the idea would be, well, they've produced a lot of them at that location, and so who would be one of the most logical people to come and try to take back control? It would be the guys that that basically originally had control of that drug lab. It'd be whatever criminal organization we want to basically have that thing,
or a competition.
100%. And so you could see players are in there basically reaping the rewards. Another player team assaults them, and now the much larger threat comes, and the players it can be a three-way. The players can team up, with each other to basically hold them off and then split the goods, et cetera, et cetera. So the real point to my mind is it just comes back to is configurability, which is I want to be able to vary the location.
And I honestly think with server meshing, it's going to fix a lot too for the PU.
On the frequency with which it's produced. I want to be able to vary the challenges you'll face trying to
let's say,
hold it, and all of a sudden that starts to become representative of what we're trying to do.
Even a small scale
all
conflict,
these different dynamics,
2 tanks versus 2 tanks.
We want to make templates.
A C2 on either side to get them there.
Creation. It's such a common concept over on the coding side. You don't really
2
see
people
much
to pilot each tank and shoot.
To basically put all of these rules and
1 person to fly each
C2.
Okay, so you're already at 6 people.
Build nice
you're already at
chunks of content and
10
easily
people.
link them to other pieces, so that you're not reinventing the wheel every time you're doing this.
And then let's look at
a good example is the
if they need wingmen. So let's say they each get a buccaneer, or 2 buccaneers. So each C2 has 2 buccaneers.
Future iterations of things like
to do dogfights over the side. That's 12 players.
Some of those derelicts actually have 9
so that's 14 players.
Basically create
and then let's say you want a couple ground troops, 5 on each side.
You can basically change
that's 24 players. That's half a server. That's just a small scale conflict right now, if you even think about that. So I think that being able to have 100, 200, 300 people on a server, you're going to increase the amount of things people are doing, because getting 24 people together, that's a whole organization.
Let's bring Luke into the conversation now. We started working on the Xenothreat event.
Yeah, I hope they do some Squadron 42 stuff. I really do.
We knew that it was going to be extremely difficult because we were missing so much of what we needed, including everything from the dynamic mission service that would drive the back-end logic, to the capital ship AI, target prioritization for turrets, functional countermeasures, tons of dialogue, and countless other things. Part of the allure, though, was that in one shot, we'd have a great test case for a litany of important features, like battles far larger than anything we'd previously done, and a testbed for creating missions that supported a variety of different playstyles, like ship-to-ship combat and salvaging. So, Luke, from your perspective, what were some of the big lessons we learned from Xenothreat?
Well, Xenothreat was our first attempt at a large-scale fleet battle, so we learned a lot. The biggest takeaway was that we needed to develop our overly simplistic friendly fire system, which was leading to players receiving unfair crime stats and being kicked from the mission. So in the recent re-release of the event, we made major improvements to our friendly fire detection and tolerances, which drastically cut down on unfair crime stats according to the feedback and analytics we received. What's great is this kind of change improves the whole game, not just the event, and paves the way for more large-scale space battles in the future. I think it's also important to add that another thing that became clear is that players wanted a counter mission involving PvP, so we've started planning with this in mind for subsequent releases.
Luke, as the performance gradually improves over the next few quarters, what sort of things would you most like to change about Xenothreat?
I think most people would expect my answer to be throw more AI at the player, but it might be that when performance improves, our AI becomes much deadlier, which could actually lead to us reducing their numbers. This balancing is always the most difficult part of mission creation. The AI's performance can be wildly different on our local servers versus what it might be like on an overtaxed live server. And if a mission is too easy, it's not just a case of throwing more AI at it, as this will only compound the performance issues. We were happy with the balancing we achieved, but it wasn't quite what we hoped for. Once performance is improved, we hope to rebalance and deliver the experience we intended.
Luke, we've invested a lot of engineering effort into our spawn closet tech, which allows us to precisely and intelligently push NPCs into and out of an area. The first major test of this tech will be the Infiltrator class of missions, which I wanted to provide much more varied and challenging FPS situations.
Yeah, so these are new ground missions, Alan, like you were talking about earlier, dude.
To that end, we can now determine at runtime.
You're gonna need somebody to get you like in and out of these kinds of situations, or get yourself in and out of these kinds of situations.
We can also apply a litany of rules to the spawning, like how many can be active at once, how the spawn rate changes when an alarm has gone off, and whether a boss might be found wandering the area with his guards or only after they've all been dispatched. The mission template supports a wide variety of objectives, ranging from killing everyone at that location to only killing select individuals, to protecting NPCs from any harm, to hacking computers, to extracting designated materials. Can you go over some of these mission variations in more detail?
Of course, Tony. The underground facilities were the locations we chose for our first implementation of spawn closets, so this is where players will find new missions, as well as some existing missions that have been vastly improved by the addition of spawn closets and non-combatants. One of the new missions sends players to kill a heavily armoured target who only shows himself once his crew have been wiped out. Another involves the players searching a friendly facility for a number of boxes identified using information provided on their mobiGlass. At any point during the mission, small enemy assaults can be triggered, and the thing I love about this one is that players can
dangerous retrieval. Did you see that? 8K
to repel them. And the last one I'd like to mention
again,
is
8,000 credits, dude.
We now have our first FPS defend mission where players join friendly AI in defending a facility from multiple.
Okay, there's actually a defend mission. That's pretty sweet.
In addition to the basic mission reward, players also receive bonuses for the AI who survive to the end.
Some of the benefits from this mission template are coming from smarter use of existing tech, like more modular subsumption logic, and some of it stems from new features like the spawn closets. Luke, how has the design setup of the Infiltrator scenario varied from what you've done in the past?
Well, spawn closets have had a dramatic effect on the types of missions we can build. Without them, we were unable to spawn AI mid-mission, as we couldn't risk them spawning out of thin air without warning, as that's really unfair on players. Thanks to spawn closets, we can now spawn reinforcement waves and spring ambushes anytime we want, with players able to recognise where AI is likely to reinforce from. Not only does this allow us to build brand new mission types, it allows us to spawn manageable amounts of AI.
Dude, the first thing I'm going to do when 3.15 launches is I'm going to grab a med gun to start doing some of these missions. Because if there's going to be waves, dude,
and the
you know?
Boss mission is a great example of that, because we've essentially
Contractor assassination title. Did you see that? 14K on the reward.
Where players must draw their target out of hiding by first killing all of his crew.
Luke, another mission template we're currently working on is called Rescue Transport, and it revolves around getting NPCs to a specified location. One of the variations allows the NPC to request personal transport via a service beacon, just like a player, to a designated location. Other variations involve adding assorted complications to getting the NPCs on board your ship, like having to first outsmart or outfight their captors, unlocking their prison door to release them, safely escorting them back to your ship for transport to the desired drop site. Longer term, we're going to add support in this mission template for a lot of other combinations, like having to drag unconscious characters onto your ship and back to a hospital, and trying to lead NPCs through a burning ship. Luke, where do we stand with the current implementation of this, and what remains to be done before we can push it out the door?
Well, Tony, we're at the point where we have a working prototype in which AI can be asked to follow, wait, and take a seat aboard your ship. And even with this rudimentary setup,
interesting. These are pretty cool.
The mission flow to a very detailed degree, and have made a lot of headway into planning the dialogue requirements. We've gone some effort to make sure that the mission is more.
They can find a merchant fleet, let them be able to alert the organization and capture. Yeah, dude, that'd be kind of sweet.
Based on your performance. We'll also be developing AI behaviors to deal with what happens should the player decide to kidnap them. The rescue mission module has been designed in such a way that it can work in conjunction with others like Infiltrator, meaning that we can easily inject some obstacles in your way, like a base full of captors. These missions will drive the development of AI following, so once complete, we'll be able to leverage that throughout the rest of the game.
I want to pivot now and give an update on some of the systemic functionality that I detailed last spring. I said that we were soon going to have quantum controlling a few select bits of the universe and that we were going to be very measured in the rollout. We remain on track to activate these changes with 3.16 at the end of the year, and this initial release will allow quantum to dictate 3 encounter frequencies, the prices of 3 commodities, and everything related to combat assist service beacons. As the simulation is refined and more of the linkage to the game is completed, we will expand the scope of these early tests and enable quantum to play an ever larger role in shaping the universe. So let's go over how the gameplay experience is set to change.
Yeah, Alan, I'm not sure they're gonna do any Squadron 42 stuff here.
Varies within that region, and
We got 45 minutes left till the end.
Static. Dynamic events introduced in early 2021
Sorry,
allow
man.
that data to be changed by mission logic, but still don't support systemic modulation. You can see the frequency curve for pirate activity in red on the screen here, and the long and short of it is that no matter how many pirates you, your friends, or the entire community kill, the likelihood of encountering a pirate at this spot right here would always be about 5% per minute, and farther out, right about there, the odds would drop to 2%. Now, let's see what happens when we activate quantum and it starts to provide real-time guidance to the probability volume service that controls this information and distributes it to the game server.
Here you go, Alan.
As is often the case with such demonstrations, the simulation is running at an exaggerated rate of speed so that I can easily illustrate some key points. The first thing you'll notice is that the fixed pirate curve just flatlined because quantum says there aren't currently any pirates in this area. There are some valuable materials on the surface of Cellin though, and that's starting to attract some quantum miners represented in green. The distribution of the miners determines the shape of the green curve, and the quantity determines the amplitude. With the value of the ore available on Cellin sky high and no threat in sight, the number of miners continues to increase, and you can see the encounter curve changing to reflect that. Pirates are drawn to high concentrations of wealth with minimal security though, and are starting to swarm into the area, and as they do, you can see the red pirate curve adjusting. Quanta security, represented in blue, is drawn to conflict, and is thus often a lagging indicator of criminal activity. So at this point, there are several distinct things happening. The number of miners in the area is still increasing, but the rate of increase has slowed dramatically as they start to weigh the increased risk of piracy. The number of pirates is still increasing because there's still sufficient value in the area to attract them and not yet sufficient security to dissuade them. The number of security forces continues to rise because the pirate problem is raging out of control, and thus security pay in this area has gone through the roof. This trend continues for a while until finally the risk of piracy gets too high and the quantity of miners starts to drop. The pirates are doing their own independent mental calculus and still see sufficient value in the area, even once the miners start to fall off, to continue increasing their numbers, but that simply speeds up the rate of decline in the miners, while at the same time, the threat from security continues to grow. So, eventually, the number of pirates in the area begins to fall off as well. As the threat of piracy begins to subside, the impact gradually ripples through the economy, lowering the rate of pay and demand for security services. The quantity of security forces streaming into the area eventually peaks too then and begins to decline. If you watch the curves, you'll see a rhythmic action to it all,
capture,
with
destroy.
miners looking for high
If you take
value ore
another
in safe
ship that
areas,
doesn't have that
pirates
tag.
searching for unprotected wealth,
Yeah.
and security chasing conflict. 3 different but very interdependent calculations. The system is always searching for equilibrium, and just as in a real economy, sometimes overshoots a bit in one direction or the other, which ultimately equates to opportunity for the thinking player. NBC combat assist service beacons have historically been generated via probability volume
should
data,
do?
Were thus every bit as static as the encounter frequencies that I just covered.
They should
The odds
do,
of a request for combat assistance at a given location didn't vary based upon what was happening.
the
in
amount of
area at the
miners in
time.
an area,
No amount
okay,
of concerted community
and the
effort
amount
to
of,
stamp
like,
out what was putting those NPCs in danger had
UE
any chance of
forces
succeeding.
should
To
hit
illustrate what's
an
changed, let's jump back
apex,
to quantum.
And when that
The
apex
miners are back in
hits,
force, but there aren't yet any
boom,
pirates,
you
and thus
spawn a
there aren't
pirate
any
fleet.
requests
Because
for
they're like,
combat assistance.
there's 30, you know, like
Just
this,
as
right
previously
here.
occurred, though, the pirates are going to slowly sniff out this opportunity and begin
Let's see.
gravitating to this location. As their numbers increase, so will the odds of conflict with the miner, and thus the likelihood of a combat assist service beacon being issued. You can see a few contracts now represented by the green icons. Quantum is dictating how many beacons should be present in this area in the exact details, such as how much alpha UEC is being offered, but the data is actually maintained by the service beacon service that interfaces to the game servers and exposes these contracts to players. So, every contract that you're seeing pop up, which is a direct result of the amount of conflict happening within Quantum, can be seen and accepted by someone within the actual game. Security has started to show up, but isn't yet a major force, and the risk of piracy has gotten so great that some of the miners have decided to exit. The frequency of combat assist beacons is a function of both the quantity of miners and pirates and clamped by the minimum of either. So, as the miners depart, the number of outstanding beacons drops. Security has now reached the point where it's really starting to deter the pirates, and the reduced number of miners is just adding fuel to the fire. So, now the number of pirates starts to fall off pretty dramatically, which also impacts the total number of active beacons and instantiation frequency. Player actions are fed back into Quantum, such that if a lot of beacons are accepted and the NPC is successfully defended in the game, the security risk as perceived by the pirates in Quantum will increase, thus affecting their sense of whether the risk justifies the reward. This means that not only will the system ebb and flow of its own accord, but your actions within the game will directly impact the simulation and thus the overall state of the universe. There's one other important thing that I want to mention here, and that's the value of the additional context that Quantum is providing. We now know exactly who issued the request for combat assistance and even the likelihood that multiple ships might be involved. All of this information can be packaged up and associated with the beacon so that when and if a player accepts the contract, the instantiated mission can be customized to better reflect what
Yeah,
Quantum
actually
says you should
though,
be seeing.
looking on the numbers on the right side, did you see those numbers, dude? It's like 300
The
something
shop service
pirates
has always had
versus
the ability
40.
to modulate the price of commodities based
300
upon
something
things
pirates
like
around
the
a
amount of
planet
inventory
versus
on hand and
40
its rate of change. But we haven't really
security.
exploited that feature for some of the basics like fuel and HPMC.
You might actually
which
get
is
into
the
some of those
material
fleet battles like
required
you're
to
talking
effect
about where you have like
repairs on a
10
ship.
ships on you.
One of the reasons for this is that it's one thing to have tradable commodities fluctuate in value according to some algorithmic logic that doesn't consider anything beyond the confines of that particular shop, but it's quite another when those materials are critical to playing the game. Now that we can properly gauge demand based upon factors external to the shop though, even if the simulation logic still needs a lot of work, we're going to flip the switch and let the prices of fuel and repair materials start to undulate. So let's bring Quantum up again. The Tram and Myers mining outpost on Cellin has been selected so that we can see its real-time prices for plasma fuel, quantum fuel, and HPMC. Keep an eye on these prices as the Quanta arrive on scene. A few of the miners are from distant locales and will be looking to top off their quantum fuel tanks, and that increased consumption is causing prices to trickle up just a bit. Plasma fuel is jumping quite a bit more though because it's in constant demand due to the fact that the miners routinely have to traverse the surface of the moon looking for valuable deposits of ore to extract. The price of HPMC hasn't budged because there hasn't been any conflict in the area, but that's about to change. The pirates have started to arrive and attack the miners, and that means that there are going to be some damaged ships that require repairs, and the price will continue to rise as the amount of conflict grows. Pirates require fuel too, and most of their need revolves around the plasma they'll use to engage ships in close proximity, so it's starting to get fairly expensive. Security forces have now started arriving in force, which means even more conflict in the area, which is why the price of HPMC has finally started to take off. Security forces burn a lot of plasma fuel hunting for pirates, and this
Like honestly, if this situation happened where there was like, let's see the numbers there. They said 389 pirates versus 300 security. That'd be legit.
Or the economy rebalances to ensure a more
again, you can't even get 3 versus 3 right now. So I would love to see like that, you know, that kind of implementation. That'd be awesome.
Up until now, all of our dynamic events have been manually triggered by someone loading up Quasar, selecting an event, specifying the input variables, and activating it.
Oh yeah, 100%.
This works fine for major events that are intended to run for a long period of time, but it's problematic when the event needs to run multiple times per day.
Hey, you know what? You know what?
Specific conditions
I will second that, Alan, by saying
current state of the universe.
The other faction should know how many of those contracts have been selected. You know, like if I'm on the side of UEE, I should know that 25 enemy contracts have been selected, okay? And only 10. So like maybe I go, oh, it's 10 versus 25, but that's like, that's actually a decent fight, you know?
Raven's Roost is on Microtech's moon Calliope.
Then you incentivize forming a fleet.
Jumptown is on Crusader's moon Yella. And Paradise Cove is on ArcCorp's moon Lyria. For this test, I've removed all commodities except for drugs, and thus any green quanta you see moving around are focused on moving these illicit narcotics. A systemic trigger has been set up that monitors the total drugs purchased at any of the drug labs, which you can see in the graphs below the star map. If the total amount of drugs purchased at one of these locations over a period of time exceeds the specified threshold, it will trigger the Jumptown V2 dynamic event. The location and quantity of drugs sold will be passed to the event as inputs, which the mission logic might use for any manner of things, such as temporarily overriding the shopping data at that site for the duration of the event. The shop service that communicates with the game servers is linked to Quantum, and thus all player transactions in the game are filtered back into the simulation, and their purchases are therefore just as relevant to the totals as those initiated by Quanta. All of the drug labs are seeing a bit of action, and Paradise Cove looked like it might be the first to breach the threshold. Some red pirates have started moving into that area now, though, and the green freighters have started to flee. It looks like they've decided to focus on Raven's Roost, and you can tell by the constant level of elevated purchases that they're probably going to trip the trigger pretty soon. There, that's it. The conditions for the systemic trigger have been met. You can see that Jumptown V2 has now been added to Quasar's active dynamic events list at the top right, and below that you can see the input parameters that it was sent, which include the Raven's Roost location and a numeric value of 916 for the total purchased drugs variable, which the actual Jumptown V2 logic uses to configure how many free units of drugs the location will produce over the lifetime of the event. The ultimate purpose of systemic triggers, then, is to allow us to easily and programmatically dictate when and exactly how handcrafted custom content will be layered onto the background tapestry driven by quantum systemic logic. As our library of dynamic events grows and the sophistication of the simulation evolves, you'll eventually find that it's difficult to tell where one system ends and another begins, and the whole experience will just feel more engaging and unique than what either technology could deliver by itself. That's it for our show today. I hope that you now have a better sense of some of the things we're aiming to accomplish over the next year.
Hey man, you want to do it, dude? I will play that right with you, bro. You want to steal ships? You want to go down to Jumptown or whatever and just wait for people to fill up their ships and kill them all and take their ship, dude? Let's do it. We can take it to somewhere where we can spawn a ship between the two of us that can actually pick up stuff. You know, because we can't sell it from the thing. You have to pull the cargo. But let's do it, dude.
So that's it. We're done. That's the whole show. Another CitizenCon in the bag. This one's a little different than others, but still our chance to come together safely and celebrate our shared interest and commitment to making Star Citizen everything we all want it to be. So what did we learn this year? You thought I was gonna do it, but I gotta bust those bingo cards, right? If I had to guess what we learned that I'm just the lucky one that gets to sit here in front of the work of dozens of others putting today together, themselves in front of the work of hundreds more who dedicate their efforts day in and day out to making the biggest and bestest damn space game ever. It's my honor and that of the team that here to represent their work every week, every month, and every year. For CitizenCon 2951, I'm Jared Huckabee. Until next year, have fun, be safe, tell those you love that you love them. I love you, John. And now here's Chris Roberts to take us home.
Well, I hope all of you enjoyed everything you saw today. We're very proud of what we've achieved so far, what we're working on, what we're doing in the future, and it was great to be able to get in depth and show and discuss a lot of that today with you guys. And I just wanted to tell each and every one of you how much we appreciate all of you, your support, dedication, the hours you put into playing the game, giving us feedback, putting up with crashes and server disconnections and all the frustrating things that you can get when it's an alpha, as we're striving to make the best game, or, well, I think the best universe simulation you possibly can make now. That's kind of where we're going. from myself and the team at CIG, we're incredibly lucky to be in this position because I think no one else in gaming has the luxury that we do to really sort of dream for the stars and build something of the ambition that Star Citizen is. It's been a longer journey than I imagined at the beginning, but the game we're building is far more complicated, far bigger, far more possibilities than I conceived I would ever get to do. But it's because of your guys' support, and everyone at CIG feels the same in terms of they get to work on a dream game. They get to do all these things. People don't say, oh, you can't do that. We've got to make it for this quarter. It's got to come out. And the investors need their profits this year. It's like, no, we want the best game possible. That's all.
But maybe you do need a little bit of that,
you guys care about. And so to be in that position is because of you guys. And I really, myself and everyone at CIG appreciates that. So thank you all very much. And I'm really looking forward to doing this in person for you guys next year as opposed to digitally. And hopefully, all things, fingers crossed, we'll get on the other side of this pandemic and we'll be able to do that. So for me and everyone at CIG, thank you so much for watching.
Okay. Let's get a little fat 07 right in there, dude. Yeah, cool. Okay, I got it. A little 07. All right. Let's go over to the end. Thank you so much, every single person that was with us this entire time. Thank you so much. Special shout out to Ace Al 07. Special shout out to Rye, Ocean Cat. Special shout out to Lady Dragon and Hellion GM who hopped in the chat. 1 second. Yeah. All right. I would say, honestly, in closing, that was a very good and very well put together sort of like segment. I've never seen one that's been done by them. I missed IAE last year because I didn't even realize it was a thing, So, like, I started in November, and then December they had IAE, and I didn't even realize it was going on. So, I would say, yeah, thanks, Ryan. I would totally say that as far as, like, curated content, that was not bad, honestly. I'm super excited about what there is to do going forward. The 400i getting dropped. I'm absolutely gobsmacked by the fact that, again, there wasn't any content as far as Squadron 42. Okay, but maybe they could be saving it for the end of the year at IAE. They usually like to do like really big things at either Fleet Week or IAE. But there's things to look forward to. The planetary tech, oh my gosh, they're doing such good things with the planetary tech. They're doing such crazy things in the Pyro system. I can't wait for that to come out. Hopefully, that doesn't take another 3 years, but, we'll see. And, yeah, man, thank you guys for coming along. I'm going to go ahead and link, 1 second. If you enjoyed just coming along and doing this content, here's our Discord link. If there's anyone that you would like to bring with you next time, I love having followers. I love having people watch, dude, because it just means that I get to enjoy that content with more people, It's not all about me. It's mostly about you guys, Some of it's about me. A little bit. But it's mostly about you guys, and I really like making content for you guys. For those of you who are currently in our organization for Swords of Stanton, I'm going to try to put some of this stuff together into a video. I'm not sure if there's actually a whole lot for me to make it to. I don't want to make a big video, but I do want to cut some of this down to like the key points that I thought were really good. Unfortunately, yeah, there was a lack of Squadron 42 content, but I really hope that going forward, they, like Al said earlier, I think they need to take a step back from like micro managing all this curated content to like manage it as a whole. That would really boost this experience over for me, because I'm totally gonna play for like the rest of the year, you know, and I'm totally gonna continue playing as long as there's like a significant amount of stuff going forward. I hope there's not a long period of stagnation. You know, for like 2 years, I think they had a pretty hard stagnating period, whereas now we're getting medical gameplay. It looks like also there were some updates before this video went out that cargo was getting fixed, and it's going to become more profitable and stuff like that. So I think it's going in a good direction. I would love to see it continue to go in a good direction, and who knows, man? Who knows? 30 years from now, this still could be in development, or 30 years from now, it could be an absolute gobsmacking game that's just like everyone remembers it, you know? I really hope it's the latter. But as far as concept games go, that's just how you got to roll the dice sometimes, you know? You got to roll the dice. I'm looking forward to everything going forward, and thank you guys for coming along with me. I really appreciate the support, dude. And, you know, as always, we'll catch you on the flip next time. Peace out, guys.